Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty,
I thought, I thought,
honesty, and you say
Yeah, what?
everybody hear what Kevin has about you.
What him say? I never hear Kevin. What him say? What Kevin say?
Kevin says the two of we are mimic each other. We have fixed
Yeah,
glasses.
it was Kevin. Kevin is you supposed to make sure we not adjust glasses while live, you know.
Right.
But Ratty, I don't understand. You must have went to Meadowbrook before Meadowbrook became poor, because I not in know your book.
You serious?
Yes, and I was present right through, right to the end.
You used to go school or you used to go school?
I used to go, you know.
Few and far between, right?
No, man, I was there. In fact, the 1995 when I graduated. I know all my classmates come for me, but I was one of a few who actually left there with CXC subjects.
Oh man, you make it sound bad. Anyway.
No, it was the most, listen, it was like with all things with me, it was the most controversial year in CXC history. The papers were leaked. Of course, I didn't see them, so no, but they were leaked.
Okay.
And so very few of us left with subjects.
All right. Well, at least you left with some subjects, you know? And you left with some objects too, from what I've been told.
That was a predicate, no subject.
Anyway, family, welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. And I'm your host, Will Rattigan. Now, let me start by thanking last week's guests, Chief Nanya, Jermaine, Kylie, Irvin, Ruthann, Robert, Eric, John, Regine, and our panelists, Herb and Isat. Let me look and see if Herb, I don't think Herb is here yet. You was just calling him, and I don't think he's here yet. Yeah, it's probably tied up. Anyway, a few words about Chief Nanya, our first guest last week. For those of you who tuned in early last week, Chief Nanya did what we call a teaser, a presentation about our history and heritage. It was both controversial and educational because it presented a view that most people hadn't heard before. And some of us, and I saw it in the chat, had a knee-jerk reaction, while others gave him a fair hearing. Now, He will be back next week to provide an in-depth presentation. And I'd like you to tune in and listen to him. Listen critically. And if you so desire, challenge him on his views. Challenge him on the research that he's done, his knowledge. And then you can walk away with your opinion. And as Chief Nanya says, knowledge is not power. It's the use of knowledge that is power. So Chief Nanya, if you're listening to me, big up yourself. And we're looking forward to seeing you next week. Same place, same time. Now we have an update regarding the foundation. Some of you have been making regular contributions to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And I thank you. But today, I'm asking all of you to make a special contribution to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation for two projects. One is we have begun background investigations on 3 suspected corrupt politicians. And Herb is working on that with our intelligence strategic partners, and they have to be paid. Now, some of you may say, well, why not the 3? The whole parliament corrupt, do the whole parliament. Well, it takes money to matter, like context matters. It takes money to matter. So what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna start out with 3, and I think all of you know the first 3. So stay tuned for that. The second one is this, and we've been hinting at it for the last 2 weeks. It's a lawsuit seeking the Jamaican court to declare certain provisions of the Representation of People Act. It's called ROPA. Some of you may have heard of it. We would like the court to consider whether or not certain provisions of that act are unconstitutional. Now, this will remove doubts and significant impediments to voting, and it will cause the Jamaican government to fulfill its promise of developing a mechanism for every Jamaican to register and vote from overseas. And when I say every, I mean they're going to make the procedures, they're going to make the mechanism available so that if you want to, you can register and vote. Now, it's called external voting. Now, this external voting is practiced by more than 150 nations. And our neighbor, Santo Domingo, is set to implement external voting in May of this year. May of this year. And it's funny because the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, he went over to the Dominican embassy. They had I'm sorry, not sometimes Dominican Republic. Our neighbors, Dominican Republic. They had an embassy there or something like that. He went over there and he spoke, and he never once mentioned this idea of external voting. And I think it would be wise. Should have been wise. Should have crossed his mind to say, "Hey, let me ask these people because they're getting ready to do it. Let me ask them, how it works." We're going to go in later on, and I'm going to show you the promises that have been made and the promises that have not been fulfilled. And that's all of them. So sadly, we must not forget that this is an issue that's been discussed by both parties, not just the JLP, also the PNP, for at least 15 years. I went back and I checked. And sadly, it's not been done. So it's up to us to ensure that this right, this constitutional right to vote, is realized during our lifetime. And that's where our brother, I won't call him by his moniker. I'll just leave him and just say,
I sue.
Well, that's where he comes in because, as I say, it takes money to matter. And he and his team, they're going to need funding to start this lawsuit. And we think that it's a lawsuit that's overdue. And in fact, there was a gentleman who came on the ambassador's Let's Connect platform in December. And he said, and I think it's the second time he said it, that he's willing to donate the first $1,000 to any initiative regarding a lawsuit that will force the government to fulfill its promise and have us register and vote from overseas. So those two things, and you're going to hear me talk about them as we proceed through the course of today's broadcast. But remember, we need this special funding for those two things. One, to go after those corrupt politicians, to do the background where we can expose them. And two, for the lawsuit. I'll have to repeat that because we don't have a full complement as yet, and I'm afraid that, you know, if I don't repeat it, people who come on later on, they won't hear it, and so they won't even know about it unless you tell them. So I'll and if I fail to do that in about another 2 hours or so, just remind me, people, so I can make the announcement again. Yeah, family, if you like the program, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. We are down. We're not where we should be, considering the amount of people who actually tune in every Saturday. So like, share, subscribe. Big up yourself, Patrick. Relax with the rebel. And this is why I said I have to make the announcement again later on regarding the two initiatives, because last week, some of you joined us late and you were not aware that Relax with the Rebel was suspended, is suspended until mid-April. So please relay the message to your friends, neighbors, and relatives who are not tuned in today. And in my absence, please, please, please continue to listen to Reggae Global Radio for the best in reggae. Send out some greetings now while I sat busy. I fix up him thing, then I read the messages. Bless up Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Russell and the crew, Ma P, big up yourself. Heard that you were in the hospital, but you're back home now. Hope all is well. Ma Jean, Desmond, Paul, Sasidiva. Yes, you sound much better than a few days ago. Big up yourself. Mrs. Nelson, Herb Nelson's wife, she's recovering quite nicely. And Bob, my brethren from Queens. Also, Mr. Baxter, as as him always address me. What's happening, buddy? How you doing, buddy? So big up yourself. And Angela, want to take care of him, you know? Yeah, man. But Bob, this who's out. What they are for you, my brother. All right. Now heal up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, of which ISAT is a part of. The Firehouse crew, the Relax with the Rebel crew, and the Rollington crew. Big up yourself, my general. Big up all of the media personalities and platforms out there burning the fire on behalf of the Jamaican people. Platforms and personalities like Linkage Radio, OBC Radio, All People Radio, Sutherland TV, Producer Wayne Global TV, Waterhouse Vibes, Make We Talk, Mystic Sensation, Super Jams, Professor John Lennon, Andre Stevens, Jamaican Carlos, Maria, Sis, the Herbalist, Herb Nelson, and the Renegade, Who No Afraid, Man of the Wilderness, Wayne Lonesome. I also want to recognize Gandhi Road Tony. We know a whole heap of Tony, so we just call him Gandhi Road Tony to differentiate him from, Tigo and the other Tonys that we know. But big up yourself, Gandhi Road Tony. Stay so. Bitter Gal, I see you in the chat. Bunny Jump, Eri, Cora and the Princess, Chairman Rowan James. Had a bit of a setback this week. We're going to talk about that. Don't like what the JCF is doing. But in the fullness of time, everything will be straightened out. Big up yourself, my brother. Francine, Brown Dog, my biological sisters, Peaches, I know you're listening. Wendy, I know you're listening. Marcy, I don't know if you're listening. And also Jenny, who's recovering from heart surgery. Blessings, sis. Big up to all the youngsters participating in the Boys and Girls Championship. My advice to you is this: do your best to earn that track scholarship and use it as a platform to realize your aspirations in life. And never, never forget where you came from and your responsibility to inspire others and to help in the development of our country. Greetings to Dorette and Merlin. Big up on yourself, all Manchester people. Manners and respect to all civil servants striving to serve the Jamaican public. And we're talking about the nurses, the doctors, policemen and women, teachers, secretaries, so on and so forth, bus drivers, all of you, big up on yourself. Enough empathy and love for the poor and poverty-stricken minimum wage earners. When the minimum wage was moved from $9,000 to $13,000, not too long ago, the Prime Minister said, and I watched him and I listened to him. He said he increased it. A lady asked him, we need to put some more money upon the minimum wage, increase it. That's when it moved from 9 to 13. And he said, but I increased it 100%. So folks, it moved from 9,000 to 13. And he said he increased it by 100%. So 2 times 9 is 13, according to the Prime Minister's math. And then him have the nerve to call people fully dunce. Fully dunce. 2 nines, 13. But I'm going to call people fully dunce. Do you remember that I told you that the season of government giving is upon us? Well, on June 1st, the minimum wage will be increased by another 100% from 13,000 to 15,000. That's according to the Prime Minister's math. Every time, the minimum wage is increased, whether it's by 10% or 30% or 70%, it's always 100%. So that's where we are. The increase is welcomed, believe me, but it's not enough. And keep this in mind. And by the way, somebody asked about Kevin. Kevin there. I'm going to forget something. I have Kevin on the line there. I'm gone. Kevin there, man. Kevin there. Kevin, the people might ask, where you there? And know the 9 plus 5 are 15. I thought you said this. The Prime Minister said he increased the minimum wage from 9,000 to 13,000, and that was 100% increase.
Yes, that's right.
Right. So
remember, in the first 100 days, he's going to do a lot of things. So he has a problem with the number 100. So as the best baby father of ideas, you have to buy into the ideas that 2 nines is 13.
So I guess when we move it from 13, because it's going to 15 come June 1st, that will be another 100%.
No, that would mean no changes, because he promised that he would get it to 100%. So if you give him another 3 terms, you get a 1 and a 1 and a 1. And then it will get, so it get in there. Take time. Just take time, man.
Okay, sir. So somebody say he raised it by a whopping $2,000, as if $2,000 is going to make a difference, a big difference in the lives of these people. But keep this in mind. Keep this in mind, people. The greater focus should be what you can buy with this increase, because merchants will increase the prices of goods to keep up with labor costs. So just because you're getting 15, don't think it's and here it is. Don't forget rising inflation as well. So therefore, the 15,000 you will get minimum wage starting June 1st, it won't have the same purchasing power as the $9,000 had back then. You won't be able to buy the same things. It won't cost you more. So you get it, so them take it. As Bob said, you can fool some people sometime, but you can't fool all the people all the time. So much for the Prime Minister for now. Now let me send out some condolences to Jerk Chicken Mikey's family on his tragic passing. We'll get into the circumstances that led to his demise. And people, I'm telling you, you're gonna be really, really upset when I tell you how this young man died this week, Tuesday. I'm gonna have his a family member on as well, so he will be able to explain everything. And finally, blessings to all of you, my supporters, my family, my people. Bless up, big up on yourself. Waterhouse Vibes will be streaming tomorrow on YouTube at 3 p.m. New York time, 2 p.m. Jamaica time. Wayne Lonesome Stonehall meeting will, as you know, it's tomorrow night at 7 p.m. New York time and at 6 p.m. Jamaica time. And don't forget to check out ISAT, Buchanan's radio show, Context Matters, on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every single Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. New York time, and that's 4 to 6 Jamaica time. You have anything you want to say, ISAT?
Not particularly. Oh, save and accept that I did after last week. I did really learn and understand that I was white. Jamaican media reported that no Jamaican attorney spoke at the Privy Council, and wanted to know how the Jamaican attorneys felt that only the white people spoke.
Wait, who asked that?
Jamaican media through TVJ and so I am so, huh?
Were they asleep?
No, they were agreeing with the chief that I'm white. So I just want everybody to know that it's not a miscommunication in the Jamaican space. It's just that they have recognized too that I am white, and I always knew that in my heart. So
Okay.
that's I just want to put that out there.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Let me run on because we have a whole lot of things, and you have to go talk up the things today because we have some constitutional things that we want to talk about. Now, let me just throw the disclaimer because I know Reggae Global Management is watching, because it's raining down in Florida along the East Coast. It's been raining, so a lot of you're like captive audience. You're gonna have to watch me today. Now, by the way, I really appreciate all of you joining us, because you could be anywhere, you could be doing anything, and I know some of you want to. You're splitting your time between watching the Boys and Girls Championship and watching the program. So greatly appreciate that. Now, the disclaimer: the opinions you hear today regarding the presentations will be that of the individual presenters only, and is neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. Now, today we have a very ambitious agenda, and in no particular order. We are going to do the following. We're going to identify the ministry that doesn't want to give us the names of the officials who went to Kigali at taxpayers' expense, and we're going to indicate why. We're going to examine the right of the diaspora to vote in Jamaican elections, and we will officially launch the legal initiative. That's 2. 3, we're going to discuss whether Jamaicans should boycott the upcoming general election, and by extension, all elections in the future, until a certain thing happens. And we'll have a guest who will make the argument for that. We will analyze the DPP's role in the Vibes Cartel case. I'm going to ask ISAT to just sit back and just listen and don't say nothing, because I don't want ISAT getting a no problem, right? We're going to deal with this. We're going to analyze the DPP's role in the Vibes Cartel case. We are also going to submit a complaint to the General Legal Counsel for disciplinary action against her. Disciplinary action against her because of things that she said she did and things that she actually did. And if them can discipline certain people, not call no name, there's no reason why they cannot discipline her. She's not above, she's not beyond the reach of the law, the scope of the law, the consequences of the law. She's not beyond any of those. We're also going to, as per section 96, subsections 4 to 8 of the Jamaican Constitution, the Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force will petition the Governor General to impanel a tribunal to remove the DPP from office for conduct unbecoming. Let me repeat that, because this is serious business. Repeat the whole thing. We're going to analyze the DPP's role in the Vibes Cartel case. So we're going to be and last week we started. We're going to go back. We're going to look at what she said in chambers, in front of the judge and defense counsel. We're also going to submit a complaint to the General Legal Counsel for disciplinary action against her for things she said and things she did. And as per section 96, subsections 4 through 8 of the Jamaican Constitution, the Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force will petition the Governor General to impanel a tribunal to remove her from office. I know some of you are saying that, no, they're not going to remove her, but listen, there is a mechanism in the Constitution, and if we don't use it, then we have no argument. Let's use it and let them do whatever they want to do, and then we can come after them. But not to use it and just to give up hope before trying, I think is unwise. No, Nordy, we can't fire the GG. That's up to the king. That's up to the king. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 5 issue on the agenda. We're going to dissect the fiasco that took place in Parliament this week. We are going to do that. Number 7, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 6. That was number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Number 6. We're going to review the travel advisory in light of the poor health sector that possibly contributed to the death of Jerk Chicken Mikey. And I'm going to weave and stitch this thing together so that you can understand that what the US government said was absolutely correct, right on point. We're also going to discuss the removal of Chairman Rowan James from the leadership of the Police Federation. That happened this week under the cover of darkness. And if you notice, you don't see much written about. In fact, I don't recall seeing anything in the media about it. Maybe they did. I just haven't seen it. And then we're going to examine the Police Service Commission's decisions and provide more advice to the new police commissioner. Remember last week we spoke about his ineptitude and his inexperience. Well, we're trying to get him up to speed because at the end of the day, he's our police commissioner and we have to do whatever we can to ensure his success, because by ensuring his success, it means that Jamaica will be a more peaceful community. So we're going to provide, we're going to talk about his background, because a lot of you didn't hear that piece last week. So we're going to talk about it, not to the extent that we did last week. And then we're going to give him some more advice. I gave him 5 pointers last week. I'm going to give him 5 more today. Now, let's talk about the protest. Now, family. Make sure to come out on May 10th in New York and be counted in this history-making protest. We, the Jamaicans operating social media platforms, will continue to speak for the poor and poverty-stricken in Jamaica as well as the diaspora members who are fed up with the direction the Jamaican government is taking our country. It is important to note that our corner of the diaspora does not agree on every issue, and that is to be expected. However, we are solidly united in the fight against corruption and the other ills affecting our beloved country and people. I hope and I pray that whatever our differences are, we will try and bridge them as we move forward in the interest of the Jamaican people. And please remember that the protest, the rally, will take place on Friday, May 10th at the corner of 2nd Avenue and East 42nd Street in Manhattan. And that's 1 block away from the United Nations. And it will take place from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Let me repeat. The rally will take place on Friday, May 10th at the corner of 2nd Avenue and East 42nd Street in Manhattan, a block away from the United Nations building. Will take place from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Now, I'm going to reach out to all of the people them now. Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina, Virginia, D.C., Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Rhode Island, Texas, California, Canada, Jamaica, and the UK. Come out in your numbers and register your disapproval of the continued bad governance exhibited by the Jamaican government. This is going to be Chicago, of course, Illinois. This is going to be historic. This is going to be epic. This is going to be significant. In addition to the serious nature of this event, I'd like you to also see it as a family reunion, because you are going to see so many people that you haven't seen in years. And as an update, we have secured the electric generators for the event, so we don't need a fire department permit, because that was becoming, it was developing to be a problem. It's no longer a problem. And another update, we are planning presentations to students attending the various colleges. I think there are 19 colleges, at least when I attended John Jay, or 19, I think. Various colleges of the City University of New York. Oh, Mr. Kevin, I show me something. I don't know. Nobody knows that Kevin. Yeah. So young people are included and will play a pivotal role. In the coming weeks, we will provide more details regarding transportation, parking, accommodations, entertainment, so on and so forth. Stay tuned. By the way, Kevin, how about that? Oh, are you that? Okay. By the way, have you looked at the work hours of the consulates, the embassies, and the high commissions, and the work ethic of the assigned personnel? Have you ever stopped to look at just go online and look to see the work hours? When are they open to the public, and so on and so forth, and how they treat you? Well, I have two that I'll mention right now. The consulates in Toronto and New York. Take a look at the ratings for them. They're open to the public for approximately 4 hours per day, 5 days per week. Toronto is 4 days, New York's 5 days. But they're open to the public. You and me only open 4 days. Sandra, oh, that's where your son come from, graduate from John G. Good school, man. Just like Meadowbrook. Ask Isaac. So
Good school. Beer lawyers come out of Meadowbrook.
They say liars?
I said lawyers, but that too. Only for that too. Listen, I'm white. Don't mix me up.
Okay, sir. Okay. No, they assign personnel to those two, well, to all of these embassies and consulates and high commissions all over the world. And by the way, you know, high commissions, they're in, when you hear the word Jamaican high commissions, they're in Commonwealth countries. If it's not a Commonwealth country, then you'll hear embassy. But it's the same setup, right? Just different terms. Now, those people are paid much better than the average civil servant in Jamaica. And guess what? They have free housing along with a lot of perks, a number of perks. Think about that. I just big up the civil servants in Jamaica who struggle for make ends meet and at the same time serving Jamaicans and the country with a passion. So they're getting free housing, they're getting a better salary. And yet there's an overall issue concerning customer service and an ongoing problem with the undue delay in the processing of passports. No found know me I talk about. A lot of you out there waiting 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, so on and so forth to get your passport back. I know why they're being, especially in New York. I know why they're being delayed. But that's another story, right? No wonder you family members, the Jamaican public, no wonder you have rated them less than 3 stars. Go and look for yourself. Remember now, they're ranked up to 5 stars. And both of them, they rank less than 3 stars. And just read the comments and you'll see. Read the comments and you'll see. But before we call for the replacement of the consuls general of those 2 offices, we should call for the replacement of the ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Audrey Marks. And it may be much ado about nothing because there's an unconfirmed report that she may be leaving soon. Respectfully, we're not going to miss her. We're not going to miss her. Trust me. They might as well use Mr. Mayor from Miami. He's a much better diplomat. Much is smart. He's approachable. This gentleman down in Miami, believe me, he would make a much better ambassador than the one that we have. So again, it's unconfirmed that she's leaving. We're not going to miss her. In fact, we're going to be happy to see her back. And when I say back, not return, back, physical back, going. So before we call for her to be replaced and the High Commissioner to Canada and the Minister of National Security and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade for not resolving this passport issue and addressing the poor customer service, remember this. If the head of the stream is contaminated, by extension, the whole river will be. If the head of the stream is contaminated, by extension, the whole river will be. So there we go. Now I have a couple commentaries and then we jump right into it. I'd like to thank those of you who are providing us with information. And I thought I thought you need to listen to that one. Listen to this news. No. Again, I'd like to thank all of you who are providing us with information regarding corruption and other criminal activities of politicians and people of influence and power in Jamaica. I want to thank you for the information you're giving us. Please remember that it is our collective responsibility to root out these criminals, whether in or out of government. Now, a few years ago, listen keenly, I sat. Everybody are listening on. A few years ago, a friend who is related to an influential politician informed me that the politician's spouse was arrested for cocaine trafficking in Florida, sentenced to prison, and then deported to Jamaica. I will repeat. I sat around.
I have a meeting to go to schedule somewhere.
Anywhere. A few years ago, a friend who is related to an influential politician informed me that the politician's spouse was arrested for cocaine trafficking in Florida, sentenced to prison, and then deported to Jamaica. Now, over the past 2 years, the story was repeated to me by several well placed sources, including some of the politician's closest friends. However, I decided against reporting the matter because it was anecdotal and, even if true, did not evidence any connection between the spouse and corruption. And again, I don't. That's the story I'm interested in. If relatives are involved in corruption, well, if you think you hear nothing yet, ISAT, listen to this. Well, this week, yeah, a well placed, reliable source who has provided credible information in the past gave me what, and I quote and unquote, appears to be the legitimate criminal history of the said politician's spouse who was arrested and jailed in Florida for cocaine trafficking. I was also provided with information that the spouse has a previous marriage that is still valid. As I said, I don't do stories on politicians, family members, except where the family members are involved in corruption, etc. So this story is being investigated by others who are seeking to review court records, police records, immigration records, and other pertinent records. I can safely say that this is turning out to be quite interesting. Stay tuned.
So you just
Stay.
skip over bigamy like that? Like that's not a criminal offense? And you see Herb turning him, is Herb give all this information. Only too bad enough. No, 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 no.
Look, I'm not gonna do this story any further because as I said, there are people out there. I know of people who are actually scouring records right now. Immigration records, police records, court records, and other records. Right? And so they're going to run with the story. I'm just saying the story came to me and but I don't do these stories. No. On a much better note, a few weeks ago, one of our sisters called the program and described the dire situation in Jamaica. She truly touched our hearts in the process. So next week, Reggae Global Radio will launch Nuggets for the Needy. There was a program back in Jamaica, I think back way before your born, I sat. I think it was back in the 60s. Herb must you must remember that. Um, Nuggets for the Needy. So we're Reggae Global is going to launch that program, an initiative to solicit financial assistance for the most needy in Jamaica. So next week, I will provide you with the information so that you can help as you see fit. And I will end the conversation with scripture that I'm familiar with and is appropriate in this matter. Quote, whoever sows sparingly will also reap sparingly, and whoever sows bountifully will also reap bountifully. Each one must give as he has decided in his heart, not reluctantly or under compulsion. And here's the key, for God loves a cheerful giver. So give cheerfully. All right. That's what I have. Kevin, what come up next? Well, nobody won't come up until like 4 o'clock. So I said, Herb, welcome. Herb, my sister, you call me, but me why me that work with Kevin and never get a chance to really call you. So forgive me. My apologies. What's going on in your world, Herb?
Well, uh, in my world, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, by the way, that's Corinthians 9 verses 6 and 7, I believe. Go ahead, Herb.
Yeah. Well, we're in the midst of doing some deep dives, and they're looking interesting.
Talk up loud. That's what the people them can't hear. Because we are asking money, you know. Talk up
Yeah,
loud.
we're in the middle of doing
Stop
some
it.
very interesting deep dives. And I'm glad this government is saying that there are such saints. It is all good. And I said, trust me, brother, when Herb releases anything, you'll know it because it will be earth shaking and earth shattering. One of the problems that we have, of course, is the amount of funds we have to keep the investigators going. Because when they deep dive, they're looking at everything, whether it's electronic or whether it's physical. And then you got to pay to have somebody go inspect the record so that we don't erroneously report anything that is not occurring. We have to validate everything we report. We're not like these other guys that make statements and then we can't validate it. We have to be able to validate, and we intend to do that before we release anything. So again, we know how dedicated a community we have, and we know that you guys want us to tell it like it is, and we intend to, but we need your help. We gotta pay these folks, and that means we're looking at probably double-digit monies in the thousands to get the truth, to get at the truth, and to really examine what it is we have before we report it.
Yeah. And let me just say before I bring in Isaac that there are some things that we can do that we have done and that we're doing. For example, we have some well-placed sources, not just in Jamaica, but also here. And we're getting really, really good information. But that's not enough because whatever we get, we want to verify. You know that saying, trust but verify. So we want to verify because when we bust out them story, we want to be able to say that these things are factual and they cannot be contested. That's what we want to do. So we have a lot of information right now, but we're not going to just throw it out there just for the sake of throwing it out there. We're taking our time, we're crossing all the T's, dotting all the I's, and then once we're finished and we have a product to disseminate, then we will disseminate it to the appropriate entities. But of course, family members, you are part of that appropriate entity, so you will get it. And so that when you start talk to people, you don't have to guess and spell. You can say, no, on such and such a date, such and such a person did such and such a thing, and here is the evidence of it. So, right, accurate information. Isaac,
Yes.
what's going on in your world, brother?
A lot of things going on. So many things going on. Let me see. Where do I start? Catch 22, a rock and a hard place. You update people. You try to give people. You try to educate people on what's happening with Jamaica's most famous case, and they say you chat too much. Then when you don't talk, they say you're not telling us what you're doing. And then even when you go on Fox 5, TVJ, CVM, and you make the updates, people still ask you the same questions. I'm just going to take this opportunity to say that quash means overturn, make it null and void as if it never were. So when the Privy Council says that Adidja Palmer and others' convictions are quashed, it means they're no longer convicts. So it means if I go into a room with them, I am the one as their lawyer that has convictions, not them. You see how the law is beautiful? And you try to explain this to people, and then they say, yeah, but you lose the case, and you lose every case. So it's fine. I don't mind being a loser, but I'm not the one who's going around catching tantrums and having emotions in the public space about what I want to do and what I'm going to want to do. And I don't have Rattigan talking about he want to carry me to the GLC. I can get there all on my own without nobody has to file a report for me.
You're all on your own.
Yeah, Yeah, I've achieved many. I achieve things all on my own. I do almost, when I do things, I do it and get it done. So that's what it is, and opens the door to really what we conceive to be integrity. It opens the doors to. So there's a lot going on in the space because we see right before our eyes. For instance, and I know you're probably going to talk about it later. The leader of opposition says, he troubles my favorite speaker of the house, and you guys have. Sometimes I wonder if the diaspora influences what happens in Jamaica because for weeks you guys were saying the Speaker of the House should not be the Speaker of the House because she sleeps in the same bed as the Prime Minister and all of these things. And then the white man says that is a problem. You see what I'm saying? Jamaica is just so racist. The white man just said the same thing black people been saying, and then it's a big problem. And then the man walk out and the Jamaica's favorite JP looking like a real clown. Parliament really popped down this week, Jamaica just gives you bites of embarrassment all week. And Jamaica's favorite JP, who is the Warmington guy, who got fired, was like a barking dog, and then they were taunting him. You almost wondered, was the opposition government and the government nothing because they had to walk out, and then they was like, go ahead, come out, them fire you. And he's like, don't tell me that. And said, go, that kind of stuff going on. And then in all of this, you're saying, but hold on, where was all these people that wrote these wonderful letters about how to conduct yourself and what leadership is supposed to look like? When we now know for a fact is a whole bunch of skettle and all kind of umpy-scumpy business that go on in those spaces. And then the top man comes in the next day and says, oh, man, the biggest baby father in Jamaica. And he's married. But then one wonders because people were asking, yesterday, all of these things happening. So I sound like I'm rambling, but it's almost like Jamaica is suffering from attention deficit disorder because too many things are happening and no focus. Because you mentioned it earlier, and I really sit and thought about it, and I'm going to say it again in terms of what should be the ambition of Jamaica. We should look to wake up knowing that every citizen in Jamaica, whether old, whether young, whether rich, whether poor, should have access to $40,000 a week. It is too little of us in the world, in the grand scheme of things, to not have ambitions that when you're born as a Jamaican, you're entitled to 40,000 Jamaican dollars a week. So yes, a baby father like a ninja man would have access, if you have 23 babies, to 40,000 times 23. So you're real rich from procreation and you pressure government pocket. That kind of ambition is what we want, because $13,000 can't do nothing. All it has done is reconfigured the importance of why we need the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund in terms of what we're doing for litigation, and also to put into context, because context matters. I heard the opposition leader say facts matters, but it's really context that matter. Putting things into context that, so when people beg you in Jamaica, them really ambitious, Ratty. You can really look for a man, you can really look for somebody and beg them $5,000 when minimum wage is $13,000. That is almost 100% of the minimum wage that you're asking for somebody when you ask them for $5,000. You get what I'm saying? I don't want nobody to question my math, because
Well,
I'm the original baby father when it comes to mathematics and constitutional affairs in the Jamaican space. And I just want to, that's really where my mind is at in terms of how do we find focus, because in everything that's going on in the space, like there was a real, I don't even know what to call it. You send back reports after Mark Golden speaks about it. You send it back 2 days later, and then you go in the press to say the reports were never there. after you send it back after to make the appearance that there's some dishonesty. And there's no clarity. It's either there's an illicit 6 or there isn't. And that kind of deception is kind of why we understand how a case could go all the way to the Privy Council with language such as, we have no problem with a corrupt juror bringing a verdict, because we don't care about constitutional rights. We don't care about the rights and the interests of the citizen, because we do what we want. But if anybody is proud of $13,000 for minimum wage, you just really not an ambition and use a butu like those who represent you. And if you go outside, go on outside, then fire you, go ahead. That's it for me.
It's going up to 15. So
It's going no, but still that's an insult.
I know.
It's an insult. $15,000. That cannot respectfully.
100%.
Huh?
It's an increase of 100%.
But that's a problem, because I see money through KFC. So when you put $2,000 cannot buy a 6-piece. So you're not doing me no favors when you add $2,000, because in 7 days $2,000 can't give me 6-piece. So you're styling the thing.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Because when you start talking about inflation and the other things, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Let me show you something. Last week, I think it was. I showed you guys this, right? And here's what I want to show you. This is the office of the Prime Minister, right? And I was asking them about this. People who went to the Commonwealth Conference in June 2022. And why am I pressuring them about this? Because they spent this whole thing cost somewhere in the region of 42 million Jamaican dollars. It comes up to about 280,000 American dollars, right? And we want to know if this money was well spent. Who went? So I asked them this, bring it down, right? And then I ask a whole bunch of agencies and offices. I ask Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Finance and the Public Service, Agriculture, Fisheries, Mining, National Security, Office of the Cabinet, Office of the Prime Minister, Tourism. I asked a whole bunch of people. And this is what happened. I got this response, and I mentioned it last week, from the Office of the Prime Minister, right? They gave me 7 names. And the names are right there. The Prime Minister's wife, Minister Morgan, Miss Merle Donaldson, Miss Kimberly McLeod, Mr. Richard Hamilton, Mr. Anthony Johnson. What we should note beyond beside the 7 names is their affiliations, the things that they're responsible for doing. You see, Mr. Richard Hamilton is content manager, so we can't really have another content manager. We see a videographer from the JIS. We cannot have another one, right? We have one already. When I say cannot have another one, another ministry cannot come and say, well, we brought our videographer as well because we have one here. So they responded, they meaning the Office of the Prime Minister, and they said 7 people went. Then I got this from the Ministry of Tourism. And they said, Mr. Rattigan, 2 people went. The Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, and Miss Taisha Turner, Director, Tourism, Trade, and International Relations, were the only reps from the ministry who traveled to Kigali. So we have 9 names. Now, I'm not going to put them up, but I have to tell you that the other ministries and the offices that I asked, they responded. And they responded by saying, nobody from our office went. So Finance, National Security, Office of the Cabinet, Agriculture, all of them, they said, we didn't have anybody, right? So keep in mind, we have 9 names. I asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Now, keep in mind that the minister who applied for this job came from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Honorable Kamina Johnson Smith, aka Apina, my favorite minister. So you would think that they would be the first ministry to tell you who went because it was about her. Here's what they told me. Look at number 5. See number 5? Let me push this back. Number 5 says request for a list of the Jamaican delegation members who attended the Commonwealth Conference in Kigali, Rwanda in June 2022. Look at the response. This information is available in documentation which is exempt under the ATI Act. So they're telling me they can't give me the names. I'm not asking them for the documents. I'm not asking them what did these people discuss. I'm not asking them that. Who did these people meet? I'm not asking them that. Where did they sleep? With whom? I'm not asking them that. I'm just saying, for the sake of the Jamaican taxpayers, tell us who went. No, the office of the prime minister, you would think that if something was exempt, they wouldn't be telling me that 7 people went. You would think that the office of the Ministry of Tourism, they wouldn't be telling me that 2 people went. But here it is that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is saying, we can't give that information to you because it is exempt. They can't give it to me. This lady, this lady here, Sheila Seeley Monteith, she's a former ambassador and she's also the permanent secretary. This lady needs a lesson in how to perform her duties. This is the same lady who, when I asked for documentation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, she pointed me in another direction, said, you need to go over there and ask for it. And I wrote her back saying, ma'am, that's not the way ATI works. The way it works is that if I send something to you that was mistakenly or improperly sent to your agency, meaning it was meant for another agency, or I sent it to your agency, but you don't deal with that, another agency deals with it, then your job under the ATI is to forward my request to that ministry, that office, and then come back to me and say, Mr. Rattigan, we don't have that information in this office. It's over at Ministry of Agriculture. So we've sent it over there and you will be hearing from them. And then you CC the Ministry of Agriculture on it so that they know that I'm seeing the whole thing. This is a lady who couldn't get it. I wrote to her twice. And on both occasions, she wrote back to me and tell me, oh, you need to go here, you need to go there, you need to go everywhere to look for the information. This lady is, and I'm saying this with all due respect, I don't know if she's dense or I don't know if she's intense. And when I say intense, meaning she's intensely protective of the ministry. I don't know. I don't know what she. I explained to her and I said, lady, you have to send it to the ministry that you're referring me to. Send it to them and then you notify me. She still didn't do it. And now she's telling me that just to give me the names of the people assigned to the ministry who went to Kigali, she's saying that information is protected information. I can't give it to you. Yet, the Ministry of Tourism gave me names. The Office of the Prime Minister gave me names. And all the other ministries and offices responded saying that we didn't send anyone, so we have no information to give you, Mr. Rattigan. No, you know why she's doing this? I think one of the reasons why she's doing this, and I don't know who's giving her advice, but there are some people who went. She's drifting indeed. There are some people who went who should not have gone, and I'm aware of those people. I'm aware of those people. So I want her to come and give me the names of the people who went. Because we're not finished with them. And she's going to, Miss Monteith, if you're listening to me, try as hard as you can, but you will give me that information. You will give it to me. I have nothing but time. I have nothing but patience. You will give me that information. So Please don't let me have to don't let me have to write to certain people or expose you further. Just send me the information next week, because you know what? I requested the information again not last week, this week. No, wait a minute. No, 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 no. I requested information about 30, 34, 35 days ago. So you were supposed to, and I tell you again, this lady, I don't know what's going on with her, because when you get that ATI, people, let me explain to your family. When you do an ATI, by law, the agency, the ministry, the office that you send that request to, there's within 30 days, they're supposed to come back to you and acknowledge receipt. That's the first thing. They're supposed to come back within 30 days of your sending it to them and them receiving it. If it's email, you can start counting the same day. If you mail it, it's probably a different time period in terms of measurement. But they're supposed to acknowledge that we have received your request. And within that 30-day period, they're supposed to do, well, overall, there are 4 things. 1, they must acknowledge receipt. 2, they can send you the information. So they acknowledge receipt and send you the information. 3, they acknowledge receipt and they ask for more time. So they can say, by law, they can say, we need an additional 30 days to put this information together for you. 4, they acknowledge receipt and they say, we don't have that information. And then they either send it on to another agency, ministry, or office, or they just say that information, we don't have it. It's not here. But those are the options. And the first option is a must. You must acknowledge receipt. And then you do one of the other 3. You provide the information, you say you don't have the information, or you ask for additional time. So Miss Monteith, I don't know who's schooling you, but apparently, if someone is schooling you, they're not giving you proper information. And if you're schooling yourself, bad idea. Bad idea. Very bad idea. So that's what, yeah.
Who is responsible for saying yea or nay information is protected and cannot be released? Who has that ultimate responsibility in each ministry?
Well, there is a gatekeeper. And I have it here. It's called the list of they call them responsible officers in ministries and some agencies. And and they give me 99 agencies and ministries. And every single one of them, they have an entry point. They have a person who's responsible for receiving your request. Now, when it goes in, they have something called the principal officer. And the principal officer would be that person's boss, I suspect. And then they run down the information and then they look at the ATI, the law itself, to determine whether or not they can give you. So, for example, they can't give you information concerning national security. They can't give you information regarding deliberations in the cabinet. There's certain things that they just cannot. They can't give you information concerning meetings they've had with foreign dignitaries and so on and so forth. They can't give you that. But there's a host of things that they can and they should give you. And one of them is to provide the damn names. They have to give you the names.
Now, just like here in the U.S., at the U.S. government highest levels in the federal government, we could not, for instance, deny the same access to information on the FOIA to protect illicit activities or to cover up cover for people who were not authorized to be traveling or doing something on the government dime, right?
Right.
Is that probably in Jamaica?
If you can't get access to information regarding somebody who's traveling, what was that, on government time?
On government dime. In other words,
Okay.
government expense,
Right. Right.
the
Right.
airline
Now,
ticket, the hotel room, all that stuff. Yeah.
now here's the thing. It's not only ATI. but the Auditor General is also involved in this because she has to make sure that every cent spent from the government coffers is well spent, properly spent, approved spending. She has to, Miss Ellis has to make sure of that, right? But under the ATI, it's the agencies, not the Auditor General. So the agency that you are seeking the information from, they have to give you that information. Now, if it's about government spending, there's nothing secret about that. They have to give you, like for example, PIOJ. They're supposed to give me the information regarding technical services, loans, and donations, right? And they came back after taking me around the mulberry bush. They come back and say, "Oh, we need special paper to print that information," right? Well, we have the information now. We have the information now, and I can tell you, people, I can tell you, family members, I can tell you, my people, that there are things there is funding that is not reflected on these documents I've seen so far. So Herb, we have to get your brethren, the forensic accountant, to look at these documents, because when I look at the documents, the ones I have so far, because remember they split it in two, and the ones I have so far, there's certain funds that Jamaica received, they're not reflected on this document, and they should. So we will get to them on that. Crin there yet? No, Crin not there. All right. Let me jump on another topic here.
Do we have the name of the airline that transported these people to Rwanda?
Yeah, we do. You look at the ATA, what's it? ATA. There's a group that I used to work with, and they can tell you for every single flight, they can tell you who boarded that flight and who traveled where. I don't know if those are the guys you're talking about.
Right. Well, you see, there's more than one ways to skin a cat sometimes, and sometimes we have to look at the alternative. And if anybody transporting at government expense or staying in the hotel at government expense, even though one person might be authorized to be in that room, doesn't mean that they're authorized to have an accompanying person with them. Right. So these are the things. Now you say Auditor General. Did the Auditor General approve of the government spending $43 million on this campaign?
We're going to find that out. Because another thing I found out is that when the government is purchasing goods from overseas, that they in the law, they have identified people that they do business with. They don't have to tender. There's a group. There's a couple people out of New York. Gillespe is one of the names that they buy the stuff and send to Jamaica. And I said, wait a minute, hold on. This is supposed to be tendered. So they have somebody in the UK, somebody in Canada, somebody in the US, and it's written in the law. And I don't know how the lawmakers not say that. And said, no, we can't do this. This is a monopoly. But I will bring that up, folks. But let me show you something now. Doreen Williams. Yeah, you're right. It's a manifest. But the group that I used to work with, they can tell you any airline across the globe. So it's not just in the US or Jamaica. Any airline across the globe, they can tell you who boarded that flight. So let me show you guys something else here. Let me show you something. Let me pull this up. Now, if you remember, South Africa voiced or mounted a lawsuit against the Israeli government for what's happening in Israel and Palestine. And the court ruled that was a very bold step by the South African government. And here is their foreign minister. Love this woman to death. Watch her all the time in the South African parliament. Here is she.
I have always said that insults are the last refuge of a scoundrel. Our primary concern is the killing of innocent Palestinians, the destruction of their homes, of all public institutions that would serve them, and we will continue to argue that this onslaught on Palestinian people is designed to commit genocide and that the international community has a responsibility to bring it to an end. We will repeat that wherever we have an opportunity to do so. Everybody can see what is happening to the people of Palestine. It's unconscionable that the world has allowed this to carry on for so long. And I think as the international community, we have to examine whether we have done enough to protect Palestinians and also prepare for the next stage, which is a two-state solution.
All right. There you have the illustrious foreign minister from South Africa. Very bold, very forthright. Unlike our ministers, I mean, if you support it, say so. If you don't support it, then say so. But instead, what did we do? Remember what happened with the no vote at the United Nations. Remember what happened, folks. Jamaica spoke on behalf of CARICOM after they had dissected the issue and they had agreed. Then there was a Jordanian resolution and there was a Canadian amendment to that resolution. And what happens in those cases, as we've been told, is that the resolution and the amendment, they're sent out to the entire world. All the representatives at the UN, they get it in time to discuss it and decide how they're going to vote. And when the vote came up, the first vote came up for the resolution, right? It was voted down. Now, the 15 nations in CARICOM, all 15 voted. Jamaica registered an abstention, right? Then the resolution came up. The big thing come up now. I remember Jamaica spoke on behalf of CARICOM. Jamaica registered a vote, right? And when it was time to vote on the resolution, what did Jamaica do? Jamaica did absolutely nothing. Jamaica sat there. The ambassador to the United Nations sat in his chair. He didn't even record a bathroom vote, which is what you do when you don't want to vote. You leave, go to the bathroom, have them record the vote. You're not there, and then you come back. He sat there with his phone waiting for the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade to tell him what to do. And not only that our foreign minister, but other people as well. He didn't get the call. Right? We have pictures and video of him sitting at his desk. We have a picture of him sitting at, I think it's a French reporting outfit that has a picture of him sitting at his desk. Right? So South Africa spoke out against it. And then this lady you just saw, the foreign minister of South Africa, she was in Jamaica this week. And they were talking about some women's issues, right? In Jamaica. And on the stage, we had the South African High Commissioner to Jamaica. We had the Honorable Minister Babsy Grange. We have the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. And then we have the Foreign Minister, right? After the presentation was made, I know it's Q&A time, a Palestinian Jamaican by the name of Jalil Dabdoub, he asked the foreign minister a question about the situation in Israel and Palestine. And that same question was directed to our minister, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. And here is what happened.
South Africans benefited from international solidarity in their struggle for freedom. People who didn't know us, who'd never been to South Africa, when we asked them to raise their voices against what we were experiencing, they did. When we asked them to help.
Folks, did you see what happened a while ago? Let me play it again. Take a close look at what happened. Watch just listen and watch.
South Africans benefited from international solidarity in their struggle for freedom. People who didn't know us, who'd never been to South Africa. When we asked them to raise their voices against what we were experiencing, they did. When we asked them to help.
Okay. No. Let me explain what happened there. The foreign minister is in the middle of her sentence or her answer, right? Our foreign minister got up and walked out of the room. Now, before I show you something else, here's what happened.
Did she need to use the bathroom, Ratty?
It's already a bathroom vote, right? but look, here's the thing. Diplomatically, and I can tell you because I've been a diplomat, I've been in that situation. Here's how it works. If you are in that situation and you get well, first of all, you shouldn't get a phone call. Your aides sitting in the audience, they should get the phone call, and then they would come up to the stage, and they would come over to you and whisper in your ear saying, "Hey, there's something going on that needs your attention. You have to leave." And then you would say, "Foreign Minister, all protocols observed. With due respect, something just came up that requires my immediate attention, and I will have to leave." And so everybody will understand, and you will take your leave, and no problem. You don't get up and walk out. That's disrespectful. You don't. And even if you wanted to, I don't know what happened before we started showing, but even if she had said, you don't get up when the person is speaking. You let the person finish talk and then finish answer the question, and then you do it. But you grab our bag and run because of this. Wow.
Madam Clerk, I beg to nominate the Member of Parliament for the great...
There's another, if I can't find it, I'll tell you what really happened. What really happened is the Palestinian Jamaican, a lawyer out of Jamaica, Jalil Dabdoob, he asked Minister Pandor and he asked Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. He asked him this question concerning the situation going on in the Middle East right now. And she couldn't answer. She never want to answer. But she take off. This is right now we are getting feedback from South Africa regarding this behavior. You're right, Sandra. This is this is par for the course because the Prime Minister run out of Parliament. You know, she walked out. I think he walked out on Tuesday. I don't remember. This happened this week. I'm not sure if it happened after the Prime Minister or before. But this is terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. You don't do these kind of things. So that's our foreign minister acting in a very undiplomatic, disgraceful, despicable manner. You don't do them things there. And especially when people come from so far to come visit your country, you don't do that.
But Ratty,
yes, sir.
Can I say something? Because she's not here to defend herself, and not because not because. Well, let me not go there, so because the reports aren't out on that yet. But let's not go there. So I'm saying this. She did go to her Twitter to say that the optics was bad because she did indicate to the moderator that she had a CARICOM meeting to attend to. Their meeting went over the time, and they knew that she had to leave. The moderator had since come out and say that whatever is in the media is a lie because he did announce that she had to leave. And so it's about optics. And you have to understand that Jamaica never voted on the Palestinian issue anyway, so why would she need to stay there to speak about that? That's one. But also, two, Haiti is much more important because it is closer to us, and there were 50 kids who were handicapped that came to Jamaica, and she's a foreign minister, and she's there to attend to that. So it's
okay.
You have to give our props for that.
Two things. One is you don't get up and leave while the person is speaking. That's number one, right? Number two is if you have to respond to Haiti, that's you shouldn't have to, because what are we doing with Haiti? As soon as the Haitians reach land, what do? We scrape them up and send them back. There's no procedures for that. So she didn't have to be there for that. Just say, she should just say, listen, any Haitians come, do what we've been doing. Just send them back. Don't tell me anything. Just send them back. And then the second and the first point, which I'll emphasize, is you don't leave when you don't get up in the middle of a foreign minister speaking and just walk out, no matter how it is. You wait. But the reason why she rushed out, or let me ask you this, why is it she couldn't wait and answer the question?
Answer? You're asking me to answer that?
But you're defending her, so I'm
No,
asking
I'm
you.
defending her. No, so the protocol is that whenever you hear Palestine, you just get up and you do this. Palestine is the new representation for bathroom breaks, abstain. So it's almost like you can apply it to anything. So women, if you don't want to get pregnant, just say Palestine. Why? Listen, leave me alone. I tried, but I'm not being paid for this. I'm not.
Well, let me add this. There's a reason why she has a minister of state in her ministry. That's her deputy.
You mean the head of the Diaspora Council?
Hey, don't knock it. But his behind should have been there to handle something as insignificant as Haiti. Since they never wanted to vote on Haiti anyway, since they missed important meetings on Haiti that occurred in Trinidad, I don't know why all of a sudden Haiti is this big deal that she have to get up and walk out on the woman. So the bottom line is, she has a deputy. That deputy could have stood in for her, and that deputy would have been more than adequate, because they would have already discussed a plan of action concerning those 50 handicapped kids. And I'm sure that deputy is more than qualified to repeat what was discussed and to take for the record any additional questions being asked that's beyond his remit. I don't think that's a problem for a man that smart, right? So I cannot imagine why something as important as Palestine and what's happening. As a matter of fact, that dude made a point here. He questioned Jamaica's unwavering support for Israel, especially considering our historical legacy of fighting against injustice and promoting human rights. He highlights the moral and humanitarian position taken by Jamaican civil society in supporting South Africa's case against Israel. And he says here, a country with a dark history of genocide against Africa, who are the Belgians, has even taken a moral stand against Israel while Jamaica remains silent, right? Despite the International Court of Justice ruling that some of South Africa's allegations are plausible, Jamaica's administration remains indifferent. So I don't know what it is what kind of deal the Prime Minister cut in a three-way deal with Jamaica's billionaire. Okay? He raises critical questions. Our potential business collaborations with Israel were tarnishing Jamaica's reputation and sacrificing our morality and humanity. He then challenges the administration to reconsider its stance and prioritize ethical principles over short-term gains, right? And Dabdoob is pointing out that without full public disclosure, Jamaicans are left speculating about any quid pro quo for Jamaica's departure from its traditional positions on apartheid, human rights, and international law, in exchange for cooperation from Israel. So he's asking the same question we're asking. What is the deal? What is Jamaica trying to gain from the Israelis? Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah, you see, my argument is this. I'm not making an argument for or against Israel. That's not my concern. My concern is that Jamaica has taken a stand. And so Jamaica must defend it, right? And now there's a point, there came this critical moment where she had to defend it based on the question that was asked. And what did she do? She ran. She ran. And it just shows that they're neophytes. No matter how long they've been, working this issue meaning foreign affairs issues, they're neophytes and they're incompetence. They're incompetence. You just don't do these kind of things. So I don't know. This is just inexplicable behavior. And so we're getting feedback from South Africa. We have some links there, and we will report to you how it was received in South Africa. I can tell you already that in some quarters, and we've been speaking to people in South Africa, it was not well received. It was not well received. So, there it is. Craney, you there? All right. You're upside down, brother. All right. Let me move on to another subject. Let me see which one it is. All right. Here's another subject we're going to move on to.
Even as you're moving on, though, Ratty, you're saying abstinence is not a defense? Jamaica is a Christian society, and abstinence is a positive thing. So if Ampina is practicing abstinence in the foreign ministry, I can't see no harm in that for the country. Yeah. The messages that we push in our society, abstinence is always a good defense.
Now, here's the thing. Abstinence as a policy, it's fine. But when you pronounce yourself as taking a position on an issue, and there's a critical moment when you have to stand up and people can't find you. You claim that you're a leader in CARICOM and people can't find you when there's a time for you to lead. Then it's not even abstinence. It's not even abstinence. So I'm saying if your policy is that we will abstain from taking on these issues or voting on these issues or voting a certain way, that's fine. That's fine. And that's what I'm saying. I have no issues. My issue is not with the Palestinian, the conflict. My issue is the position Jamaica has taken and how it has failed to defend its position. And the Prime Minister, remember, the Prime Minister was even asking if they can do it over in the United Nations. And I said, no, once the vote gone, it's gone. And she was saying, oh, we agree with it. And they're like, okay, so if you agreed with it, why didn't you vote on it? Why did your minister, why was it that your ambassador to the United Nations sat in his chair with his telephone waiting for directions from Kingston, and those directions were not forthcoming? And
because the best baby father with ideas didn't get the idea yet. You cannot always put the blame at the feet of the people who are abstinent. That's all. But anyway, let me stop because the comment section started to take me serious, and I'm very worried that after weeks of context matters, they don't know what sarcasm is. So let's change the subject, please.
All right.
They're treating me over there, and I don't have security right now.
You're such a convincing person after London, Isaac.
They always spoil the fun. We're done. I'm gonna go stand in the corner with one ears in my hand, like one of the comments said.
Let me hold on there. Well, Kevin there. Kevin, where you there? Kevin. I can't see it. Hold on there. Kevin gone left me. Oh, hold on there. All right. I'm going to show you something now, folks. We're moving on to all right, yeah, I have it, Kevin. We're moving on to a different topic now, right? Oh, by the way, Kevin, me not sitting there now. Me not say cranny. Me no say Korean. Me see him right there. So when him come on, let me know now, please. All right. All right, folks. We're going to show you something now. Kevin, I'll fight me. Forget that. Kevin, I'll fight me for the curse. Kevin, let me just put this on us up, please. All right. All right. Hold on. No, you can't take it, Kevin. You can't take it. All right. Now, folks, this is the travel advisory issued by the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica on January 23rd, 2024. I know I've shown this to you on at least 2 occasions, but I find it necessary to show it to you again because of what happened to a friend of mine. And I'm waiting for him to join us, his brother to join us. But if you go back and, well, let me just give you the background. I believe it was in March 2022 that the U.S. Embassy increased the threat level from a 2 to a 3. And I believe, I'm not mistaken, that it was done based on the level of crime in Jamaica. So it was raised to a level 3. And it's been, at one point, I think it was at a 3 for COVID as well. But in 2022, it was raised to a level 3. It has been at level 3 since. From March 2022 to present, it's at 2023. Now, in January, the U.S. government put out this travel advisory. And what they said with this travel advisory was this. They said, remember now, it was always for crime, right? So they said, we're putting out this, and you can't see it, and I cannot increase it so that you can read, but I'll read it for you. It says that people should reconsider travel to Jamaica due to crime and medical services. Now, crime was way back in 2022, right? So now they're focused on health services, right? And here is what they said in their country summary. They said, emergency services and hospital care vary throughout the island, and response times and quality of care may vary from U.S. standards. Thank you, Kevin. When you can't see it now, you can't see it now, Herb. I certainly can't see that. All right, cool.
Yes.
No. All right, folks. We're right here, so the last paragraph. Emergency services and hospital care vary throughout the island, and response times and quality of care may vary from U.S. standards. Public hospitals are under-resourced. Listen to that. Public hospitals are under-resourced and cannot always provide high-level or specialized care. Private hospitals require payment upfront before admitting patients and may not have the ability to provide specialized care. Ambulance services are not always readily available, especially in rural areas, and are not always staffed by trained personnel. No. While that is going on, I need to do an introduction to an issue that came to my attention this week. And let me start with this.
Hey, baby. Home a little catch it in the hill. Wait up in West End Grill. This man said, turn it on. Hey, baby. Jimmy, I miss you. Hey. Oh, my lips wanna kiss you. All you wanna go. To my surprise, you right at home. I wrote this line for you, baby. Oh, a little cottage in the green, hey, baby. I
No.
Where
Ladies
is
and
Wayne?
hold on. Beg your
You
pardon.
got permission to play Wayne's artist. We don't understand this, you know.
Now, Maria.
It's clearer.
Crane, you can't hear me? All right, hold on a second. Let me bring in my brother. Crane, you can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Thank you. All right. I played that video, and then what I want to do is play another video. Take a look at this. Regional hospital.
This was Carnival Regional, right?
Yes.
Hold on. Alright, I'll par down there go on a while ago like you want me to come out for game. I'm going down there, man, I'm down there. Yeah.
All right, that's one. Here's the second one. All right. No. We saw the minister, that was the minister of health, on the beach, accompanied by a mentor band, doing little cottage in the grill. It's on a beach that a lot of Jamaicans, I believe, won't have access to visit because of restrictions. Unless I'm not sure if that's a 7 Mile beach, but if it's not the 7 Mile beach, if it's on a resort, he's at a place where most Jamaicans won't be able to go, right? And then while he's there dancing and having a good time, you see what's going on at the hospitals. Now, let me just tell you about this gentleman here that you see right so. He might have named Danny, but I never know so this man named Donovan yesterday because I know this man as Craney. And this man and I, we grew up, but you know, going to the ghetto, nobody not have, we don't know nobody right name. Everybody have a nickname. And so I knew him as Craney. We used to play football in front of my house in Brooklyn. At the time when I met him, Brooklyn was, we live in a place, it depending on where you are, described as like a Brownsville, New Lots, or East New York. Or it might be all of them in a one, you know, that era where we live in. And at one point, it was the murder capital for New York. I think in the country, as a matter of fact. We managed to build a little life because we took Jamaica to Brooklyn, to our little part of Brooklyn. We used to play football on the street and run boat. And we used to have a sound in our yard named Bombshell, or as some people call it, Boomshell. And something that I thought would be well advised to know is that I used to be a singer on the set. And see the man that can't tell you. I used to be a singer on the set of dance hall, right? This is when we grew up. Now, I have a brother named Jerk Chicken Mikey. Or initially we used to call him Maga Mikey. But then we used to hang out at a spot by a jerk chicken restaurant. So we call him Jerk Chicken Mikey. Mikey is beloved. I mean, it's hard for you to go anywhere in a Jamaican community, in a New York, Jamaica, and people say them don't know Mikey. Beloved youth. Now, Mikey go with us. Mike passed away this Tuesday. And there's a reason why I show you the health minister, and why I show you the state of the hospitals, and why I show you what the ambassador, what the threat level was about. There was, I need to show you this too as well. Hold on a second. Let me see if I, hold on 1 second. Kevin, where you there? Everything disappeared from me now. Hold on there. All right. Our ambassador to the United States, the Honorable Audrey Mark, she's been going around spreading falsities, saying that it's because of crime. And she's talking about the 7% decrease in crime, in murders. And I've been saying, Madam Ambassador, it has very little to do with that. The US government was saying that about the health sector in Jamaica. And here we have an article. This lady, Israel, she is right here, Undersecretary for Civilian Security, Democracy, and Human Rights. And she was in Jamaica recently, and she said, no, it has nothing to do with crime. Right? She said, let me see, violent crimes. Here she's talking about the public hospitals are under resourced. And then, because some people were saying that they're perplexed by the timing, because there's a report saying that Jamaica is this, Jamaica is that, Jamaica is a great place, it's the safest place. And she was like, no, we're there. Here it is right here. See it right here, so? Make I put the last paragraph. I'll read it. It says, noting that there was no change in the level of the advisory, it's still at 3 from March 2022. Zaya said, what was updated was information with respect to the medical and health considerations. Where you see crime in that? And that information is collected on a fact-based, objective basis. There is no other consideration other than trying to provide information that is going to help American travelers make decisions as to mitigating risk to their own security and safety. She's saying that the healthcare sector in Jamaica is so bad that we had to update our threat advisory. And our ambassadors running around saying it's crime. And see, I show you what our health minister is doing, and I show you the condition of our hospitals. Now, let me move this. And Kevin, a whole heap of things gone off of the screen here, brother. Yeah. Please put them back for me. Cliff, people, where the Kevin? They put them the back for me. But anyway, what happened is Mikey, my brethren, went out this past Sunday night. And he went home, he got home early Monday morning. And what I'm going to do at this point, I'm going to bring in my brethren, Donovan Gillespe, who me never knows that same name. My name was Craney until yesterday. I mean, that man, in fact, at one point, I did marry to him, my cousin. I can't believe it. I live 1 block from him. I see Sister Craney every day. We play football. We time house with up on the sound. But folks, I saw the thing set with we We don't need to know people full name and that because there's a vibe between ghetto youth that we don't need to know no name or nothing like that. We just know who you are. So they know me. I guarantee you a lot of them don't know Wilfred Rattigan. They must know me as Rat or Junior. That's it. Right? But anyway, what I'd like to know is to leave the story right there so I make my brethren tell you what happened to him, brother. Craney, start with the story on Sunday night when Mikey go out and him come back, please. And by the way, everybody,
greetings to each and everyone. You hearing me good?
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
Okay, greetings. Well, it go back to even Friday night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Me and him hang out Friday and Saturday back to back. And during those two hangout, in part two fight. Sunday, I didn't go on the road with him. I went to Devon House, some all white thing. So I was there with some of my friends them, and he went home. Good, him went home, and during the morning, him partner noticed that him not talking and him not moving properly. So them rush him to the medical associates. Immediately when him get to the medical associates, them say he have a stroke, and them administer an injection that he must receive within 4 hours. After that, him can't get that injection. Them tell you it fends off more stroke. We hear nothing about aneurysm at that point. We just hear about stroke. And I rushed to the hospital. I reached there like midday or so. And when I get there, he was alert, sitting, lying down, and he was just getting like drip. Like that saline, them call it, or drip. Yeah. And him constantly wants to sit up and all of that. He wants to sit up, but one side is dead. But we still assist him in sitting up, and he would rub the foot that him can't feel no feelings from. And I would help him along with my sister who was there, and his girlfriend. So he was there, and he was mumbling at times. Him asked for his mother. One time him asked if he want some dumpling, and the nurse asked him what he wanted with, but he didn't answer. But he was like trying to figure out where him is and why him is there and all of that. But he was pretty much conscious. Because if you say lift up your hand or lift up your foot, he would do such. And we're there. But as the hours go by, him seems to not improving. Him seems to not improve him stop talking, him stop move the foot, and so on. Him not improving. So them do some CAT scan, I believe 2 different CAT scan, and them come back and say him have a blood clot, and them was coordinating with doctors at the university to see what's next. So they must start in surgery. But them was saying to us that the surgery wouldn't even have to be evasive, but them have to cut him. Them can run something through and try to clear up the clot. So them called for the ambulance, and we was there for like 3 hours. We keep calling up to the ambulance. Why the ambulance not there, not coming, and all kind of excuse. 3 hours him stay there waiting for an ambulance to transfer him to, because if them gonna do the surgery, them couldn't do it at medical associates. They have to do it at the university hospital where there's a specialist. Eventually the ambulance come and them took him up there, and when they took him up there, them said them need to do more CAT scan. So I was saying, why more CAT scan when you can just look on where them they do down there. So me I figure say this is like a money thing now. But them said no, we want to have our own information. So them go ahead and them do more scan, and we there waiting while them do them scan. Then the surgeon specialist same want to have a meeting with us. So we meet up outside in the parking lot basically. And him tell us that the surgery won't be necessary anymore because it would be more damaging to him than good. Them can't reverse the damages that I've done already, and they wouldn't fix anything. So the surgery is out. What them was going to do was instead them penetrate the what did not penetrate? They couldn't do the surgery, so they was gonna try to give medication and see if that would shrink or drain the the clot. See with me, you know, me have tried for
No, man, no
yeah,
problem. Take it.
so yeah, but at that time again, I still don't hear nothing about aneurysm. I hear that half time pass, and I never hear that from no doctor. I just hearing about stroke. So you're hearing little things like the injection itself was more, I don't know, it was more damaging than anything else because them, them didn't address what caused the onset of the stroke. So we was asking all kind of question, all kind of question, all kind of question. Then them do a scan of his brain and then them show it back to us where it like a half or three quarter of his brain was covered with whether I don't know if it's like you know blood like a blood vessel breaking in his head. So I am assuming that's why them refuse to do the surgery now because I can't do a surgery for you know for blood where a leak in his head where at first them say it was a a, a, a blood clot. And him was there, him just a keep on deteriorating hours after hours after hours after hours. No improvement. No improvement. This doctor come, that doctor come. And we're there. And at the same time, remember, you know, him supposed to in a ICU situation hook up to a machine. So instead, them have a pump down him throat, a pump, keep on a pumping manually. He wasn't hooked up to anything. He was in regular population down there. So he was in ICU. Them say them not on a bed in there and them don't have any machine
Ventilate.
to hook up for them. Somebody would have to what that machine called? Ventilating or what?
Ventilator.
Right, a ventilator. So somebody would have to die or come off it for him to go on. So they might do it manually. So it becomes late in the night and ray. So we went to him. Some of us, because not all of us, who can go get some rest, get some rest. So when I come in the morning, that is Wednesday morning now. Tuesday morning? Yeah, Tuesday morning now when I come. Him look him from my walking, I say, him look so. No, them have him hook up and enough more other things now. And something going down him throat and them a pump. A girl is there look exhausted because she pump all night. So we're there again now and a doctor come and him tell her, him say, how long this been going on? So up to that point now, them pumping him for nine hours. When if you're doing something like that, you can't, the most you can do is 3 hours. So this man gone 6 hours with somebody over him pumping him manually. You get me? And
Yeah.
no improvement. So we don't even know when we there, we don't even know when the man pass. We don't know when the man die because the man dead long time. And them have that thing a pump now, showing a reflection on the monitor. Say him have a pulse and him have a heartbeat. But actually that pump was, as me understand it, that's basically what's showing the thing. You know, if you stop it, him gone. The man
Right.
just got blank, ratty.
Yeah.
So what if a
And
little thing them did I try to cover up along the way because doctor admits we have a friend that work with a doctor office and him asked the doctor to come over and you know I said and as him walking, him say he's gone. Him brain dead. He's gone. You know, another doctor admit to us that yeah, him been gone for a while, but to all them say, oh, we are tending to him and that care and love. It's like them don't know how to come and tell us, say, boy, you know, brother gone, you know. You know, brother gone. So they go through the motion. We all ask them to remove him from there and get him over the 28th wing so him can go up on a ventilator. Them say, yes, that can happen. So I asked the doctor, so if we get him on a ventilator, what would that do? Him say it wouldn't do much. Because in terms of the brain and all of that, if him come through, him gone too far, him would have need 24 rock here is like a vegetable. You know, so at that point, no, what a ventilator, oh man. It was just bad from the medical associates. It was just that. It was that all you hear about this is so the injection was 400,000 one injection, and him did not improve. No time at all. Him showing signs before that, but not after that. And CAT scan and this, yeah, right.
Yeah, no, but just want we family, right? We are listening and I watch you. We want them understand something, right? This man could have been your brother, father, your uncle. And this is the kind of treatment him get. Keep in mind, I have a picture in me, I know. See a picture, just everybody put on the I go easy after the cream and put the pictures. See Mikey.
Yeah,
Mikey. Yeah. Right? That's a jerk chicken, Mike. And them a keep something for him. Well, around Alabama, Alabama Avenue, my place that yeah. And they say I one block from there, yeah. Them have something, them have a thing for him, right? And one of them understand a couple things. One is when you take him for medical associates, which is supposed to be a reputable medical facility. Not pay Go ahead.
The place was clean and well polished and AC nice, but as far as it goes.
Right.
It's all about if we have the receipt for the next test and all of that before anybody move.
So them do all of that. I will not pay cash. We not pay cash. We not owe them. I have to wait 3 hours plus for your ambulance. Right? And that is exactly where the US government, that is exactly what US embassy said, listen, hold on. Let me see if I can talk about it. See, turn up here. Right, that's all. Last paragraph, last sentence. Right? It says private hospitals require payment upfront before admitting patients and may not have the ability to provide specialized care. Ambulance services are not always readily available, especially in rural areas, and are not always staffed by trained personnel. No, keep in mind, it's not a rural area, it's a Kingston. Kingston, were there. And them have to move him from Half a Tree Road to University Hospital up away. Mona up the Mona up the side there, right? I don't even think it's 5 miles from Half a Tree Road to reach up the south, right? So we did not talk about the journey. We are talking about the wait. 3 hours plus the man sit down the medical associates and wait for your ambulance. One to the 2 ambulance where the Japanese government gave the Ministry of National Security late last year. One to them 2 ambulances.
Them follow the entourage of the Prime Minister. Up to last night, we say entourage, we don't know which minister, but our ambulance was behind the motorcade.
You know.
What?
And this I'm beside myself because 3 hours to wait for your ambulance. 3 hours. And then it looked like a comedy of errors because the injection was not for apparently not for the symptoms then we might experience, but then also look at the expense side, $400 and something thousand for one injection. Now, keep this in mind, people. If you, this happening in Kingston, you know, so if you live in a rural area and you don't have no money and something like this happened to you, are dead, you're dead. Dead, you're dead. Because even if you can't get to the hospital, you don't have the money to pay for that. And that if the hospital even have anything for kind of, you know, stave off whatever it is that's besetting you, stroke or whatever, them don't have the medication there. And if them have it, we are poor man, I go find $400 and something thousand now for one for one injection. Where? And by the way, them not give to you unless you pay the money up front. You're not getting it. So this is what we are talking about when we say things gone from bad to worse, and we have a minister of health and wellness. You see how him look healthy, and him on the beach, I have fun. It's time him attend to them thing, yeah. The man upon the beach, I dance and I shake with band and I sing. And at the same time, you see me showing a video about how the hospitals them look. Now, Crane just telling you, medical associates, well appointed in terms of decor and everything like that. You go inside there, everything in place, it's clean and everything like that. But them don't have the things that them have to really take care of sick people. Don't have it. Oh, in fact, I have a dear friend, very close friend, and I know she's listening. And she had to rescue somebody. She had to rescue somebody. And when I say rescue, she had to make arrangements for the person to get medical treatment outside of Jamaica. May God bless her, because she have to do this out of her pocket. And nobody no give her no money. She have to do it out of her own pocket. And she do it out of the goodness of her heart and her love for the people. And she realized that this thing is now working in Jamaica. This is not working. And we have to, you know what happened? You know what happened? And everybody pan up on it, I know. I sat no Arab no. When a politician gets sick in Jamaica, you know the first place him run, if it's serious, I don't run it to its wing. I know KPH, I know University Hospital, and Miami. Miami. Where people can't afford to do that. And so what happened? We dead like dog. Dead like dog. This never happened to my kid. Never happened to him. But it just goes to show. And by the way, Herb, them just don't say Minister Tufton are the best minister in Jamaica. Them just don't do some kind of survey or something best minister.
Yeah, they're talking about him running the best ministry, right? But there's just so many problems within Ministry of Health and with the hospital administration around Jamaica. I don't know how they even come up with that. And maybe it was meant to counteract the effects of the U.S. declaration, right? Which is impossible to do that. If they were smart, they would get the U.S. hospital inspection team down to Jamaica, inspect all the hospitals, write them up, and say what they need to do to bring them up to some standard of care that people can appreciate and that will cause people to live. Right now, you don't want to be caught in that type of emergency in a hospital. And I hate to hear, Danny, what happened to your brother. But, it is what it is.
A little bit there, move closer to the mic there.
Yeah, I had to take out, and I've taken it out every time I go to Jamaica. It's a life flight insurance that, if push comes to shove, I don't have to try and get into the Thwaites wing. All I have to do is get back to the U.S., to the nearest VA hospital. I'll get to Puerto Rico, to a veterans hospital, and I'm all right. The bottom line is Jamaicans should not have to do that. if you visit in Jamaica, you shouldn't have to depend on critical care back in the US. The most basic thing you can give to anybody is critical care. Heart attack, stroke, aneurysms, all of those things come into play. And people need to know that all the taxes they have been paying, billions of dollars in taxes, that other than they can't get the streets fixed, they can't get the bridges repaired, right? They can't get street lights where they are. They can't get broadband. They can't get adequate phone service. And they sure as hell can't get adequate medical services. So I don't know what them busy giving awards for. It's crazy to think of. Yeah. But that's Jamaica. And when the US touch on that, it's like poking a man in the sore foot. Right? Them didn't want to hear it, didn't want to feel it, don't want to deal with it, but they need to deal with it. And trust me, they need to say more on it.
Somebody saying in the chat, say, tragically, Miami does not provide first-rate healthcare. Well, I tell you what, whatever it is, second rate, third rate, fourth rate, it's better than Jamaica because I guess all of the politicians them run go. I don't see them running to KPH. I don't see them running to Sablamar. I don't see them running to Cornwall Regional. I don't see them running to any of those hospitals. I see them jumping on a flight and going to Miami. That's what I see them doing. So Miami might be third rate. You might have third rate hospitals there, but apparently they're much better than the ones in Jamaica. And the care is I mean, we can't get over Korean. We can't get over the man sit down there for 3 hours for your ambulance. We can't get over that.
Well, you have Marcia Murray here saying her sister waited 6 hours for an ambulance to take her from public to Apex Medical to get a scan because the public hospital machine not working. And that's a very common thing with Kingston Public. They serve the majority of the public, but the machine's always broken. So they have to send people out somewhere. And that's a death sentence in a case where you only have a window of 4 hours, 4.5 hours to deal with. Completely ridiculous.
They were expecting him, right? From medical associates, they were expecting him at the university hospital. And when him reached, them now no bed for him, them now have no ventilator. And somebody have to manually they pump the man. Manually pump the man. No, man. No, this is right.
Crazy. Yeah.
It's not right.
Yeah, man. It was
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough watching him just deteriorate in front of your eye for hours. Just basically that. The only thing that was efficient was in asking for the next money, for the next scan, or the next that thing we carry the drip. You know, everything is a fee, and that have to pay before anything moved. So that was the only thing was efficient where we could have even we could have even complement the hospital about, but not in terms of taking care of the man. You don't know. It was like just a number you're working with, not a person.
Well, this is where the Auditor General come in again, Will.
Mm-hmm.
What audit has she done on the medical system?
She did one.
Critical.
She did one. I've read some of it. It's damning report.
Okay.
So that's why I don't know how them come and want to say
come give award.
Sliced bread. But you know what? You know what? I'm currently remember, them shot a man, shot a man right in front of Jamaica House and home reach a hospital. I'm father have a drive, come pick him up and carry him go to the hospital. And if there's a police position right there, in front of the hospital, in front of the gate, I mean behind the gate, And him father have a drive, come pick him up and carry him go to the hospital.
Yeah, in the ghetto, if it's not a car, you get thrown in it's on a hand cart carrier the public. Who gonna wait for an ambulance? It's a hand cart you go up and save your life. If nobody not there with a car for throw you in it and it's I don't know. I don't know. I watch the man hour pass hour just go till them say that's it. And that's it. Them wrap him up and him in at the mark now.
Aye. Well, I must, me grieve the loss, brethren, because, I know Mikey, I love Mikey, I'm close to Mikey. You remember all the day when name Neil, when Neil boxed me?
No, no,
I
it's a serious.
catch him. I may wait one day. I come up from Atlantic Avenue where them I'm gonna drop me
Yeah.
off. I'm come up the street. I see him. I'm down at the corner. I'm say if me start screeching, he might go see me. I'm gonna run. I look for me, but him not see me. I'm just start run at full speed on my army boots. I run go and just start put some kick on and hit.
Yeah, man, remember it, man. It was just fun, man. So I tell you, say, I walk for, it wasn't days, you walk for weeks to catch him.
Yeah, I couldn't catch him.
You couldn't catch him because him see him gone.
Yeah, we are playing football and the man I ride past on a bicycle, and the man cut me a box, and ride off gone. Everybody a laugh and me say, me I'll catch a boy, Me, I go catch him, I mean, like Chris said, for weeks, me I try catch my as him see me, him gone. And one day, man, I tell the man, me see him, I start run from the corner, and I run at full speed. And by the time him turn around, I see him couldn't move. But well, we used to have some fun. And I tell you, say Mikey, I one of them man there where if you know Mikey, you love Mikey.
Yeah, man. You're right now. The man of the place, like the man of the place are mourning. The
No
man
man.
of the place are mourning. Both America, England. I never get so much call yet. I just talked to John Spling like 20 minutes ago before me come on.
See it there. And that's why I never call, come here, but me say, you're going to be inundated with calls. So I'm going to wait till like
Yeah,
midnight or so for call. So that's why I call it like, I think we call it about 12, 1 o'clock at night. But, brethren, my condolences. We're there for you, whatever you need, just give me a shout. And let me tell you, unfortunately, me not going to make it down there because you know my situation. So, if
yeah.
it, then definitely I going to make the time for watch it, And
Yes, sir.
condolences to your family, brethren. And
Yeah, man. Respect, man. I know that I come from the heart.
yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I hope you not start to a liar. Say, I Satya, maybe next week you can go see him because there might be some medical malpractice involved. We don't know, but at least it's worth looking.
Yeah, man. Something never do go as card no it for go. We had too much questions, it was just reckless. It was reckless, Rasta.
All right, my brethren. Well, you know what? Thanks for coming on. As I go through this period of mourning, really appreciate it. But the people needed to hear your story, your brother's story, and your family's story to make them understand say, it's not just a piece of paper, or as you say, it's not a number, it's a person. Because a lot of times when we read something like the travel advisory and we see it, we don't really it don't resonate with it because it don't affect us, because you're not in the body and what them are talk about. But we have somebody who go through the things and what them are describe, it resonates. And I just hope to God that this lady that we have as the ambassador to the United States, I hope she just stop spreading nonsense and stop telling the people in the diaspora foolishness about its crime, because the US government say it's about health care. And we have an example of that this week. So, brethren, condolences again. Take care of yourself, and we'll be in touch.
Yeah, man. Thanks. And thanks for hearing me.
All right, my brother. Cool. All right. So, folks, rough because it's a man I know good brethren. And to hear the story, and to see it with the US government say, and to listen to where our fool people must say, it's just sad. Sad. So it go. Isaac, you have anything you want to say? Or when you need medical attention, you're gonna leave Jamaica or you're gonna go
No,
Cape.
sir. What I do is I eat my KFC and then I go work out and have no intentions of being sick. Because
Okay.
what I hear a while ago is clearly, even with money, you were dead. It's not a
Yeah.
poor people thing. We don't have the facilities. We don't have the infrastructure. We're spending billions and dollars on a hospital where I don't. No point in talking about that hospital either, because it's not like if you're in Kingston, you don't have access to that hospital. KPH wholly inadequate, UE inadequate unless you go into the Tony Twaits wing. But what I can tell you is I'm kind of mind boggled because Medical Associates is not really equipped for that type of trauma. So I'm at a loss. I was speaking to it. I was talking about it, and I guess in my ignorance, because I kept saying the man have a blood clot and they're not addressing it.
Right.
Blood thinners. If it's an aneurysm, there are certain things that was supposed to take place. I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you, if you're having trauma like that, you need to be at one of the major hospitals. And maybe when you do get to the major hospitals, they don't have the machines and they don't have the facilities. So we're really in Jamaica. You see that we're really in a bad place. And I was having sidebar conversations about when you think about murder rates and all of that. A lot of people, when they even if they have critical injuries and they suffer and they die because of the lack of the medical treatment. Even though you put that in the hands by causation by the person who gives the trauma and the harm. But you see it happen, accidents. When you're in America, somebody said third rate. Listen, Jackson Memorial Hospital is the second place to the gates of heaven for a second life. So I object or reject the statement that the hospital don't have proper facilities, because it's the facilities. The doctors in Jamaica, they are competent, but
Yes.
it's almost like a doctor on the roadside. He doesn't have his bag and he doesn't have his equipment. He knows what to do, but he can't do it because he doesn't have the technology. So it
Yes.
hurts my heart when we hear this conversation, because this is a life that never had to be lost, and in other places it would be better. You understand?
Right. Let me just, and we need to emphasize that point that Jamaica produces some of the best doctors in the world, some of the best nurses, healthcare practitioners. No doubt about it. But we're talking about the facilities. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Resources. They just don't have it. And we don't know what this health minister is doing. We don't know what he's doing. There's so much money being spent on rehabbing this hospital, Cornwall Regional, and people are making the argument that he could have built some smaller hospitals with the amount of money that he spent on this one, right? So it's just rough. Herb, may I have Mr. Vegas here in the waiting room now. We have to go talk up the things with him. You have anything you want to say before we bring on Mr. Vegas? You muted, Herb.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Just to mirror what Isaac was saying, and somebody put in the chat already that the tissue plasminogen activator (TPA) is a drug given to help break up blood clot. That's given within 4.5 hours of a stroke. Now, if you want to know if a person is having brain aneurysm, right, you need screening tests. And that includes a CAT scan, right, which is the first test they should be able to detect bleeding in the brain or another type of stroke, right? A CT angiogram can create a more detailed image of the arteries providing blood flow in the brain, right? That means they're going to use injecting a dye that makes it easier to observe the blood flow and detect the presence of an aneurysm. Or lumbar puncture, known as spinal tap. If you have had a what they call subarachnoid hemorrhage, there will most likely be red blood cells in the fluid surrounding the brain and your spine, right? And that cerebrospinal fluid, if you have symptoms of a ruptured aneurysm, the CT scan doesn't show evidence of bleeding. A test of your cerebrospinal fluid can help make such a diagnosis. Or an MRI. All right. Now, all of these things I'm calling out here are tests necessary to determine if there's something abnormal with the brain or if there is actual blood in your what they call CSF, cerebral spinal fluid. So it's two different tests altogether.
Uh-huh.
And there's no way they can use an injection and decide if you have an aneurysm. So it just seemed to me it's crazy to give somebody that injection, charge them that amount of money, and turn out to be wrong. So there's some serious issues with this. I mean, I got a bunch of doctors in the family, and I've asked about 3 of them already, and I don't have they don't want to comment, I guess, because they know when I ask them something, usually something went wrong. So,
All right.
So we'll see. All right.
Right. We're going to move on to another topic, and I'm going to bring in Mr. Vegas. A number of you have said that, well, not a number, it's a small group of you saying that you really don't appreciate him being here. Well, here's the thing. The only way you can understand what somebody's position is, you have to listen to it. And we're all Jamaicans, and I'm not going to, unless somebody comes on and they're disrespectful, start cursing and things like that. This is a platform where people will have a voice, and we have to listen to voices, even voices we disagree with. That is the hallmark of a mature and developed individual. When you can listen to somebody that you disagree, but you listen to them carefully, and then you challenge them. You may walk away convincing that person. They may walk away convincing you, or you may both decide to respectfully disagree and go your own ways. But we can't just dismiss people because we don't like them for whatever reason. I would like to hear what each and every person invited on this program, what they have to say. And then once we listen, then you make a decision that, okay, this person, I'm not gonna hang around this person, or this person has a viewpoint that I completely disagree with, and there is no hope that we can ever see eye to eye. That's fine. But you have to listen to people. So we need to stop this foolishness that we don't want certain people on. And the thing is, I don't even know why you don't want the person on. I don't know if you have a personal beef with the person or whatever. I don't have any personal beef with anybody that's coming on. So what I'm going to ask all of you to do, the ones who disagree, is relax, take a deep breath, and you listen to what the man has to say, and we can interview, interrogate, discuss whatever it is. And by the way, if you don't want to listen, you can always switch to another channel. We're not begging you to stay here. We'd love for you to stay here. But if you feel like you cannot tolerate what's being done here, then that's fine. We will agree that you should leave and go elsewhere and get your education, get your learning, get involved in a discussion somewhere else, but not here. Having said that, let me bring on my brother, Mr. Vegas. Welcome, sir. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good of you to come back again. All right.
Yeah, man. You have to get used to me. I'm gonna be it's gonna be a long 1.5, maybe 2 years. I went in the general election, so I'm gonna be a regular around. So,
brethren, I have no problems with it, because here's what happened. Only through a discussion will we educate ourselves. Yeah, and man, if I have all the answers, I am dead wrong.
Yeah,
And if
man, I
you
take a
think
presidency, so them have to get used to me.
right, it's a dialogue, right?
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
so
sir.
that's what, no, you and I we chatted a little bit, and you said you wanted that there's a topic, two topics you said that's on your mind that you'd like to discuss. And I said, fine, no problem. Come on and let's discuss them. Let's vet them out, right? Because I've heard some things, I've read some things. I don't think I fully understand and appreciate everything that I've read and watched. And so I'm looking to you now to bring the discussion so that we can participate and we can flesh things out and see where things are for the truth. For the truth. Right? We're not dealing with partisanship around here because I don't care if you're JLP or PNP. I just care that you care about people and you care about facts and you care about truth. That's all. And we have Isat here and we have Herb here and now we have you. So why don't you start and tell us what's on your mind?
Well. Moreover, I know that the topics, the hot topics for this week, the political topics for this week, would have been discussed on your program. So, I'm basically here to address the takes that you may have on these topics, especially the IC situation and the Prime Minister's wife being Speaker of the House. So. I'm more here to discuss the topics as you bring them forward.
Okay. Well, let's start with the let me see if I can pull this up. Let me see if this is the one I'm referring to.
Madam Clerk, I beg to nominate the Member of Parliament for the great constituency of East Rural St. Andrew, Mrs. Juliet Holness, to become the Speaker of the House.
Madam Clerk, I beg to second the motion.
Okay. What we heard there first was from Minister Delroy Chuck, and then we heard from MP Philip Paulwell of the opposition. Minister Chuck nominated her, and the leader, the person responsible for opposition business in the parliament, he seconded it. Now, the leader of the opposition was not in parliament that day, right? And we also have to take into consideration the fact that the person responsible for opposition business, which is Mr. Philip Powell, is the de facto number 2 person in parliament. He suffered 2 tremendous losses. His daughter and the mother of his daughter around the same time, I think, that he did this. I'm not making an excuse for him, but we're just trying to put things in context. All right. So that's where we start with the government nominating the Prime Minister's wife to become the Speaker. Now let me make it abundantly clear here. I'll make my argument, and then we'll see where we go with our arguments. Right. Now, I think there were mistakes made on both sides. First mistake made. We've never had a situation where the Prime Minister's wife is also Speaker in Parliament. We've never had that. And I don't think it was ever contemplated by the framers of the Constitution. So there's nothing illegal about it. But I believe that in the interest of integrity, in the interest of not making things seem improper, to remove all taint, all doubt, she should not have put herself up or agreed to be nominated for that position, even though she was a de facto person. She was the next person. She was a person in line to become the Speaker. Similarly, in the Senate, the government representative on business is my favorite minister, Kamina Johnson-Smith, and should the president of the Senate, should he step aside, Mr. Tom Finson, should he step aside, she would be the favorite to occupy that seat. She would be favored to ascend to that position. So my first argument is that the Prime Minister's wife should never have allowed herself to be nominated. She should have made it clear that, listen, you know what? I don't want to give the appearance of impropriety. I don't want to give the appearance of being unethical. I want to give the appearance of transparency, openness, and based on the principles of democracy, we should not have a prime minister's wife being in charge of the parliament. That's the first mistake. She should have never done that. Second mistake, the opposition, and you heard it, seconded, right? The motion for her to the nomination. My argument is this. You've seen displays of questionable behavior by the prime minister's wife over the past several years. You know, everybody knows she's married to the man. You cannot second that. You cannot. There's no way. I understand that there are standing rules in Parliament, but notwithstanding, they should have registered their opposition to the nomination. They should have said, listen, while there are standing rules and while there are conventions where we agree to those standing rules and we never object to the government putting up a speaker, we just go along. In this case, we cannot go along. We simply cannot go along because of the appearance of impropriety. We can't have any appearance whatsoever. There has to be a distinct demarcation line between the House and Jamaica House. And that's not there. To this day, that's not there. The third thing is, she said, well, I am going to change the convention in Parliament. I am going to establish a rule where when the Integrity Commission, when they make their submissions to be tabled, I am not going to table them immediately. I'm going to send them to the Oversight Committee. Now, the Oversight Committee, what is the purpose of the Oversight Committee? The purpose of the Oversight Committee is to ensure that the Integrity Commission is properly resourced, to ensure that it's functioning. The Oversight Committee has no jurisdiction into scrutinizing decisions made by the Integrity Commission. And I'll tell you how it works. You have a complaint division. You have and the complaint comes in, and they go through the complaint, vet it, and then it's passed on to the investigator. Then they make a recommendation. It goes to the investigative division. They're the ones who actually go out, do the investigation, interview people. Then once they've made up their mind that, okay, this case should be prosecuted, it goes to the commission. From the commission, then it goes to the corruption prosecutor. And then the corruption prosecutor will make a determination. Okay, I have enough here that I can move forward and prosecute this case, or I don't. The commission and the corruption prosecutor have the option of moving those cases to the DPP to say, listen, we need you to take a look at this and render an opinion before we go any further. Right? And then after a decision is made, if it goes to the DPP or if it's tabled in Parliament, then it goes where? Before the courts. So you have another filtration step, which is a judge. So the Oversight Committee has no jurisdiction to examine a decision made by the Integrity Commission. It's only there to make sure that it's properly resourced, it's functioning the way it should function, but not to question their decision. Because if that's the case, then you don't need the complaints division, you don't need the investigative division, you don't need the commission, you don't need the corruption prosecutor. Just give it to them. Give it to the Oversight Committee, whatever the complaints are. Give it to them and let them investigate and let them make their own decisions. So I have an issue right there with that. And I'll stop there because I see Isa taking notes, I see you looking intently, and I see Herb shaking his head, and I see the chat room is lively. So go ahead, Mr. Vegas, make your argument.
Yeah, man. Give thanks. Firstly, can you provide evidence of her coming with that idea of directing or sending over or giving documents before tabling it to the Integrity Commission? Is there any data or evidence to support that? Is there any evidence to support that she was the one who came up with that rule to send the information that came to us? Is there evidence of that?
Let me answer. What happened is that she, when this idea was percolating, she said,
Right.
"Let me get an opinion from the Attorney General." And as you know, the Attorney General is a government attorney, right? And they said, "Let me get an opinion from the Attorney General regarding this matter." She got the opinion, right? She got the opinion, and instead of sharing the opinion with Parliament, what did she do? She said, "No, I'm not going to share it with you guys. This is done on a personal level." And the argument was made that it cannot be personal. You cannot ask for the government attorney to give you an opinion on that's personal to you. It has to be shared with the Parliament. And so far, she has not shared it with the Parliament. Why is she not sharing it with the Parliament? What is there to hide?
No. Depends on what we're talking about here, though. Specifically, what are you talking about? Which report are you talking about that she has not shared with the Parliament? What report came to her that she has not shared?
No. I'm not saying she hasn't shared anything. I'm saying that she went because she made it clear that she was not going. It wasn't going to be perfunctory. It wasn't going to be routine where they send the reports over as was done in the past, and then the reports were immediately tabled. She said, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to change the process. I'm going to send it to the oversight committee." And then what she did was she went to the Attorney General to get an opinion as to whether or not the convention of tabling immediately or not tabling immediately, whether it was sound in law, right? And she got an opinion. So we're not even get to the part
Did you get a chance to look at the Integrity Act?
Yes.
Isn't not written in Integrity Act that the document or the reports is to be sent over to whichever committee you're talking about, and they have a 30 days window to address such?
No. It's supposed to come to the Parliament through the Speaker, and it's supposed to be tabled immediately. That's the convention that it was tabled. That was the process. That was the procedure before she said, "I am going to get a legal opinion as to whether or not we should continue."
But because if it was conventional and she has done research on it and realized that it was not the right way of doing it, by looking at the Integrity Act, wouldn't she have been operating by the books?
Well, then if that's the case, then if that's the case, she didn't need the opinion from the Attorney General. She should just say, "Look, the Act says I have the discretion to do whatever I want to do with it. So therefore, whatever the convention was, I'm ignoring you guys because the law says I have the discretion to do it." She didn't do that. She said, "I'm going to go get an opinion from the Attorney General as to whether or not the convention of tabling the reports when they come over immediately, whether or not that's."
So you're saying she should have gone ahead and just follow the rules or the guidelines without seeking any form of opinion from anyone else?
Saying two things. I'm saying one, she should have continued with the convention. However, if she felt that she couldn't continue with the convention and she got this opinion, then she should share that opinion with the entire Parliament. So one, you continue with the convention, or if you say, "I want to get a legal opinion," get the legal opinion, but you need to share that with everybody so that everybody's on the same sheet of music. Why are you hiding it? And by the way, the Attorney General is not her personal lawyer. He's a government lawyer. So why is it the government can't see it? And the government, by the way, the opposition is part of the government.
All right, so I'm going to read the Integrity Act here, Section 36, yeah?
Yeah.
Commission. Yeah, my nephew, yeah, let someone else speak in the meantime. Yeah, just have a look at issue, my nephew.
No. Do we have to do, man? I said, "You want to jump in? Herb, you want to jump in?"
Jump in about this matter that I'm biased. I'm completely biased on this matter. So what would you want me to say, Mr. Rattigan?
You want to say?
I'm going to say we need to leave the Prime Minister's wife alone. I love her. She can be the Speaker of the House. She's a strong black woman. And if she don't want giving her the report, you just have to wait till the table. Simple.
Well, the argument is, do you think that she should hold on to the report and not share it?
I think she's the Speaker of the House and she can do whatever she wants. Who don't like it, wait till the next election and vote it out. Life goes on.
Listen.
It's much ado about nothing.
All right.
Sorry about that. I'm a nephew of autism, so you know that. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, man. So we are upon section 36 of the Integrity Act.
Yes.
I mean, if I can pull it up on your screen.
May I have it?
All right. So that's basically the commission may at any time be required by either House or Parliament to investigate a matter relating to an act of corruption and table the report thereon. The commissioner shall not later than 3 months after the end of each financial year or within such longer period as the Parliament may approve, submit to Parliament an annual report relating general to the execution of the functions of the commissions during the proceedings final year, which shall contain the information set out the second schedule. The commission may at any time submit a report relating to any particular matter which, in the opinion of the commission, requires the special attention of Parliament. A report submitted to Parliament shall exclude matters that may, if indeed prejudice proceedings in relation to any matter, refer therein and shall not contain any communication with its subject, which is subject to legal profession. Yeah?
Yes.
Any person may orally, blah, blah, blah. That's 37. So she referring the matter over to the to any one of the bodies, then isn't it a part of the act? Isn't it stated in the act that she has the right to do so?
No, point it out. Show me which part 36 said that.
The commission may at any time be required to by either House or Parliament investigate a matter relating to an act of corruption and table a report thereon. May, yeah? The commission shall, no later than 3 months after the end of the financial year or within any longer period at that time, Parliament may approve, submit to Parliament an annual report relating generally to the execution of the finances of the commission during the period of the financial year, proceeding financial year, which shall contain the information set out the second schedule. So isn't that what she's doing?
No, man. You must show me in this law where it says the Speaker of the House has the discretion to table or not to table a report submitted by the Integrity Commission. And you can't find it there. What this is talking about, this is saying that, look, the Integrity Commission, every year you must submit an annual report. And it also says that the House of Parliament at any time can ask the Integrity Commission to investigate Mr. Vegas and bring the report to us. That's all it says. It doesn't say what the Speaker, her responsibility is. It's very absent there. That's us talking about reports, saying here are the reports that what they're saying is that, look, you have two kinds of reports. You have one that we, the Parliament, we can tell you, the Integrity Commission, go investigate Mr. Vegas and bring the report. And you have another one, which is the annual report that you bring every year, 3 months.
But what you're saying is that's how now you get into issues with liability and stuff like that. Because if you're going to send to investigate someone and this report come forward and you share it with Parliament before referring it to any of the bodies that we are speaking about, then you're setting up yourself to be held liable, and the government may be held liable for putting out information, tabling information, and putting it out to the public before it is properly investigated by the bodies. Isn't that what she's trying to avoid here?
But Mr. Vegas, listen, look at this. Look at the title of it, reports. And look at the site. It says reports of whom? Of the commission. And it's saying that you have two types. All this is saying is that you have two types of reports. You have one where we tell you who you must investigate, and you have one that you investigate and then you bring that in your annual report. Like, for example, the illicit 6, it was more than 6. That came out in last year's annual report, right? Which is due the end of this month. So all this is saying is that there are two types of reports. This has nothing to do with the Speaker. Nothing at all. In fact, let me
that 30 days that is mentioned in there. Who's giving that 30 days?
56. Was it 36? You said?
Yeah.
All right.
It's not when it's sent to the commission. They have 30 days or 30 something days to.
Where this number 2, the commission shall not later than 3 months after the end.
Yeah,
Eh?
3 months. Yeah.
No, Mr. Vegas. What that is saying is that the report is due at the end of the fiscal year. The fiscal year is March 31st, and what this is saying that you have to submit it on March 31st, but we have a grace period of 3 months. So you have 3 months after March 31st that you can actually submit your report. That's all that's saying. That's all. No, let me invite you to look at this section here. Where is it? Stay with me. 44, 53.
But we are in it. It says it must be tabled and given to the public, though. That's what we're trying to clarify here.
Hold on a second.
Or given to Parliament.
Right. Do me a favor. Go to section 53. Go to section 53, subsection 3.
Yeah, go ahead, read it.
It says, well, let's start with the title. The title said restriction on disclosure, right?
Yeah.
And then on 3, it says, until the tabling in Parliament of a report under section 36, which is the one you just talked about, which is the 2 reports, a report that's commissioned by the Parliament or one that is done under the statutory authorization of the Integrity Act, right? So those 2 reports, it says, until the tabling in Parliament of a report under section 36, all matters under investigation by the Director of Investigation or any other person involved in such investigation shall be kept confidential, and no report or public statement shall be made by the Commission or any other person in relation to the initiation or conduct of an investigation under this Act.
But you're making a point. I'm Rattigan. Didn't realize that? Read that again and see if you don't make our point.
No. It says until the...
Where's the 51?
53.
53.
Subsection 3. Yeah.
53, subsection 3. Go ahead and read it, Madison.
Until the tabling in Parliament of a report under section 36, and those are the 2 reports we just talked about.
Right.
All matters under investigation by the Director of Investigation or any other person involved in such investigation shall be kept confidential, and no report or public statement shall be made by the Commission or any other person in relation to the initiation or conduct of an investigation under this Act.
Then see, so let me ask that question. So when you table a report, what happens?
No, here's where you make the mistake. Go back and read it. You see what it says? It says if the matter is under investigation. And guess what happened? The matter is not under investigation.
Which matter is not under investigation?
Any matter. Here's what happened. You know who does the investigation?
Is Illicit 6 under investigation?
Do you know that for a fact? Do you know where that investigation is?
I'm asking if the Illicit 6 is under investigation.
I don't know, because
yes, it is.
Here's why, Vegas. Here's why you have the director of complaints, you have the director of investigation, you have the commission, and you have the corruption prosecutor. How do you know it's not with the prosecutor?
Regardless, if it's under investigation, you just read what it says there. It shall be kept confidential.
But Mr. Vegas, the only time it's under investigation is when it's within the province of the Department of Investigation. Once they finish with it and they put that tied up and send it over to the commission, the investigation is over. They're the only ones under this Act. Only ones authorized.
But remember, Rattigan, remember this whole issue is about she not tabling reports. And they mentioned about the Illicit 6 and the 30 government workers, and I think 2 other reports that they said she sent back to the general. So I'm asking you, how do we know these matters are not under investigation? Case in point, like the Prime Minister statutory finances or stuff like that, declaration.
Talking about two different things, because what you're talking about, you're mixing up, you're conflating tabling with investigation, and they're two different things. When it gets to the point of being tabled, the investigation is over, right? In fact, when it leaves the director of investigation, it's over, even while it's in the integrity commission.
Which matter?
Can I interject for a second, please? Because this is very painful. Just for edification for everybody. Can you read section 36.3 of the Integrity Commission Act?
Until the tabling in Parliament of a report under section 36, all matters under investigation by the director of investigation or any other person involved in such investigation shall be kept confidential.
Confidential.
And where? While it's being investigated.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the investigation over by the time it gets to Parliament.
Which matter? Which information has she withheld or have sent over to any of these bodies that are not under investigation? We would have to first.
No, but so just there's a reason. I don't mean to be rude, but there's a reason why that section is important, because once they submit a report, that section no longer applies. And so this thing about sending it to committees and getting advice outside, once you have the report, you're to table the report within reasonable time. It is actually, I'm going to take it as high as it has the appearance of being biased, and it has a hint of dishonesty by failing to submit a report. Even when you check it. So I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying this is where the issue lies, that when one speaks about biases, we are conflating issues, and in the absence of the advice given to the Speaker of the House by the most erudite Attorney General, one who is actually competent, it is to be shared with everybody so that we don't have to be speculating. And it is the speculation that makes it if you fall on the side which I'm on her side, it looks like I'm not making any sense and I'm biased, and how can you be PNP but you like JLP and all of that foolishness. What is important is they are doing the public's business, and once they table the Integrity Commission, you must remember that they are independent. Once they submit what they're submitting, within reasonable time, it should become public knowledge. And one thing is the argument where Mark was saying that we must have an independent speaker, but we must appreciate the Speaker of the House can be JLP today, and the Speaker of the House can be PNP the next day. What must be consistent is the tabling. And when the Speaker before Juliet Holness, the Dalrymple person, when she was trying to do the same thing, she was actually trying to put her information in regards to her impropriety behind, so she could continue to be Speaker while her friends look at it, and that was not possible. So we need to know within real time what is happening. Even this thing about the Auditor General sending reports and it being sent back and stuff like that. All of these things are important. So there's a serious issue to be tried, and serious issue in terms of the ethical implications of conduct and why it looks. And we must remember, not just in the courts, but also in Parliament, that justice must have the appearance of being done. And so implicit bias or actual bias is something that we should try to move away from. So
but I understand what you asked about, but what I'm saying is we have to say which report she has sent over to the commission that was not under investigation, or that was to be tabled.
No, so let me tell you, we're not supposed to take that. What we're supposed to look at is that what is untenable is the conduct of the Speaker of the House to silence an independent body, especially when they don't have teeth. If you feel the way that you feel, then don't try to be protected. Let us treat Parliament like ordinary citizens, like how they deal with. I don't like use me enough, Mr. Vegas, because I know why you vex with me. But how if me do something tomorrow, them say ISAC do it. We want to know when they doing it. We want to know them name and make them say we never do it, and then we dislike them or we like them. So you can't have your cake and eat it too, and that is what we need to do. You can't have independent bodies being shut up by the very people. They are the oversight. They are the watchdogs for politicians. And here we have the Speaker of the House silencing them by holding a report. It is untenable.
But I'm asking you, which report did she withheld?
Whatever it is, the point. This is the point. This is the point. If
This
the
whole thing came about
body, yeah, go ahead.
Regardless of what you're saying, this whole thing came about because they're saying report came to her that she has failed to table. One of such report that Mr. Golden mentioned was the illicit 6. And I think another one that she sent back that they said.
Yeah, but you're asking which report, and you answered there were 2 reports from the Auditor General, which when the leader of opposition made mention of them on the 19th, she sent it back on the 22nd and then said, I have no reports. You're right, because you sent it back.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have the report if she sent it back. But why?
No, but you sent it back after the complaint.
Why was it sent back? Why was it sent back?
It matters not. It matters not. You
It
are
does
the table.
matter.
No, let me tell you something. The Auditor General says she has sent it back Monday morning. When it comes Monday morning, the next time they must table it before Easter, before them string up Jesus on the cross. They must table it.
Right,
that's what I'm saying.
But we have not heard or we have not seen why it was sent back.
No. Because they instituted a new format. Because let's say them send it back because somebody name spelled wrong. That's something that can be edited. I've seen them issue state of emergency and make it up as they go. They table it, and when you ask where are the orders, them say, oh, we not make them yet. We're gonna put them
How
up.
long ago was it sent back?
It was, I gave you the timeline. Complaint made by the opposition leader on the 19th, report sent back on the 22nd, and then state media reports that there are no reports, and then on things to muddy the water. That is not how we don't want that. We need clarity and we need precision.
So let's say the report was sent back in January. In January, you said, right?
No.
When was it sent
yesterday?
Back? No.
Yesterday.
The report that they're talking about?
The 19th of March, there was a complaint, and everybody went, you don't remember when them say, yo, Warmington, go outside, you get fired. Go out, boy. You know, go away, you get fired. Then everybody's saying, Mark, you're a misogynist. And then they said, because she didn't do nothing wrong. And then the media comes up and said, there are no reports. Mark is dishonest. Of course. What
you're saying a report was sent over yesterday. Hold on, let me get this clear. Hold on.
Yeah.
A report was sent over yesterday and Juliet sent it back?
No. A report was held. Mark complained about it, and then they sent it back on the 22nd, which is yesterday, because today.
Rattigan, you have information?
Huh?
Yeah.
You have
correct. Yes, he's correct. It was sent
correct.
Back.
Listen. I only deal with facts, no emotions. But on top of that, I want you to answer this, and you can go ask her. She's my favorite person in Jamaica right now. On what authority does the Speaker of the House have the one who has the ability to send back reports? Because I can tell you something about the Auditor General. Whenever she sends her reports,
what if it was not filed properly? What if it was not filed properly?
No. There is no. Well, let me answer, because that was rhetorical. There is no statutory authority that can allow them to send back a report. I said so.
Hold on a second.
And I'm independent. There's no statutory. There's no basis in law to send back a report. And not even the Attorney General of this country can put any advice to say she have that authority.
All right. Let me put this up. Take a look at this, Mr. Vegas. See that? Auditor General surprised special audits were sent back by Speaker of the House. Now let me read the rest of it for you. Auditor, and this came out, I think, today. Auditor General Pamela Monroe Ellis says she will be dispatching 2 reports to Parliament on Monday. That's the after tomorrow. That had been previously sent by her for tabling in the legislature. but were returned to her department yesterday by Speaker of the House, Juliet Holness.
All right, thank you. So when was it sent? That's what
She
I'm
sent it
asking.
yesterday.
No, it was returned yesterday.
It was returned yesterday, but they held it for a month. A month.
That's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm asking you. So I'm saying she sent over the report a month ago, and
it was returned after a complaint was made that it wasn't tabled. But the true question here to answer, and I want anybody in Jamaica or anywhere in the world, I deal with facts and law. Under what authority, what statutory authority does the Speaker of the House have to return a report?
Maybe
None.
it wasn't filed properly.
No, until we get that. But don't get me wrong, I love her, so I leave her alone.
You see the
She's
key
my
word?
favorite speaker. She's a strong black woman. She's a self-made. She's a self-made person.
None of us here know the reason why it was sent back.
Mr. Vegas, you're not listening to what ISAT said. ISAT said there is no statutory, right? No statutory declaration. No,
I'm not
says
just
that.
listening to what Isaac is saying.
Statutory basis for her.
Isaac saying that is not lawful. You have to show me where it says so.
What do you mean?
This file, even if it is not filed properly, you have to sell me that.
No. I'm saying to you, no. What I say is law. Hear me, Mr. Vegas, respectfully. What I say is grounded in law. They have the onus and the burden of showing me what statutory authority they have.
You just said you do not know why. If it was not, we will know that Monday. But let's go to the Integrity Commission report. You're saying she has no ground to send anything over to the Integrity Commission? She should. So you're saying she should table the report about the illicit six?
I think all right, so we're doing on context matters. We talk about red herring, we talk about smoke screens, and we talk about straw man. These are fallacies in arguments that cloud the seminal issues. Somebody needs to identify what statutory authority the Speaker of the House, even if you're married to the Prime Minister, let me say it now, you not had no authority, you not no substance or no rubles. You're not big and bad like that. You're a creature of the Constitution, and you're acting outside of the law. Just hear me now. Hear me. Just hear me. You're acting outside of the law to return the reports. You have no basis in law to do so, and it's because I like her why I don't make noise about it. If I never like her, nothing what Mark say would amount to the things I could say about that.
She has no grounds to return it to.
She has no statutory authority. She's acting outside of the law.
Hey, can I make a comment?
And it's disrespectful to the Auditor General as well. And she's gonna send them back, and it starts over the tolling process. And so when she sends it back on Monday, nothing will happen on Tuesday, and then we'll have Holy Thursday, and then they'll kill Jesus on Friday. And then we'll be talking about holidays to delay the matter. But what is sad about it is that there was a local government election that was called with the stench of criminality and corruption in the House, and people behaving like this didn't happen.
All right, hold on a second. Let's hear from Herb. Hear from Herb. Herb, come on.
Okay, now I'm doing searches, and it says while a specific authority regarding the handling of reports from the Auditor General is not detailed here, typically the Speaker would have the authority to send back a report if it does not comply with the rules and procedures of the House. This could include ensuring that the report is in the correct format, contains the necessary information, and adheres to the established protocols for submission and discussion. And that comes under, like the role of the Speaker of the House. For detailed procedures and the extent of the Speaker's powers in such matters, one would need to refer to the standing orders of the House of Representatives of Jamaica, which govern the conduct of business within the House. These standing orders would provide the specific guidelines under which the Speaker operates and the circumstances under which a report could be returned to the Auditor General for further action or clarification. And that sounds just like a administrative boondoggle to me. That
All
she
right,
could
but once again, on the Reason with Rattigan show, you will muddy the waters with that. Subsidiary
That's
legislation
not muddy in the
can't
water. That's not muddy in the
hold on
water.
now.
Okay, now, come on,
Subsidiary
man. Come on,
legislation
Buchanan.
cannot override
Come on, Buchanan.
the
Come
act.
on,
That's
Buchanan.
one. Two, a clear indication that sending the report back to the Auditor General is nonsense. The Auditor General says, I was surprised and I'm sending it back Monday morning
Buchanan,
with
without due
zero
respect,
amendments.
hold on, Buchanan, hold on. Without due respect, you do not know why it was sent back. Here, Herb just read something there, you're ignoring it.
No, I'm not ignoring it.
Yes, you are. You are.
How am
Because
I ignoring it? I'm fully aware of what the subsidiary legislation is.
You're doubling down. You just read something and validated my point.
No, hold on, Herb. Have you validated Mr. Vegas's point?
Yes. Let him read it again.
No, I need him to understand that because
you said under no circumstances the report can be sent back. She has no authority to do that. You just said that.
I'm doubling down on that.
Okay, so what Herb said goes against what you're saying, bro.
Herb, for the benefit of everybody who is watching now, because I'm not going to. I want this to be. I want it to be made clear. What are you reading from, and in what law? Where is that tabled, and what law is that? Your mic is muted.
Let me give you the references. The Speaker's authority includes overseeing the order and conduct of debates, including the reports presented to the House. And that comes under it comes under the standing, let me get it up here. Standing orders of the House of Representatives of Jamaica, which govern the conduct of business within the House.
All right, let me re-ask that. What book are you reading from? Because you're not reading from legislation.
Well, as adopted by the House of Representatives on 20th May 1964, it has several amendments to it. These are the standing orders of the House of Representatives. And it gives from the oath of allegiance, election of speaker, election of deputy speaker, it's almost the regulation that sets forth the operation of the House of Representatives, right? Talks about the sitting, the order of business.
All right, just give us the page so that we can set this record straight. Because I maintain they have no authority, and a clear indication is that the Auditor General is sending back the report without zero amendments. A report she received Friday, she's sending back Monday morning.
Okay.
You don't know she received it on Friday, Buchanan.
Look what I said.
What do you mean I don't know? What do you mean? It was sent back yesterday. Yesterday's Friday. Today's Saturday.
But she didn't receive it yesterday. That's what I'm saying.
All right, very well.
Look in the private chat. Take a quick look. I hope that
Very well.
all of you can see it in the private chat.
We'll move on now, because I think the point is clear that she asked for an opinion. There's a convention that when the thing comes in, it's tabled shortly thereafter. And she decided that she wasn't going to do that. And then she asked for an opinion based on law to say that I don't have to do that. And she received that opinion. And then she said, I'm not sharing it with anybody. So we don't even know what the Attorney General, what he said to her. And we need to know, because she didn't.
You know if she said she's not sharing it with anybody, Mr. Rattigan?
Oh yeah, they've asked her. The opposition, they've asked her, said, listen, we need to know what the Attorney General said. And she said, no, I'm not going to share it. They've asked.
Maybe not at that time.
What do you mean not at that time?
Maybe she has sent it over to the bodies first. We investigate further, whatever, it's not filed properly.
Come on, man.
Like what Herb just to make you know a while ago.
Come on, man. No. Look. Let me make it very simple.
Just like Mark stood up in Parliament and said she did not table an illicit 6 report, knowing that it is under investigation and she could not table it.
Hold on a second. How do you know it's under investigation? How do you know the investigation has? Hold on a second. Hold on.
Investigation is ongoing.
No. How do you know? Point to our annual report or something and tell me that the investigation is ongoing. No, of the illicit six. Point to that.
First thing, to label people illicit six, they would have to prove that they were found guilty in some form of court of law. Right, Mr. Buchanan?
Hold on a second. You're not answering the question, you know.
No, may I ask you that? May I ask you that? First.
Say that again. To do what?
Hold on, no. In order for Mr. Rattigan.
I said no answer. No, Mr. Vegas, no, there's a question pending.
All right.
How do you know that investigation has not been completed and that report is somewhere, for example, over at the corruption prosecutor's office? How do you know that?
Hold on, let me pull it up. Give me 1 second, bro. The illicit six, yeah? 6 parliamentarians. This is an article from the Radio Jamaica. I don't know if you can access it.
No. Don't do this to me, Mr. Vegas, man. Don't do this to me. I want you, don't give me a news report. I want you to tell me, where is that investigation? You know why you won't know? You know why I won't know? Because
it is under investigation.
No, because of 53. Because of 53. And they should have said that they should, if they can't tell you, it means that it's under investigation and therefore they can't talk about it. Or if it's over by the
all right, so this is from the Integrity Commission. Information and Complaints Division referrals. Referrals are made by the Director of Information and Complaints pursuant of Section 38 and 43 of the Integrity Commission Act 2017 and Section 14 and 15 of the Corruption Prevention 2001. During the reporting period, the following referrals were made. Complaints and protected disclosures referred to the Investigation Division for the financial year 2022-2023. Right? Allegations, reports of allegations of conflict of interest, corruption, fraud, impropriety, contracts, and procurement breaches. Failure to file statutory declaration, Commission 27, 30 days statutory, blah, blah. Failures to provide information, Section 43. Illicit enrichment, Section 1415 of the Corruption Prevention Act 2001 under investigation. 6 parliamentarians, 28 public officials under investigation. This is from the Integrity Commission.
Hold on. You're reading from the annual report, right?
Yes.
Yes. And is that annual report current?
This is the last annual report that came out.
Mr. Vegas, bear with me. You're talking about an annual report that was submitted in March of last year, right? There's one that's due in 2 weeks, right? So you don't, last year when they submitted the annual report, that was under investigation. But as presently as we are here today, you don't know where it is, because you know why? You haven't seen the latest annual report. You don't know.
Mr. Rattigan, if people are under investigation for corruption, illicit 6, and 28 government workers, wouldn't the court be involved?
Hold on. No, not yet. Not yet. The court.
Oh, so you're saying release them name and then the court get involved?
Mr. Vegas. Yeah. Take a deep breath and listen to me. I'll tell you, right? Once the complaint is in, the complaints division will look at it. They'll verify that it's a legit complaint. It goes over to the investigative division and they conduct the investigation. Once they're finished with the investigation, it's presented to the commission. It's presented to the commission with a recommendation. Then the commission will, then it goes to the corruption prosecutor. And then the corruption prosecutor will make a decision whether to prosecute or not. Now, there is a process there where the corruption prosecutor can say, I don't see enough here to file a charge, or the corruption prosecutor can say, there is enough here to file a charge, and then those reports, they'll go to the parliament. Or the corruption prosecutor or the commission can say, you know what? Let's bring this to the DPP and have the DPP render an opinion. So what I'm saying to you, Mr. Vegas, is that you read to us a report that's stale. That report was last.
And where's the new report? That the investigation is closed.
Mr. Vegas, it's due in 2 weeks.
There is no other report. This is the report that we have.
Mr. Vegas.
Hold on. Mr. Rattigan, look at this. Hold on. Well, take time with me.
Hold on.
You're saying it's during 2 weeks, right?
Hold on. Let me ask you something.
Right.
You mentioned 28 civil servants being under investigation. Is that accurate?
We don't know.
I know.
How?
I know.
How so?
Ask me how I know. Because some of those have been tabled already.
Who are the people on the investigation? The 28 people. Give me some names of the 28 people that are on the investigation.
From Water Commission, right? He was. Then you have there were another 2 or 3 that they sent already. They've been tabled. So it's not 28, Mr. Vegas. It's not 28. So when you come and give me the report, that's what I'm telling you. The report is stale. It's old. There's
no other report. If you said the report is coming in 2 weeks, how are we going to call people name out when a report is due in 2 weeks, according to you?
Mr. Vegas, the report that you're quoting from is last year's report. Things have happened since, which we don't know. We're waiting for the new report in 2 weeks, Mr. Vegas. We will know whether the investigation regarding the 6 it has been completed. We will know, because you know why? They have to give an update.
But if you say it's due in 2 weeks, how is she going to table a report that's due in 2 weeks?
Mr. Vegas,
that investigation is completed. Help me out.
Wait a minute. No, man. Yeah, cause problem.
I'm saying to you that this is under investigation. You're saying to me that the investigation done.
No, I never said that. I said you don't know where it is.
I'm telling you that I'm giving you based on the last report. It's under investigation. You can't jump ahead and say the investigation.
Vegas, it was under investigation as of the tendering of that report last year, March. We don't know where it is now.
All right, let me go with your argument. You said you don't know where it reached, right?
Correct.
So now that may I say, so she got table it and you don't know where it reached.
Who asked? Well, you hear me said she must table something? You hear me say that?
That is what I'm saying. Mr. Golding said in Parliament. That is what I was talking about.
No, listen. You have it all wrong. The report that Mr. Golding is talking about, right? That's not an Integrity Commission report. That's the Auditor General's report. It's a different.
No. He said it in Parliament.
Then
when he was making his budget speech.
Oh,
he mentioned the AG report and the IC report.
Help me out, Isaac. What?
No, listen. Are you saying he didn't say that?
No, what I'm saying to you,
he's the one who's muddying the water with this illicit 6. That is the reason why I brought up this conversation. And you're saying we don't know where the investigation reached.
Well, in a second, did Mr. Gold, and I don't recall him saying that. He may or may not have.
Yes, he did.
So I'm going to ask you. No, I'm going to ask you. Did Mr. Golding say at any time within the last 6 months in Parliament that the Speaker of the House is sitting on a report or reports from the Integrity Commission regarding these 6 parliamentarians who were on the investigation? Did he say that?
He said it. He said in his speech, his budget
no,
speech.
Yes or no.
He said in his budget speech earlier that she is sitting on tabling a report that came from the Integrity Commission regarding these matters.
He said that in his budget speech this week, right?
Yes.
But hold on a second. Did you read what happened in the media? The media came back and apologized to him because they said, listen, what they're talking about is he's talking about an Auditor General's report that was sent back.
Yeah, can I share my screen?
Share your screen, man.
Oh. You see this?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So maybe
the office since 2016, no less than 8 ministers have been forced to resign or have been otherwise sanctioned for a range of serious breaches, and Jamaica continues to rank poorly on international corruption indices. The move in 2020 to take away the chairmanship of most parliamentary committees from the opposition has weakened that mechanism of holding government to account. The maneuvers to delay the tabling of reports from the Auditor General and the Integrity Commission remains a contentious matter, especially since the legal opinion on which this delay is purportedly based has been withheld from parliamentarians and the wider public. When the former speaker was forced to resign as a result of an integrity commission investigation, the move to replace her with the wife of the prime minister, so that the head of parliament is now the spot.
You stop it?
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Did you hear that?
What's the question?
He said she's holding on. She refused to table information from the Integrity Commission and the AG. Which report she has held onto from the Integrity Commission?
You're not listening, no. Because you're not listening. You're not listening to what Mia said to you, right?
All right.
I'm saying to you, right, that there are two reports coming over from the Auditor General, right, that I'm aware of that they sent back, right? Now, the other reports that you're talking about, the Integrity Commission came out and said that all the reports that we have, they've been tabled already.
So what is he talking about?
You're asking me what Mr. Golding is talking about?
Which report has she not tabled?
I can't answer for him. All I'm saying to you is that the
crux of the argument in Rattigan. We must say that the crux of the argument.
The Integrity Commission came out and said that there is no reports, including annual reports, that have not been tabled. That's what they said. Right? Now, my argument is simply this, because I think it's much ado about nothing, because my argument is simply this, is that she said, I am going to change the convention and I'm going to seek a legal opinion. She got the legal opinion and she won't release the legal opinion. That's my argument. I'm not talking about no reports. I'm talking about what she did, what she said, and what she failed to do. No, let me ask you. Do you think? All right, let me ask you. Do you think?
First thing that's about you. If you say,
do you think that she should share the Attorney General's report with Parliament?
I do not know why she sent it back. I cannot say that.
No, Mr. Vegas, she didn't send back the Attorney General's report. You're mixing it up again. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the Auditor General. I'm talking about the Attorney General.
Oh, my bad. Right. No, I don't. I'm not privy to that information.
Well, let me make you privy.
Attorney General and the Integrity Commission.
Right. I'll make you privy. She wanted to change the convention, and she said, I wanted to make sure that my action is rooted in law. So I'm going to the government attorney, and I'm going to ask him to render an opinion on this matter. He rendered an opinion. So now she has it. And she has not shared it. Do you think that she should share that report with Parliament?
Because I'm not privy to the information, I cannot give you an answer. I don't know what it entails.
No, I'm not asking you about the content, of the report, I'm just asking.
I don't know why she has not shared the information. I cannot give you that answer. I would have to know the information.
No, I'm not asking you as to why she hasn't shared it. I'm asking you, do you think it should be shared?
I can't answer that if I don't know what it is about. Okay. I don't know why she went to seek advice.
I told you.
How must I tell you?
All right. Look.
We hear from her why she's holding that information. Have you heard from her?
Have I heard from her?
Yeah, and why she's holding that information. We told her that information.
I've written to her and she hasn't responded.
So we don't know.
No, I didn't ask her about that.
So you say, so I never asked her about that.
No, I didn't ask her about that. No. But anyway, look, we have lied here. We're going to talk about now voting, right? Because Lloyd Aguilar is of the opinion that people shouldn't vote, right? And that's going to be an interesting conversation. So feel free to stick around, make a comment or whatever. But I think we've exhausted that topic that you brought up, the one about the speaker, because it's clear that she received the information from the Attorney General and she has refused to share it with the Parliament, because that came to her as a parliamentarian, not in her private capacity. In fact, it was government money was paid for that. It was government money that paid the Attorney General to provide that report, that legal opinion to her. She never paid for it out of her pocket. So the public has a right to know. The parliamentarians, the representatives of the people, they have a right to know. And then she said, no. Even the Integrity Commission, They have a right to know, so that them know, okay, when we give her the report, we know that we know where it's going now, because right now it used to go this place and it's not going there anymore. So but and anyway, you have any remarks you want to close up this button up
Yeah,
this
yeah,
argument?
yeah. I want to close out this by saying, I think there seems to be some selective outrage when it comes down to corruption, and conflict of interest regarding the Speaker of the House and members of the different bodies. And I don't hear these outcries. I've not seen any. I did not see any outcry when people representing the PNP party, um, are people who were a part of the PNP party, have served in the PNP party, being in a part of these bodies as commissioner, directors, and so forth and so on. So I think it is very unfortunate that people are preconceiving or have a preconceived mind about Mrs. Holness, excuse me, and think that Mr. Buchanan just deal with the subconscious mind. Um, and I think that is what is happening here, because we did not hear all of these outrage when people who represented the PNP party were handling these bodies, are members of these bodies. As a matter of fact, there are still people who are representing the PNP party and representing members of the PNP party who are part of these bodies, and no one is talking about those things. So I think it's very unfortunate that they will try to point out the sins are the supposed to be, are the what is gonna be sins of Mrs. Holness, but leave out people that are actually serving in this capacity, that were serving PNP members or leaders.
Yeah. All right. I understand what you're saying. And to me, what you're saying is that don't look over here and look at her. Look over this side and look over here, and don't worry about this. And the whole conversation was about over here. And then you're trying to turn us over here and talk about what happened with PNP and this and that. And we're saying, no, no, no. We're talking about the current speaker and what she's doing. But I'll leave it there. Herb, you want to button up this argument? I start buttoning this up because Lloyd is waiting and I want to get to him.
I love
No?
Juliet Holness, and she should be the Speaker of the House. I hope they never get one report from her and then they can cry all they want. She's the Speaker of the House. And our the Prime Minister just happens to be our husband who don't like it. Abe.
All right. Mr. Vegas, that was for you. All right, Herb.
Let me see what I have here. Reports from Integrity Commission. It is my considered view that reports submitted to the Parliament under sections 36 and 54 of the Integrity Commission Act should be treated as dedicated here. A. Reports made on request of the House of Parliament under 36.1. The report will be tabled as soon as possible, as the nature of the report is that it is a request from the Houses of Parliament. To require quick action of the members of the House of Representatives once it's submitted for tabling. After it is tabled, it is then directed to the attention of the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee, keeping with standing orders 73 Delta, 73D, that is, in parentheses, E in lower case. 3 annual reports submitted under Section 36 in Boleg 2. Once the report is submitted to Parliament, it is sent to the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee for consideration of report. Once the committee has completed its deliberation, both reports of the committee and the relevant report from the Integrity Commission will be tabled thereafter. Special reports submitted under 36 Bolet 3 will be treated in the same manner as a report under 36 Bolet 2 referenced above. Reports of the Director of Investigation submitted under 54 Bolet 4 will be tabled as soon as possible after receipt by the Parliament, having regard to the serious nature of the matters that are contained therein. Will be requiring the immediate and direct attention of the House after the table will then be submitted to the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee for their consideration and report. Kindly note, all reports from the Integrity Commission will be reviewed by the officers before they are tabled, and it will be tabled in the soonest possible time. No effort decision make to delay such reports. So that's the only additional stuff I have here.
All right.
Trying to find something else that and this is the full text that came out on November 8th, 2023, as to how Parliament will treat integrity commission special report. I'll send you a URL. It won't let me print the URL to the general audience.
No, that's fine.
It will
That's
let me
fine.
put it in private chat.
All right. That's fine.
All right.
All right. Mr. Vegas, look, want to thank you as usual, man, for coming on. Your views, we disagree, but we disagree respectfully.
Of course, all the time. Big up yourself, Herb, for making my points. Easy bucket.
All right, my brother. All right, take care. All right, ladies and gentlemen, quite a sparkling conversation, but I think Mr. Vegas has it all. As its focus his focus was not on his question, because the question he asked was not the argument he made, but that's how things are. All right, now let me bring in this gentleman here. I've been on a program with him before. He has some interesting views, and again, the thing about this program, just look at the name, Reason with Rattigan. So we can't keep bringing on people that we agree with, because otherwise we don't need to bring them on. We can just make the argument ourselves. So we bring people on so that they come a different view, sometimes a view that we are not even aware of. We can just hash through it and separate the wheat from the chaff and get to what is really the issue at heart. So let me bring on Mr. Lloyd de Aguilar. Here he is. Lloyd, welcome to Reason with Rattigan, sir. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for taking the time and gracing us with your presence. And before we get into the issue, what I'd like you to do is, I'm going to assume that a lot of people on this chat, we have 2,800 devices. So you may have, 3,000 people listening right now. I would hazard a guess to say a lot of them, they've never heard of you. They don't know you. So this is a chance to get out there and shine the spotlight on yourself. Who are you, sir? And what is your issue for us to discuss today?
Well, as you said, my name is Lloyd de Aguilar. I'm a human rights activist here in Jamaica. I've been a human rights activist for many years. Fairly well known for my advocacy during the after the Tivoli Gardens massacre that took place in 2010. I formed a group in Tivoli called the Tivoli Committee, and we applied to be part of that commission of inquiry. That happened in 2014, I think it was. We were allowed to be in the commission of inquiry, but I personally was not allowed to ask any questions because I'm not a lawyer, and it wasn't a trial or anything like that. It was a commission of inquiry. And because they didn't like the points that I was making, which is to hold the commanding officers responsible for what happened, the superior commanders responsible for what happened in Tivoli Gardens, which would have been the prime minister, which would have been the head of the army and the head of the police force. They didn't want me inside there, so they kicked me out. Okay, so I have continued with my advocacy ever since, including dealing with human rights issues, focusing on police extrajudicial killings, and we have had several protests and demonstrations, etc. I've also been a radio talk show host. And of course, corruption is one of the big issues in Jamaica. Jamaica is regarded as one of the most corrupt countries in the world. And whenever they do polls and they all, the 70% of the Jamaican people say the system corrupt, the government corrupt, etc. People talk about corruption all the while. So that motivated us to start the People's Anti-Corruption Movement, and we have been existing now for several years, and we are trying to expose government corruption. And one of the things we have done is that we are advocating for People's Commission of Inquiry into state corruption. And we have written letters to the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, and all the 60-odd members of Parliament, including the senators, saying that we need this Commission of Inquiry into state corruption. And not one of them has responded. The Prime Minister don't respond. The Leader of the Opposition don't respond. None of them have responded. So what that really means is that they're all deeply involved in the corruption that exists in the state system, and they don't want anything to spotlight and to expose the corruption that exists. So we continue from there. And let me just say that very currently, we just had a parish council election, and one of our position was that the parish council election should be boycotted. And it should be boycotted because, once again, for the last many elections, when you have an election, 70% of the people don't vote. And that is, in effect, a boycott. And so, therefore, what we are calling for is not just a boycott, but we are calling for an official boycott, that the people shouldn't vote, because the two political parties are corrupt. PNP corrupt, JLP corrupt, and none of them want to deal with corruption. So until we do something about it, such as boycotting it, creating a legitimacy crisis, and bringing about community self-government, then nothing is going to happen and nothing change. Well, okay, we just started that advocacy, and as I said, 70% of the people didn't vote. So now we are looking forward now. The next elections will be by next year, 2025. And we are going to organize, agitate, and do whatever is necessary and we can do to call for a formal boycott of the general elections, so that we can begin to deal with community self-government, and we can also deal with people's self-government as well. Because what we have in Jamaica is not direct democracy. We have indirect democracy, where you elect a government and our parliament, and you never hear from them again until it's election time. So you don't have no say over what happens, whether it's parish council or whether it's general government, central government. You don't have no say at all. And then when election time comes, they come and give you $1 here and $1 there and so on. So that has to change. And that is what we are presently focused on.
All right. Herb, you want to start the conversation with Lloyd?
Hi, Lloyd. Good to see you. I'm sorry I missed you when I came down, but I'll be back again. You rest assured that. Look, you have been struggling against the elements of truth, justice, and honesty in the governance of people in Jamaica for quite a while. And sometimes it seems like you're Don Quixote going up against that windmill, right? I remember when we tried to work together with the Tivoli Commission. I remember the beating you took, and I remember the fact that the people were so ridiculed by the attorneys on the Tivoli Commission, and there was very little that you could do in their defense, because in fact you had maybe just one attorney at a time, possibly two, with the inclusion of Lord Gifford, and other than Lord Gifford, there was not much else that gave the people a sense of justice. It was all a sense of injustice and justification of that injustice. Have you considered, or did you consider taking the case to the UN?
Oh yes, we thought about the International Criminal Court. That is one of the things that we wanted to do.
Right.
And well, I'll tell you, in order for you to go to the International Criminal Court, Jamaica is not a signatory to the statutes of the International Criminal Court. So you can't directly go to the International Criminal Court unless, because you can't directly apply to them to investigate a matter. The Privy Council, the United Nations could make a decision. The Security Council could make a decision that, well, a massacre took place in Jamaica. We want to go there and investigate it. So it could only be done at that level. So the only other alternative was to bring a lawsuit against the government for acts of terrorism, for state terrorism, because the Terrorism Act had already been passed. But guess what? If you bring a lawsuit against the government for terrorism, such as been committed in Tivoli Gardens in 2010, the Director of Public Prosecutions could say, no, I am not going to allow this thing to go on at all. And let me just tell you, this current Director of Public Prosecutions, this Paula Llewellyn, she made it quite plain to me that you'll be wasting your time trying to take the government to court over what took place. So it was very challenging. And I will also say, I must confess, that there was an investigation going on, or also a compensation committee hearing that was going on as to whether to compensate some of the victims of what took place in Tivoli Garden. So therefore, it was a very tenuous situation, because you would have required some of those people to come and testify in court, but they wanted the money to get the money. And so it would have been a tricky situation to get them to come and testify at a time when they are considering them for giving them some money, etc. So they had the upper hand, and we weren't able to take it very far. But that doesn't mean that a lot of people don't see what is going on. Police extrajudicial killings is a policy of state in Jamaica. There is no doubt about that. It is a policy of state. And so therefore, the police have the legal right to go there and kill people and get away with it. The Director of Public Prosecutions is part of that as well. And you have INDICOM, Independent Commission of Investigations, which does investigation, and very rarely does INDICOM send anything to the DPP, and very rarely does the DPP send anything to the court for the police to be tried. But every day you read at 4 o'clock in the morning, a group of police go into a community and them shoot somebody. It was a shootout. Man asleep at 4 o'clock in the morning, and then them get shot. Recently you had the Minister of National Security saying that if the police shoot anybody, don't call an ambulance, right? Don't call an ambulance, make him dead. And that is another way of sending a message to the police that in order to fight crime, you have to go there and commit these kinds of killings. And that is what is wanted. Now listen, we just had a police commissioner who retired. I understand, I don't know for a fact, but he's related to the Prime Minister. He was also a senior commander in the Jamaica Defense Force during the 2010 massacre. And then afterwards, he became police commissioner. He's been there for several years now. And he's retiring, and a position has now gone to another person, another policeman to take over. And I hear that he's also related to a previous police commissioner. And one of the things we are saying is that police commissioner should not be appointed. A police commissioner should be elected, as it is in some states in the United States, where a police commissioner or head of the police is elected. Because when he's appointed because he's connected to the
political world.
Inside there. And this police commissioner, he said, boy, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. He never addressed the issue of police extrajudicial killings. He never talked about the body cams, which people are saying that policemen should go there with body cams, so that when they go there and them say, boy, it was a shootout, you can use the body cam to either confirm or deny what it is that they're saying. So I personally don't expect anything different to come from this new police commissioner. The policy of police extrajudicial killings will continue down the road.
Let me ask you this in that sense. The last commissioner, Anderson, they're saying that ZOSO was effective, that the ZOSO programs cut crimes. How do you feel about that versus the fact that when they were established in ZOSO, they were actually telegraphing their introduction into certain communities, and in fact, those criminals would then scatter someplace else, and of course, that automatically cuts the ability of the people left behind to commit crimes, the kind of crimes that the criminals who scattered were committing. If you
I don't agree that, yeah, go ahead, sorry, finish.
No, I was going to say, if you had ZOSO as the main article of enforcement, what would you change about it to make it more receptive to people and to have people feel like they're being protected?
Well, let me say that ZOSO, or state of emergency, is not a solution to crime in Jamaica. Of course, if there was a 5% decline or whatever it was, they're going to claim, well, it was ZOSO or it was a state of emergency. But they have no proof that that is what caused the decline in the murder. And if the murder rate went down, it can go up tomorrow. It can go down and go up and come down. That is no solution. The solution is to deal with the issues of poverty that exist in the communities, to have a dialogue with the people. The people know who the gangs are, who the gunmen are, who the bad man is, and they never consult with the people. They never go down there and say, well, boy, all right, let's sit down, let's have a talk. What are the issues here? What is going on? Why is somebody burning down somebody's house, and so on and so forth? We never have that kind of a discussion. So what you do is you create a ZOSO, or you create a state of emergency, and you send a whole heap of police and soldier go down there, and all that the police and the soldier can do is go in and shoot up people and put up a whole heap of boys in the back of a truck and carry them to a detention center, and sometimes you hold them there for months. The Supreme Court has ruled is unconstitutional and illegal and a violation of the people's rights. So let's forget about ZOSO and state of emergency. That's not a solution. What is needed is to address the problems of poverty in the inner cities. The fact that there's a high unemployment rate among the youth in particular. The fact that a lot of children are not going to school. They're not getting no education. Because even though one of the things that we advocate for is free education, there is no free education in Jamaica. And a lot of children don't go to school because their mother and father don't have the money to buy lunch. They don't have the money to give them bus fare, etc., etc. Those things need to be addressed, because when you don't address it, it means that when them reach 16, 17 years old, they're not going to no school, them sit down on the sidewalk, and then man who have gun can come round and give them a gun and say, boy, do this, do that, do that. right? Nobody's addressing those issues. And then there's the issue of guns coming into the country. Who's bringing in the guns, right? There must be somebody big up there who's bringing in the guns, because they bring in the guns and they give it out to the poor boy in the inner city. You think he can buy a gun for $30,000-$40,000? Where am I going to get money from? So there is some big man that is bringing in the guns. Are these big men connected politically? Are they connected to the rich people who bring in the guns? And when the guns come at the harbor and the police find the gun, they never allow the person who the gun come to come and collect the gun, so that they can make a connection between who's selling and who's receiving. They will go there and they will get the guns and say, boy, we discover 500 rounds of ammunition and so on and so forth. That is clearly a deficiency, and in my opinion, a deliberate way of protecting the people who are bringing in guns into the country and distributing it for one reason or another. Mr. Holness recently went to the United States the other day, and he went there. He said some things like he wanted to have a private conversation with the security people in the United States, and he was also talking about the Jamaicans who are connected, but as if to say he knew who they are. Well, if he knows who they are, let him make it public. He should go on the television screen and in Parliament and reveal the names of all the people who are involved in bringing in guns into the country. So one of the things we are calling for is free education. We are calling for free health care. We are calling for to give employment to the poor youths who don't have no jobs, etc. And we believe that once you begin to address those issues, you will be able to seriously begin to deal with the crime situation. I think you're muted.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, the new police commissioner said that he wants to return to community policing, patrols, walking patrols, foot patrols. In other words, this gives the police now a chance, like you mentioned, to identify within their communities with the good and honest people of the community. And in turn, those people would have the opportunity to identify the issues within the community that the police needs to help them with. Now, I understand the other portion being communities have been largely ignored. There are no improvements in the schools. Therefore, you still have 40% graduates. You still have graduates who can't read, write, comprehend like they should, right? If you had the opportunity to resolve the problem at the lower level, the KSAMC level, international level, and deal with the poverty, you would need something like a school breakfast program as well as a school lunch program to ensure kids have 2 meals a day, to ensure that the school, um, that the food security is taken care of in our underserved and our poor neighborhoods, right? Would you be, how would you address that to KSMC to be able to come out and support the schools at the school level? Because obviously the Minister of Education has no answer for that. Neither does when it comes to their health, the Minister of Health has no answer to how to address the health system, which we contend they should be holding health screenings and health fairs within different communities to identify people with your high blood pressure, high blood sugar, address those before they cause more harmful diseases to occur. How would
Well,
you see the KSMC being an intermediary at the local level, local government level?
well, let me just endorse some of the things that you say. I know little boys and little girls not going to school. And when you see them and you say, why you not going to school? Why you never go to school? My mother says she down the lunch money, right? Down the lunch money. Why you never go to school? Me not have no money for take the bus, right? And so on. And you help them out and you give them a little help out of your pocket, but everybody is limited. And, and so after a while, you try your best to help them out, but it's not enough. There's one little boy, his mother is on path, but you go to the school, and I spoke to the administrators, and they said, well, if him don't have no lunch money, him can come and beg some lunch and so on. And sometimes it creates embarrassment for the youth and all that kind of stuff. So clearly we need, as I've said before, we need free education, not just that you go to school and you don't have to pay a school fee. We need to be able to have the children come there and you provide transportation for them, and they come there and you provide lunch for them, right? Those are some of the things that are needed, including books and whatever other implements and instruments that they need to do their education. That needs to be addressed. In the 1970s, the People's Michael Manley government decided that he was going to have free education. Give him credit, but it didn't last very long. By the time Siaga came to power, he said we can't afford it, and it whittled down. And when the next PNP administration, they continued along the path that Siaga had started. And even now, today, we had the budget debate, and Mr. Golding came to Parliament and him cuss out the government for, not giving enough to education, but he himself never called for free education. He never addressed the issues that way that we are now addressing it. So clearly, we need to be very specific about this education issue that needs to be addressed. Free education in every sense of the word, and that needs to be addressed and dealt with. And that is one of the big advocacy that we are saying. And so therefore, once you begin to go down that road,
take a pen, Lloyd.
Yes.
Free education. What is the cost of sending a
Oh, no.
child?
Well, sorry, I don't know what the cost will be. I haven't,
you don't have any idea what
What I will say is that it is a priority. And well, and since you raised that point, let me go on to say that in the last budget debate, right, Mr. Nigel Clark, the finance minister, was bragging that for the past 7 years there have been no new taxes. Okay. Well, if he wants to brag that he didn't impose any taxes on the working class, fine, we will celebrate. But what about the rich in this country? The ones who are making the billions and billions of dollars, the financial sector and all the other sectors that making billions of dollars. And you're telling me that he's so proud and so proud that he hasn't given them, imposed any taxes on them. So we have to look at the fact that whatever the cost of education is, the money is there, but there is a understanding, a complication, whatever it is, between the government and the private sector, that we have a deal with you, we now impose more taxes on you, right? Because when the election time comes, you are the one that fund our campaign. In the last campaign, if you the parish council election, you go around and you see all the flags and the posters and everything else upon the street. Where them get the money from? Are the private sector who give them that money. And when they give them the money in order to campaign, there is a unwritten deal, a tacit agreement between them that you're not going to impose no taxes on us. So therefore, when you begin to put more taxes on the rich who are making billions and billions of dollars of the labor of the working class, then we can address issues such as education and bring about free education for the youth, because that is absolutely necessary. And then they're talking about the youth, young people or the labor force not educated enough, and so therefore they might have to bring in labor from the outside and so on and so forth. You wouldn't even have to go down that road. You begin to educate the people, you begin to train them, you do what is necessary, but we have to cut that corruption and that connection between the political parties and the private sector and the people who have money in this country, who are bribing them and they don't tax them.
Let me interject a second. He was boasting that they have done more training using the Heart Foundation system than any other government, and that anybody who wants training can have it through Heart.
That is a drop in the bucket kind of business. You know what I mean? So yes, so they're going to big up themselves and say, Heart is one aspect of it, but there are so many aspects to education. And what they do is they isolate one aspect and say, Heart is not the complete solution to the education problem. It is just a part of the problem. And so, that's politics. That's plain politics. And, we're not going to go down that road where the politics is concerned.
Lloyd, let me ask you a question. I've heard you speak about this issue, and I just want to be clear about what your position is, because I wasn't clear the first time I heard you. You're calling for the Jamaican people to boycott elections in Jamaica, because you said, in essence, the boycott is here already because only 30% of the voting population is actually voting. And then you call for community self-government and people self-government. Give us a sense of what would that look like? What is it? What give us a sense, because now we know PNP, JLP, we know government, we know parliament, we know Senate. Give us a sense of what this community self-government and people self-government, what will it look like?
All right, very good question. Let's look at it. Let's start with the parish council first, right? Because at the parish council level, you have a government structure that should be closer to the people than the central government, because this is a parish council. And the divorce between the people and the parish council is even greater than it is at the central government level. We don't know anything about the budget of the parish council. We don't know how much salary them get. We don't know what them do with the money. We know absolutely nothing. They don't call the people in to make a comment about anything. They just do what they want to do. We know absolutely nothing about how the parish councils operate. So we are saying that we should begin to have community self-government. In other words, in Denham Town, in Trench Town, in Jonestown, in Tivoli Gardens, for example, where the people know each other. We must begin to set up a structure where they can begin to elect and have meetings and decide who it is that they want to be their spokesman to represent them, and to be able to go to parish council or wherever and to say, listen, this is what we want. There needs to be some kind of dialogue. And if they have to replace the parish councils, then so be it. Listen, you have the central government, right? And you have never had one occasion where a man in the community can go and address parliament. If the queen come or the king come, them go and address parliament. If the head of any government come to Jamaica, they bring them right there to parliament and they give a speech. Why is it that you can't have the people come into the parliament and say, listen, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Leader of the opposition, it's Trenchtown me come from, and this is what is going on in Trenchtown, right? You said this and you said that, but this is what is really happening. So I am not suggesting that we can just snap our finger and we will come up with the structure, but it is the idea of people's self-government, both at the parish, the community level, and at the national level, that we have to begin to advocate for in order to bring about the kind of democracy that we want. Because right now, what we have is democratic dictatorship. We don't have a democracy which involves the people in any kind of way. So therefore, by not voting, you create a legitimacy crisis, right? Because if 70% of the people don't vote, or if it gone up to 80% or 90% after the next election, then obviously, on what basis are you ruling over the people if it's only 10 or 20% of the people vote for you? So that is how we are beginning to look at the situation politically, and it gives validity to our demand for people self-government, for community self-government, and begin to address the issues that exist in the community, including, as we said, education, housing, the street conditions, sewage running all over the place, etc., etc. The people have no voice in what is going on in their community.
But here's what I'm hearing from you. For the most part, I'm hearing an identification of the problems. What I'm not hearing is a structure that you would have what you call the community self-government and people self-government. I hear you say, well, the people them get together and then they say who they want to represent them. To some degree, technically, to some degree, that's what we have right now. That's why we have MPs. The MPs are representatives of the people. Now, you may make the argument that they're not representing the people, but they have been elected to represent the people. They're not doing it, right? That's a different argument. What I'm trying to get you to explain to us is we have a system right now, the constitutional monarchy, that democratic system, that Westminster system that we have, right? And we can see it and we understand it, but it's not working for us. So what I'd like you to do is project, give us a system structured, because you've been saying this for a while now. So I suspect that you will have some concept of what it will look like. So I'm asking you to give us a concept of saying, okay, here is a system. At this level, this is what the people will be doing. And at this level, here's what the representatives will be doing. And then we'll have a central government that is separate, distinct, and apart from the local government, but will interact with it. Something to that effect. Give us something so that we can hold on. Because, when you talk, I'm trying to conceptualize it, and I'm slow, so I'm having difficulty. And if I'm having difficulty, I know some of the listeners, they're having difficulty, right? So give us that sense of what it's like, or what it's going to be like.
Okay, so let me respond to you. Like I said before, we have called for a People's Commission of Inquiry into state corruption. Neither the PNP nor the JLP nor any member of parliament has responded, right? Even though they all talk about the need to fight corruption. So when we talk about community self-government or people self-government at any level, of course, the political leaders, rulers, they're not going to go along with that because they see that as a threat to their political dictatorship and their political ruling over the people of it. So we even to go down the way in which you say to formalize a structure and to say, well, this is the formal structure, this is the way it should be, it's not likely that they're going to go along with it. So what is most important is the fact that 70% of the people don't vote, and probably we can get 80% of the people not to vote. So therefore, it is possible for a group like us, People's Anti-Corruption Movement, to begin to talk to the people, to begin to address them at a community level, and to say, well, listen, the parish council election, the parish council rulership is impotent, right? So this is what we want. We need to elect our own representatives. We need to say these are the issues that face us, and we begin to talk about it. We begin to go down that road and so on. And if the parish councils don't want to respond, then it means that they don't represent. They definitely don't represent the people anymore. And if the people, the communities get together and say, well, Mr. Prime Minister or Mr. Leader of the Opposition, we want to come to Parliament and make a statement about our conditions, and them say no way, then it does begin to create a direct and very potent credibility crisis at the central government as well. So we are not saying that it is possible to have a blueprint of how we are going to go forward, but we are looking at it in a general sense that 70% of the people don't support PNP and they don't support JLP. And when you are like me, you're in public transportation, you hear the people talk, then corrupt, and they make no distinction between PNP and JLP. So that kind of consciousness is already out there. And we who recognize that we cannot continue to live with corruption are in a position to begin to address where the people are at right now and to begin to talk to them and come up with the kind of structures, the question that you are asking, so that if you invite me down here 6 months from now, I will be able to answer that question more directly, because I can say to you, in the community where I live or the community that I advocate in, we have been saying to them, let's have a public meeting, let's discuss, and so on and so forth. And a structure will evolve out of that so that I can give you a more direct response to the question that you're asking.
You see, now, Lloyd, I'm a practical person, right? I'm not so much into theory. I want to see things, and I'm a very visual person. And so I'm looking to you because you've been saying this now for quite some time. And one of the things about it is that I can't visualize a system that you're contemplating. The second thing is that you're telling people not to vote. And I disagree with that, and I'll tell you why. We stand on the shoulders of great men and women who died so that we could have the right to vote. And then to say, well, we're not going to do it because we don't like the government that we have. I'm not quite sure that I'm sure that's not the path I would propose. So I'm trying to figure out, because you're saying, well, the people get together and then the people elect somebody. And because it sounds to me that we already have that system. What we don't have, we just don't have the people. We don't have the people. We have corrupt people. So it sounds to me that the argument would best be made to, let's get rid of the corrupt people. Let's use a Magnitsky Act. Let's use this. Let's use whatever we can do to get rid of the people so we get good people in. The system is flawed. The Constitution, I would venture to say, and I know my brother Isaac would take issue with this, that it's flawed in certain places. And I think we need to get rid of this constitution completely and come with something that reflects a Jamaican experience and a Jamaican people. But putting that aside, we already have a system. And so it sounds to me like what you're proposing is the system that we have. You don't like the PNP and the JLP because they say that they're not doing what they should be doing. But it doesn't sound like you're criticizing the system. It sounds like you're criticizing the people who are responsible for making the system work. And so I'm saying, well, maybe what we should do is get voter education. Maybe what we should do is spend the time educating our people about the voting process, and maybe we bring back civics. Maybe that's what we should be doing, teaching our people civics on a broader level, and then get them to the point where they can become informed voters and not just legacy voters, where they just vote for a party because everybody in that neighborhood, they vote for that party. So I'm
Well,
still people are asking, people are still saying, give us the idea, give us what that structure is going to be like.
yeah, well, you are raising raising points which are really in agreement with what it is that I'm saying, because what all that I'm saying is that 70% of the people agree that the system is corrupt and the politicians are corrupt. And it's not just that you're criticizing the politicians. We have to remember, if we do an analysis of the politicians, as I said before, the politicians are servants of the capitalist class in Jamaica, the ruling class, the businessmen, the private sector. They are servants of them. They serve them first and foremost, and everybody knows that. So that is why I said at the beginning that the Minister of Finance was bragging and boasting that he has not imposed any taxes over the past 7 years. And he's not boasting that he didn't tax the working class. He's boasting that he didn't tax the capitalist class, the business class. So that is the kind of political difference that we have. And as I said before, the Transparency International has said that the political ruling class and the administration, the officials, they pocket about $750 million every year in their pocket. They steal that kind of money and pocket it. $750 million could be used to bring about the free education that we are talking about. So therefore, we have a very profound difference with the political ruling class, and we have to begin there. And if we have to remove them by bringing the people to replace them, then we have to do that. So we have to start somewhere. It's not going to snap your finger and then you replace them. You have to identify what the issues are, and then it's not about voting or whatever else it is. The issue is not about voting. The people is that the people don't support PNP or JLP. They don't represent them.
Right. Let me ask you a question. Given the system we have right now, if we had politicians who took care of the roads, if education, we have a group of politicians say, yeah, we're going to make education free. Education is free. Housing, yes, we're going to deal with the housing issues. National security issues, crime, we're going to clamp down on crime. Under this system, right, you have a group of politicians got together and they said, we have to take care of our people. And they did this. Would you espouse the same view that you're espousing now, saying don't vote?
No, if they're saying that they agreed what it is that we're advocating, then that's fine. But we are not naive. Well, hold on. But we are not naive enough to believe that there is any of them that is going to agree with what it is that we are doing. We're not naive, because that would be naivety. Because as I said before, the PNP and the JLP do not support free education. They don't support land for the landlessness. They support police extrajudicial killings. They're involved in corruption. And you can go all the way down the road. They're very happy that we didn't tax the capitalist class, etc., etc. So let's not get into naivety to believe that, well, some of them may just emerge. And because if they do emerge, then it means that they wouldn't even belong to the PNP and the JLP anymore. They would have left them and said, well, we support the people. We want to be part of the people.
Well, Lord, see, it's very simple, and it was simplistic. And the point I was trying to drive home is that it's what you're arguing against is not the system. You're arguing against corrupt politicians operating within the system. If you had said the system is corrupt because the Constitution this and this and that, and then you took it from that level, I could say, okay, because the Constitution is the construct by which we operate, right? And if you were saying, if your argument was, we're not going to work with this Constitution, right? And that's it. The Constitution, it creates the system, and we're not going to work with it because the system creates bad politics. But I don't hear you saying that. What I hear you saying is that the PNP and the JLP are the same thing, and we need to get rid of them. And I'm saying, oh, but okay. But not voting, I don't think, is going to get you to where you want to go, because here's a simple fact. And this, I think, is naive to say, don't vote. Don't vote. We're going to have a community self-government and people self-government. That, I think, is naive, because guess what? People are going to vote. And what you're going to have? You're going to have 20% of the people declaring a mandate for the 3 million people. That's what you're going to have. And
Okay, and the response to you is that if we say vote, what is going to be the result of that? So okay, we must vote. We must vote for PNP, and we must vote for JLP. What is going to change? Is the voting for the PNP going to change anything? Is voting for the JLP going to change anything? Why should we go down that road? Because I don't see how that is going to solve the problem either.
Here's the thing. I have a solution for your problem, but let me explain this to you. If you say don't vote, people are going to vote, and so what's going to happen is you're going to get a government that has a mandate with only mandate caused by.
If you say vote, then what is going to be the alternative?
Here's the alternative. Glad you mentioned that, because we can segue into the second part of the conversation. We in the diaspora account for, I don't know, 4 million people, 5 million people, 7 million people. We have been promised the right to vote by both parties. We have been promised in the sense that they said we are developing a mechanism. We're going to look at external voting from the countries, 150 plus countries that exercise that now. And we're going to come up with something so that you in the diaspora, because you're Jamaicans and under the Constitution you have the right to vote, you will be allowed to vote. So what we're saying is, we want to take the government to court, because guess what? There are people right now leaving the diaspora, coming to Jamaica to vote, and I make the argument that it's in violation of ROPA. Right? And in fact, I have an article right here too. It's in violation of ROPA. And once you don't want to become an object lesson for that, right? So what you want to do is you want to say, all right, you know what? I think this is it. Hold on. No, that's not it. Hold on. All right, let me start. Now that you mentioned voting, let me start here. Let me start here. Let me bring this up. I'm going to show you a couple of things. Take a look at that. Look at the date. It says voting rights for overseas Jamaicans not on the government's agenda. You know who said that though? That was the PNP government who said that. Right? Let me go down and show you who said it. It was said by Delano Franklin. Right? State Minister for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And it's right here in the first paragraph. He said that although the government has been working to strengthen relations with the diaspora, the issue of affording voting rights to overseas Jamaica while they were residing abroad was not on the agenda at this time. This was in light of the upcoming diaspora conference. So he said that, right? No. Look at this. That was 2006, right? Now look at this one here. This is 2015. This is before this gentleman became prime minister, second stint as prime minister, right? And look at what he said. Give diaspora a constituent vote in Jamaica, right? What he said. He said he was urging the Portia Simpson Miller led administration to explore ways to give members of the diaspora a constituent vote in Jamaica, right? And he said that when he was touring, and again, Let me see something. Yeah, he said the JLP would recommend a similar model to that practiced by the French, whereby their nationals vote overseas, but their ballots are registered for only one constituency. So what he was declaring at that time, was, look, let them vote, but let them all vote in one constituency, which would make sense because now you're talking about having 4, 5, 6 million people vote for one constituency. Wouldn't make any sense, right? But then again, he's pandering to the diaspora because he was traveling. And this was in 2015. Now look at what happened next. Let me see. Hold on. That's where we're going to be explored. Okay. That's him. All right. Now look at this. Look at the date now. March 2016. Now they're in government because they won in February 2016. And look at this. Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade Minister says the government is to examine the best practices of certain countries with a view to having Jamaicans living in the diaspora being allowed to what? Vote. And there we are. I don't have to run through the thing, but they're talking about, having people. She said, look at this. Look at this. Countries such as India, Mexico, France, Israel, and Ireland have already implemented the framework to facilitate external voting for members of their diaspora, thereby giving them a stronger voice in the affairs of their nation. Doesn't get any better than that. That was in 2016. The Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith said that, and she said, the matter will be following consultations. The matter will be placed before Parliament. Within this context, the minister informed that the government will re-establish and reconvene the Joint Select Committee of the Houses of Parliament on diaspora matters in order to elevate the relationship between the government and the diaspora. So they said, yes, they're going to do it. So this is March 2016. All right. Now look at this. This is April 2016. So what it said? Jamaica diaspora vote revived. Right? And it says, new Jamaican foreign minister to pursue voting power for diaspora. And starts out by saying, members of the Jamaican diaspora may finally get to vote in general elections if a new initiative launched by new Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kamina Johnson-Smith, is successful. She said, Minister Johnson-Smith has ordered embassies and missions in select countries to, as a matter of urgency, examine models used by other nations to incorporate diaspora votes. And she said, following consultations, plans will be placed before Parliament for approval. So she said it in the leader of the opposition said it in 2015. Then she said it in March 2016. She said it again in April 2016. And all this is documented. All right. Now, she said it in March, April, and here we are in June 2016. And hear what it says? Analyzing options for Jamaicans living in diaspora to vote. They're still talking about it. It says, remember she said, we're going to talk about it. We're going to set something up so that we can analyze it. No, listen to what she says. It says, Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith says the government is no analyzing it. Before they were saying we're going to. It says, no, we are analyzing various options from a number of countries with a view to having Jamaicans living in the diaspora being able to vote. She said, look, listen to this. I am therefore delighted to advise you all that, as promised, we have obtained information from countries that have already implemented these framework, and we are now in the process of analyzing various options which would be deemed to be in the best interest of Jamaica and our diaspora. This was back in 2016. We're now in 2024. All right? Let me continue, sir. Now, here is the problem. The ones this is June, now 2022, not 2016. Says here, sticking points remain in diaspora's push for right to vote. Jamaicans who live overseas and return home to vote in national elections could be breaching the Representation of the People Act. That's what it says. So all of the people here and UK and wherever, and they go home and they vote, they could be in violation of that. And I'll show you why. I'll show you why they're in violation of it. All right. Here's why they're in violation of it. Come on. See the title, representation of the People Act. No, here's what it says. Look at number 5, subsection 2. Subject to the provisions of subsection 3 and of section 6. Every person shall be entitled to vote at an election of a member of the House of Representatives for any constituency if his name appears upon the official list for a polling division comprised in such constituency. And the key word there is the one that comes next, unless. So you can vote if you were in Jamaica, if you were in Jamaica and you got on the list and you migrated and you live 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, because your card is good for 10 years, and you live 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years in England, and you go back home for a vacation, and it just so happens that you're having an election. Your name is on the voter registration list. You can vote. But here's what it says. Unless subsequent to your registration, you cease to be a Commonwealth citizen, because a Commonwealth citizen can vote in Jamaica if they establish residency for a year. If you live in Jamaica, if you're from Bangladesh, India, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and you live in Jamaica for a year, you are eligible to vote, you establish residency. But look at the second part. Or to be ordinarily resident in Jamaica. That's the part that's a problem. You have to be a resident in Jamaica to vote. And you may ask, well, what's the definition of resident? Here it is right here. It's the first, here it is right here. It says, look at 4. The place of our residence is generally that place which has always been, or which he has adopted as, the place of his habitation or home, whereof when away from there he intends to return. Specifically, when a person usually sleeps in one place and has his meals or is employed in another place, the place of his ordinary residence is where the person sleeps. If you sleep in America and you go to Jamaica for vote, your residence is America. That's what it is right here. 4. So let me see what else. Now here is something else now. The Dominican Republic is going to have external voting in May of this year. For the first time, they're going to start. They have between 800,000 and 1 million people that they've registered, and they're going to vote in the elections this year from outside the country. And look at this. Our minister, junior minister, was over there giving big speech, right? Not once him talk to them about that, you know. And these people are our neighbors. Not once him talk to them about that. Now, here's something else. The Prime Minister, and this is, look, 2022, December, he said that there could be hurdles for some in diaspora to vote in Jamaica. Now, the problem with this is that the ambassador, she shielded him and she never picked on the right people for asking the right questions. She picked on her friend them for asking him some foo-foo question. But here's what I'm saying. There could be challenges with having members of the diaspora who are not Jamaican citizens. That means he's talking about Commonwealth citizens. If you're a member of the Jamaican diaspora and you're not a Jamaican citizen, then you're a Commonwealth citizen or some other citizens. But he's not talking about Jamaicans here. So this idea about there could be hurdles for some in diaspora to vote in Jamaica, it sends off the wrong signal, because people think he's talking about Jamaicans. But here's where it gets interesting. Holness said, once an individual is a Jamaican citizen residing overseas, and they can establish that they are still a resident of the island on arrival. How you going, if you're a Jamaican citizen and you live overseas and you're there for 10, 15, 20, 30 years, how are you going to be able to establish that you're a resident of the island on arrival? Then they can vote locally. It's nonsense. It's all double speak. Then he goes on to say, persons connected with Jamaica but not citizens who wish to vote that to me is he's talking about Commonwealth citizens. And look at it, look at what he said. Before I could give you my final and direct answer, that is something that the society would have to make a decision on, either through some form of national consultation or some referendum. No, because constitutionally we have that right to vote. This is not a deeply embedded, this is not something that you're asking them to change in the constitution where you're going to need a referendum. And remember now, he was talking about this in 2015, say, yeah, them people should have vote. While he's traveling here, he's feeding us what we want. He's feeding us that food. And we swallowed it and said, yes, this man is for us because he wants us to vote, right? So let me see if I have anything else here. All right. Now, the reason I went through all of this is this. You ask, well, what's the solution, right? And the solution I'm talking about is simply this. Since Jamaicans in Jamaica don't want to vote, since I'm tired of the JLP and the PNP, well, we have 4, 5, 6, 7 million people out here who want to vote. And you promised us that you would let us vote. Give us the right to vote. Because guess what? We will vote. And once that is going to straighten up the parties, because guess what? You know what's coming next if they don't straighten up? A new party is coming. A new party is coming. If 4 or 5 million of us have the franchise, and we say, listen, we need this, we need that to be done in this community, and that, and it's not done, then we just say, all right, you know what happened? Fine. We will establish a third party in Jamaica. And you see how that is more frightening to them. That will get them to act appropriately. So I can't tell people don't vote. Because I want to vote. I want to vote. You know? So that is my solution. You can keep the system all in the want, you know. Because you know what's going to happen too? We're going to change the constitution because that constitution does not reflect Jamaica. We're going to change that, right? But there are other things we're going to change. And the idea that a party or two parties can roam in an unfettered and do whatever they want to do, as you said, that it's no better. You know, I no distinction about that in sense that one is better than the other. I don't know enough to even talk about that. I know what this one is doing. And that's my focus, what this government is doing. And I know that if people overseas have the right to vote, the politicians in Jamaica, they're going to straighten up. Because once you start hitting them with the Magnitsky Act, and you start hitting them with the other acts that could be applied to them, and you start hitting them with the vote, and you start hitting them with the threat of forming a third party with 4, 5, 6, 7 million people, you'll see the change. And that change can happen in our lifetime. My question to you is, what says you, sir?
Well, let me put it to you this way. Yes, there is a diaspora, but the diaspora is not organized. The diaspora has not formed political parties. The diaspora don't have a program. The diaspora is as divided as Jamaican people are divided between political parties, between, you know, it's even worse in the diaspora. We have to face that fact. Every year there's a diaspora conference in Jamaica, and there's some kind of organization that comes here, and they hug and kiss with the politicians and so on, and they love each other. And the politicians are telling them, well, you know, send more money to the people in Jamaica because you help to solve the poverty situation and so on. So we don't have a problem with that. The diaspora does help out their relatives and their friends and so on. And if the diaspora wants to vote and they can come to a deal with the government about getting the right to vote, there's no problem with that. But ultimately, is what are you voting for? Who are you voting for? You know, you mentioned the Constitution, but the questions that you ask me are implicit in what it is that I'm saying. For example, I mean, we could have a conversation about the Constitution. We didn't start at that level. but this constitution is deficient. I wouldn't hesitate to say that. They are having a constitutional reform process where they're going to decide to get rid of the monarchy and set up an executive president and so on. What is the difference between the monarchy and an executive president? It is the same corruption, because any executive president that you get, he is just as corrupt as we were under the monarchy. So, and the constitutional reform process that they're talking about doesn't involve any fundamental change in the constitution. All it is about is whether we're going to have the monarchy or we're going to transition from the monarchy to an executive president. That is all that it is about. So there's no discussion about free education being in the constitution. There's no discussion about free health care. There's no discussion about land for the landless. There is no discussion about minimum wage, taxing the rich, all that kind of stuff, getting rid of police, extrajudicial killings, etc. There is no kind of discussion that is going on in this constitutional reform process. So we can always have a discussion about that, but implicit is in what I'm saying is that you have to build a movement, a people's movement, in order to bring about the kind of constitutional change that you need, in order to bring about the political changes that you need, in order to bring about the kind of construction of the political system that you need. Unless you can do that, you are just going to be playing into the hands of the PNP and the JLP. Because if tomorrow morning they say, well, the diaspora can vote, it will result in no difference whatsoever, because you're going to vote for the PNP or the JLP. And even if the diaspora comes up with their own political party, just like how the PNP and the JLP are having their little squabbles, the same kind of squabbles are going to take place in the diaspora. So fundamentally, what is the diaspora offering that is different from what PNP and JLP are offering? And if the diaspora now say, boy, Lloyd Aguilar come on your program, Lloyd Aguilar is focusing on corruption, Lloyd Aguilar is saying free education, free health care, etc., end to police extrajudicial killings. Let us support what he's asking for. Let us begin to support that people's anti-corruption movement, etc., then you begin to have the possibility of the diaspora having an influence in changing what is happening in Jamaica. And I believe, I'm not trying to promote myself, but I believe that I am putting forward a political perspective that is different from what is a normal political discussion that take place in the media and so on and so forth. And so I would like for us to take this discussion further down the road and say, well, yes, that is a way to begin to use the power of the diaspora to bring about the changes that are necessary in the lives of the people in Jamaica, because it is not going to be a snap of the finger and then you're going to have the structure and so on and so forth. It does not work like that.
All right, let me just say this, that you are saying don't vote. I'm saying we want to vote. We are Jamaican citizens. We want to. The big difference.
And vote for who?
Hold on a second. You realize that in Jamaica, they buy votes. You realize that? Yes?
Of course, we talk about corruption. Yeah.
Hold on a second. You realize that
they pay the people vote. We know that.
You know that you can buy a vote in Jamaica for $30, $30 US. Now you tell me who you gonna buy, which diaspora in America you gonna pay $30 and get a vote from? No, that as in the words of my favorite minister, that will never happen. Right? Now, here's another thing. You said the diaspora is divided, but I think you're also saying that Jamaica is divided. And if you say the diaspora is divided, the diaspora, because you will never have a homogeneous group, right? So you're gonna have your divisions. But I dare say that most of the people in the diaspora are for the idea of us voting. And I tell you this: 40% vote in Jamaica, 70% will vote in the diaspora. I guarantee you that 70% of the people will vote.
Yeah, but who are they going to vote for? That's the question. Who are they going to vote for? Who are they going to vote for? That is what you need to address. Who are they going to vote for?
I'm answering you. And this is where you start the reformation. Because once you have the numbers, you can start dictating and say, listen, you promised that you're going to build the roads and all that stuff. And then you can also hold them accountable in terms of corruption. Now, let me throw something at you, right? We in the diaspora, our corner of the diaspora, here are some of the things that we're doing, right? That you're not doing. We are filing lawsuits to hold government accountable. 1. 2, we are doing background investigations on corrupt politicians. You see the man next to you, right there, sir? Man, Herb Nelson. Right now, he's our intelligence guru. He's in charge right now of doing intelligence background on several. Right now, we have 3 politicians in our sites. We're talking about a background from the day they were born until now, right? You're not doing that. Third thing is we're doing a public relations campaign when we come out and we talk to people, right? Like this, or if we go to schools or wherever and make them aware of issues like the beach access issue. 4, we're protesting, right? And remember, you protest.
Commission of inquiry into state corruption. Do you support a People's Commission of inquiry into state corruption?
Hold on a second. The government of Jamaica will pay more attention to people here than people in Jamaica. You know why? Because we have the ability. We have the ability to affect their relations with international partners, right? With international donors, right? We have the we have the ability to do that. So they will pay more attention. Hold on a second. 4, protests. We had a protest in Miami recently, and the government claimed that is we caused the State Department to enhance the travel advisory. Now we're having one May 10th in New York. I wish you would come and support that. But we're having one in New York on May 10th. Then we're having one in Toronto. We're having one in DC, and we're having one in the UK. And then we're going to do the round robin, right? And last but not least, something that you don't have the ability to do in Jamaica. You may want to do it, but you won't have the effect that we have, is that we can approach the UK government, we can approach the American government, we can approach the Canadian government, we can approach international organizations and say, listen, the money you're giving to Jamaica, here are some of the problems. And here are some of the laws that you need to start applying to Jamaica. Like, for example, the Magnitsky Act, where the American government, it's not just the American government, there's a version of it in Canada and in the UK and in the EU. And that act says that if you're involved in kleptocracy, thieving from the public coffers, if you're involved in corruption, using your position, your public position to privately enrich yourself, and 3, human rights abuses.
Rattigan, the US, the UK, and Canada support corruption in Jamaica. They exploit it for their own political purposes. I'm surprised that you don't realize that. They know what the corruption is. They give money to the politicians so that they can politically support them at the United Nations, etc., etc., etc. It's naive to believe that you can go to the US or the State Department or Canada and say, boy, so and so, can you do so and so? That is naivety. That is naivety.
Right. Here's where you're wrong about the naivety. Here's where you're wrong. You're useless in Jamaica. You cannot do the things we can do. You know why? For example, in America, we vote.
And you're useful.
Hold on a second, huh? And we take voting seriously. And guess what the cardinal rule of every politician of every stripe is? To get re-elected. And guess what happened in America? When we say, hey, we don't need to do this and them don't do it, and we come together as a group, and that's the power of the vote in America. We don't have in Jamaica, because them can't buy you out in Jamaica. Them can't buy you out here, so after them buy you out here.
Why they can't buy you out in America? They don't buy you. When your diaspora group come down and them hug up and kiss up with the politician them, right? And they take you to the hotel and they put you on TV and make you know that you're wonderful and you're nice.
let me
man. I mean, that's naivete. That is naivete. That is naivete.
No. Lloyd, you're speaking from a position of ignorance. Let me enlighten you.
I know. Okay, fine. We won't get into the costing business. I will say you're speaking from a position of naivete.
There are some things you don't know, and I'm trying to educate you. The diaspora.
And I'm trying to educate you as well, and you don't want to be educated.
Listen to me. The diaspora conference you're talking about, we are encouraging people not to support it. You know why? Because the government controls something called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. It's headed by the junior minister. And 3 of the 4 people who run that organization, they're government people. We know this.
Where's your alternative organization? Where's your alternative diaspora? Where was the alternative diaspora organization? Has it been formed? Has it been structured? What is your program? Where is it?
Hold on a second. You're on it right now with almost 2,000 devices listening.
Okay.
You're on it right now.
You are talking to me who are representing an alternative. You are dismissing what I am saying. Rather than say, listen, there's some things that you say, hold on, there's something that you say that makes sense. You are trying to dismiss everything I say because I call for a boycott of the election. You find that challenging and threatening. And so therefore, what I'm talking is foolishness. That is what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
Because I want to
because
vote.
You're obsessed with voting. You see voting as the solution to all the problems. And that cannot be the solution to the problems.
Lloyd, I've asked you so many times to give me your construct, and you haven't given it to me.
Well, like I said before, you ask about the Constitution, and I'm telling you that the Constitution is deficient. So if you want us to have a discussion about the Constitution, then let's do that, right? I'm also trying to explain to you that, you don't snap your finger and you get a movement right away. You have to build, you have to educate, and you have to move forward, right? So if I see no reason why it is that as a diaspora, you can't be using your forum to say, well, all right, we'll bring on Lloyd Aguilar. He has some critical points to make about the system in Jamaica. Let's give him our support. In what you are in effect doing is to say, boy, because me won't vote, me in my chat foolishness. And that is not going to help you to build up any diaspora movement either. It means that you are exposing your own weaknesses and your own shortcomings, right?
I wish you could see the chat room.
That is all that I'm saying.
I wish you could see the chat room. Everybody wants to vote. Everybody in the chat room.
I know, you want to vote, but what are you voting for? You're just voting for the sake of voting. You're going to vote for Trump or Biden. Which one of them is going to solve the problem? Is Trump going to solve the problem of America? Is Biden going to solve the problem of America? Both of them want to commit genocide in Israel and in Gaza and kill off the people them down there. They want to send soldiers to Haiti to go down there and send black soldiers so that them don't have no racist charge against them and kill off the people them in Haiti as they have been doing. They support corruption in Jamaica. What does Biden or Trump have to offer diaspora Jamaicans or Jamaicans here? What is the alternative? Nothing, because both are corrupt as well. Violent. Both of them violent.
Lloyd, if you want to have a discussion about America's activities throughout the Caribbean and elsewhere, that's a separate one. The purpose of this program is how can we
but you're making it sound like you can have a deal with them and they will change and they will respect you, the diaspora, because you can appeal to Biden or you can appeal to Trump and ask him, well, Mr. Trump, can you do so and so and so? That's not going to work. You're naive to believe that you can get Biden or Trump to support you in any serious kind of way. It's not going to happen.
I don't think you understand the diaspora, because first of all, you said that we're a different groups, right? We're fractured. And then you turn around and then you start saying, come down here and have a conference and all of that stuff as if we're one group. And I'm trying to explain to you that the group that I belong to, we do not subscribe to the notion that they should have a global Jamaica Diaspora Council controlled and run by the government of Jamaica. We do not subscribe to the idea that they should have biennial meetings in Jamaica. We do not subscribe to the whole concept and go and read their terms of reference. We do not subscribe to that. So, and as I said, my corner of the diaspora is a completely different corner than the one that you're referring to. And that's why I'm saying you're speaking from a position of ignorance, because the things that you're talking about, I agree with you. We don't agree with them. We don't agree with that diaspora at all. But we understand that the diaspora is different.
You have a diaspora movement?
If what?
Do you have an alternative diaspora movement?
Yes, we have a movement.
What is the name of it?
It's called One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, and I wish you would join and subscribe to it.
One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.
Another one.
And you should publish your program and so on. And I can give you a program for the People's Anti-Corruption Movement as well.
And here's the thing. Do you think that anything you have done have caused the needle to move in Jamaica? Have caused the politicians to have sleepless nights and start thinking about making it? Anything you've done? Do you think anything
last year, we tried to have a protest in front of Jamaica House. Okay, we went there to have some placards.
Did you have a permit?
No, I didn't have a permit because I didn't need a permit. And I went out there and we had some placards across from Jamaica House, and we were arrested. We were arrested and for violating the Public Order Act. We didn't violate any act because we weren't marching. We weren't doing anything. Hold on. And we were taken to court, right? And we're now in court because they don't want us to do what it is that we want to do, right?
1 second. Violating public order, it means that you did not have a permit. Right. It means you did not.
You only need a public. Hold on. Let me just explain to you. You only need a public or you only need a permit when you're marching on the street. We were not marching on the street, so we don't need a permit. I'm explaining to you.
Listen carefully to the question. I did not ask you if you needed a permit. The violation of the Public Order Act has to do with the fact that you did not have a permit. Not that you did. You needed one. I'm just saying that's the charge.
False arrest. It's a we just violated the Public Order Act.
I just ask if that is the case.
That is what they charge us for, violating the Public Order Act, which is false arrest.
Just like before we are grown, and you could have just simply say yes. The charge is that we did not have a permit.
Yeah, but what I'm explaining to you is that the Public Order Act doesn't require you to have a permit to stand up on the side of the road. It doesn't require that. But what it is that they're trying to protect the Jamaica House and the Prime Minister from being exposed, and that is what we were trying to do.
All right. Now let me tell you. Let me tell you about our protest. What protest is causing the Jamaican government fits, because you know why? The international press that it's getting, and it's in front of them, and they're worried about that because this has never ever happened. Never where you have a diaspora group saying that, hey, we do not support the direction our government is taking the country, and therefore we would like our voices to be heard. And as I mentioned, there are 4 other things on top of that we're doing. And it's causing them fits. Ask anybody about us. It's causing them fits. You think they worry about you? I'm not saying they don't worry about you. I think they worry about us more. They worry about us more because you haven't come up with a law. There's no law. Tell me about a law in Jamaica that you feel confident that, if the Integrity Commission would do its work with the corruption prosecutor, that people would actually go to prison. You feel confident?
Let me ask that question. The Integrity Commission is compromised. Greg Christie used to run the Office of the Contractor General. Greg Christie is now running the Integrity Commission. And Greg Christie is no different from Gillette Holness or the rest of them. He's himself compromised because the Integrity Commission is compromised. All the institutions of the state are compromised, including the Auditor General and the Contractor General, because I heard you were talking about them. All of them, because I have sent ATI requests to them, asking them for information about audits that they have done of the Office of the Prime Minister and so on and so forth. And they refuse to give you those response to your ATI requests because they are compromised, right? Or every part of the system, including the Integrity Commission, is compromised. And that is why this thing between Holness and Mark Golding is going nowhere, because all they're going to do is cost. every Speaker of the House is compromised because you either belong to the PNP or you belong to the JLP. So because she is the wife of the Prime Minister, makes no difference whatsoever. Because if she resigns tomorrow and the next one come from the JLP, he will or her will be just as compromised as Juliet Holness is. And it don't make no difference if Mark Golden become the Prime Minister tomorrow and he doesn't have his wife there as the next Speaker of the House. That person will also be compromised. The entire political system in Jamaica is compromised and is corrupt, and we have to deal with it and address it.
All right.
let me ask Lloyd.
Here's what happened. We're going to leave it there because I think I get where Lloyd is coming from, and I think I get where he's going. And all I can do is I just want to wish you well in your endeavors. Our mandate, they're not the same, and so we will continue doing what we're doing here, and you have God's blessing, and you have our good wishes for what you're doing down there. I wish you all the best, sir. So
Let me just ask Lloyd one last thing, Ratty.
all right.
All right. I thank you very much for having me on, and it was a very lively discussion.
All right, Lloyd. Take care of yourself. All right. All right, folks. All right.
Ratty.
I have to take a quick break. I have to take a quick. Well, wait. Yeah, I have to take a quick break. But what I wanted to do was to inform the people that we are now going to focus on the DPP. We don't have any guests for that. We're just going to talk about the things that she did in the judges' chambers. When she said did, things she said. We're also going to talk about her interview, the interview she did with Nationwide, where she revealed a whole bunch of things. And then we're going to talk about what we in the diaspora, what we're planning to do to rid Jamaica of this lady. I think she's outlived her usefulness to the people of Jamaica. I think she has lost her way. She is without vision. And we cannot afford to have her walking blindly, aimlessly, trying to protect the Jamaican people. As the chief prosecutor, she has displayed and she has demonstrated to us time and again over the past several years that she's not worthy to continue to occupy that office, despite what the Prime Minister and the government did or think. Don't believe that. So, Herb, what I'll do is I'm going to take a quick break, but we can start a conversation. I'll come back and then I'll just dive right into this.
Can you hear me, Ratty?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, man. I was trying to get a last question in with Lloyd because here's the issue. I'm not even sure Lloyd is fully aware that the diaspora contribution to the Jamaican economy and society amounts to over $3.5 billion, representing up to 14-15% of Jamaica's GDP, right? And the remittances come primarily from the US, as well as 3 other countries. Now, in terms of healthcare, from 1 April to October 31, 2023, Jamaicans contributed $93.8 million with support to adopt a clinic program, right? $4.3 million from 3 diaspora locations. In the education sector, alumni association and churches in diaspora have been described as solid social investors, with Jamaican education sector receiving $24.6 million for fiscal year 2020. The Jamaican government does recognize the diaspora potential. This is why they have to pull them in every year in this so-called biannual diaspora conference. Lord was saying annually, but I know it has every 2 years. Right? Now, the remittances and the diaspora tourism accounts for 11 the 11 to 15% of visitors and up to 17% of the GDP. The Jamaican Diaspora Task Force Action Network reported that. Overall, the diaspora is a vibrant and diverse community that plays a crucial role in the country's development, providing financial support and promoting Jamaican culture and heritage globally. Now, Lloyd has nothing to fall back on to demonstrate that people not voting is going to impact what he wants. I asked him the question earlier. I asked him the question about getting the local government involved more so that you can have feeding program for kids and a whole host of other benefits that should be emanating from the local government because they're closer to the people. And he agreed with that, right? But how he's going to tell people not to vote when if you don't vote, the politicians don't believe they owe you anything and they can do as they damn well please because you didn't put them in office. So nothing that he says about not voting is going to work to influence politicians. The diaspora, on the other hand, has more power to influence politicians, and people have to understand this because we are where the rubber meets the road. We are the givers. We're the people who control a lot of purse strings, and we're the people that can impact congressional interests in the United States, the parliamentary interests in the UK and in Canada. And we do that to some extent. So I don't know where he's going to discover that not voting and not giving the diaspora the power we need to vote is going to make a difference.
Look, I understand his frustration, right? I understand his frustration living in Jamaica and trying to get things done for community and all of that. All I'm saying is that his strategy is unworkable. It's not going to happen. And he doesn't have the support. He doesn't have any support at all. He has no influence, no support, but I understand where he's coming from, and I'll give him the right to speak. So now that I've given him the right to speak and I know what his ideas are, his intentions are, then don't sue me at Andrea. Somebody said that they're going to sue me for put them through all this pain and suffering. All of you out there planning to sue me, don't sue me yet, all right? We deserve a blight.
So they can call me. I will do it for free, everybody. Please and thanks.
No, here's the thing. We bring on controversial people. But the thing about it is that there's a difference between controversial and just being not understanding what you're trying to say and not being able to convey your points. It's okay to think up these ideas, but when they get tested, right, you would hope that people say, I never thought of that, yeah, I have to go back to the drawing boards or whatever. But you have some people that even when their ideas have been proven to be flawed, them still hold on upon it, and they don't have the discipline to understand that, look, this position is not correct, it's not right, and what this person is saying makes more sense. Let me listen to what they're saying and let then me challenge them. But it's that's the way it is. So no, I'm willing to give everybody a chance. And people say that the too patient with people, but this is how you know who people are. When you're patient and you let them speak, and you let them speak, and you let them speak till them start doing circular reasoning. They're not really providing anything to you that you can say, okay. Because if you remember, I asked him one question, give me an idea of this construct. What is it going to look like? And up to now, we haven't heard the answer. We have not heard.
He answered. Free for all and run by Mr. Diaglera. Free for all and run by Diaglera. That's what it's. Or
anyway, whatever. Anyway, let me just say to everybody, right? We have 1,900 devices. Maybe, I don't know, 2,500 people, 3,000 people. People, we need you to go to the website. You know what? Let me put it up right now. Let me put up the where's the banner? All right, here it is. There it is. It's at the bottom. Just go to OJLDF, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.org, and make your contributions. I said it early in the program, and I'm going to say it now because I don't think that all of you were here when we started. And I made a promise to everyone that I would just keep repeating it. We have two projects. We have a project where we're completing a deep dive background investigation on 3 suspected corrupt politicians. And we're talking about doing a deep dive from the day they were born till now. So we're going to know everything that we need to know about these people. And we're going to share that with you. We're going to share it with the authorities. And if criminal action needs to be brought or criminal investigations, then so be it. But we are going to uncover, unearth, and to use a phrase from one of the failed police commissioners in Jamaica, Dr. Williams, no stone will be left unturned. But in his case, he didn't know what he was saying. He didn't know what it meant. He would just say it. In our case, it's a reality. So we're doing that. So we're going to need, because we have some strategic partners. I'm telling you something. Them people are wicked. Them people are, when we say wicked, mean good. People are good like gold. Them can't find out anything. We assist, but them do the deep dive. So we have to make some payments. The second thing is that ISAT have to eat him chicken and have to take care of whoever I'm have to take care of, him workers, etc. And so we're seeking to file a lawsuit in Jamaica to declare certain provisions of the ROPA, the Representation of People Act, unconstitutional, because it says that you can't vote in Jamaica unless you're a resident. And we want to get rid of that. And also we want to hold the government accountable and to its promise to provide a mechanism. They've been promising us before they were government, back in 2015. And we want to hold them accountable to that. And by the way, that promise came all the way up to 2022. There was some revision to it. And I don't think the Prime Minister actually, I don't think he understands the nature of the issue, because he gave he gave an explanation that didn't make any sense. And even after reviewing it today, it doesn't make any sense. So we want to remove the doubts and the impediments to people casting votes overseas. So we want to be able to have them do as they're going to do in the Dominican Republic in May, which is to register people living in the diaspora and to have those people vote. They can go to the embassy, they can go to the consulate, or the Jamaican government can rent a place for 1 day or 2 days and make people go and vote. In this age of technology, there's no reason why we can't vote, right? Because you're disenfranchising someone, a Jamaican citizen. If you say to them, oh, you know what, if you're registered in Jamaica but you live in America, you can come on. First of all, it's a violation of the law. But you tell them that they can come down and they can vote. Now, if they don't have the money, what use is that ability to vote? What use is that registration card? You can't use it. And remember now, the Constitution, you can't restrict the Constitution. You can enlarge it, right? And so if it says Jamaicans can vote, then it's up to the government to make sure that Jamaicans, wherever they live, they can vote. And don't forget that over the last 10 years, $1.7 trillion unaccounted for. That's more than enough that they could have used to establish this thing that they've been promising us for years and years. So I need you to go to the website and make your contribution, because we have to. ISAT is ready to go. He assured me, he said, look, all you got to do is it takes money to matter, right? Context matters, but it takes money to matter. And if you don't have the money, then ISAT can't do the work. And we believe we believe in ISAT. We have trust in ISAT. We have confidence in ISAT that he and his team, they will be able to bring this matter before the court, and we will be victorious. And there will be a day when we can all celebrate, saying that we have the right now as Jamaican citizens living abroad to cast our vote, to register overseas and cast our vote. And we don't want a constituent vote like the Prime Minister is saying. We don't want 7 million people like him say, okay, you can only vote for one constituency. So 7 million people voting for one constituency. No, that's not what he promised in 2014. That's not what the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade promised in 2016 onwards. We don't want that. So they better know that when they come back. And by the way, the junior minister is coming to America. I think he's coming on a 5-city tour. He better be prepared to answer these questions and answer these questions in a fulsome way. Not the way that he tried to answer it when he was here back, I think, when he was on the ambassadors Let's Connect platform, where he started out saying that, he's essentially saying that he didn't think that we should vote. We should have the right to vote because we don't have to live with the consequences, and we don't know the candidates. We don't know who we're voting for. And eventually, after being challenged by a member of the diaspora, he and the ambassador came around and said, well, in fact, the ambassador said it. She know people who just have a Jamaican passport and them go down and vote and come back. That's illegal. That's illegal on a roper, right? So she's giving bad advice to people. And I bet if me come down there and try it, them all lock me up. I bet if me go down there and say, hey, me I'll come vote, them all lock me up and them all use rope against me. So, folks, take a minute or two, go to the website and make the contribution, because we want to start soon as possible. And like I said, ISAT is in big demand right now, but he has made himself available to assist us because he believes in the cause. He's a family member. And so he wants what's best for Jamaica. And he wants what's best for Jamaica? No. He doesn't want what's best for Jamaica 40 years from now, 50 years from now. He wants it now. And we're in a position to make a difference now. So we have to go and deal with it. Some people are having problems with Zelle. I don't know why, because Zelle is working. It's working. But look, if you can't make a contribution today, Petra E said, some people say they're having issues with it. Okay, if you can't make it today, then please do so during the week. Because I'm checking. Do so during the week because them say them saying a big demand and Trump need you.
tell Trump to wait till he's president, then he can call me. All right.
Yeah. Okay, because right now we have financial issues right now. I don't know if he'll be able to pay you right now.
I don't think the one Jamaica Legal Defense Fund is going to assist him, so I will wait until he's in the top seat.
Let me think about that.
No.
So somebody said if you want best for Jamaica, vote UIC.
Now, why would you say something like that? Link 247. Who paid you? Who paid you to say that?
Yeah, ISAT. Go and run the some of that. I soon will come. I just have to take a quick. All right.
ISAT go eat big KFC and not give we none after we put up with. Listen, you have to make sure you replenish your energy when your energy is drained. So you have to do that. So see Rattigan gonna replenish him energy though. But Philly Yard vibes. You're saying UIC. How did UIC become a viable option? I'm looking at the comments now, so we can have that conversation because I notice it's coming in there. I know UIC rhymes with KFC, but that don't necessarily mean that don't mean it's gonna taste like chicken. Yeah, see Cheryl says she agree. What you agree that UIC sound like KFC? Because it must be that. But you see that's the problem. That's the problem with that is that you can't take it when you can't take something serious and it's serious time now. Who am I says what is the obsession ISAT has with the PM's wife? She's self-made. And the Speaker of the House is self-made, and she's a clear representation that you have to make it by yourself when certain people is in power, and she's doing that. So that's my obsession. UIC is a one-man band. All right, so we're giving too much. We're giving UIC too much time. We should, if you want to talk about KFC, I'm here, but not not UIC. So let's talk about something else. But when we think about, like, I'm completely stuck on the whole minimum wage thing. See, Herbert says ICE at the $4,000 JA dollars cannot buy KFC in Jamaica. Well, you see, that's the thing. $4,000 is what a meal at KFC, or what a reasonable meal at KFC would cost, which means with the minimum wage being $13,000 a week, you could only go to KFC basically no time or one time, and you probably can buy a meal deal out of that. So we have to advocate to push for the minimum wage to be $40,000 a week, and it shouldn't be a wage. It should be a stipend of $40,000 a week for every citizen. And don't ask who's gonna pay for it, because I rather ensure everybody have money, and then they can tax things rather than not having money and they're taxing things everywhere and then telling you that you don't have taxes. Somebody said, I said the Dirty 30 can vote for the Speaker of the House. The Dirty 30 must first have standing, and the Dirty 30 must first have a vote. Currently, there is no vote. But see, when they're dancing around the fact that I'm saying every citizen of Jamaica should get $40,000 a week. Once you're born and you're in this country, you're registered to vote, you're a part of, you're active. But you'd be surprised how, if $40,000 a week, how people in the diaspora would be coming home. Jamaica would have a whole heap of money. Believe me, no, man. People would be coming home just to make sure that they get their $40,000 a week. They say, I saw it's like buy KFC bucket. I saw that it will be raised to $15,000. I thought, which is the 1st of June, but that's still low. Well, $15,000 just ensures that you can go to KFC one time for the week. KFC 6-piece is almost $3,000. Yeah, but then remember you have to put the extra coleslaw and the 2 mashed potatoes on it, and that carries it to $3,600. So that's roughly, and then you have to factor in your transportation to go and get that. Or if you're gonna get it by 7 craves or whatever, that $500 is gonna make it come up to over $4,000. Anyway, you take it once you move, and so that in and of itself is a clear indication that the minimum wage is wholly inadequate. $15,000 that $2,000 is not a dent in anything. But people will say otherwise, and it's just a matter for you. But it just puts into perspective that if it takes the government so much for them to add $2,000 for people who are working, you're expending your energy and working, it says to me that beggars are really the elites of the society. Because I would rather beg for $2,000 than go work, and then or than government talk about them and give me $2,000. I can beg $2,000 a week. I can beg that and wouldn't have to work. It's insulting, and I'm being very serious about that. You can't work for Trump because you would never pay. He is hard paying. Somebody say, I'm 71 years old. My husband's pension is $7,000 per month, and my light bill is $15,000. Tell me, how can I buy food and pay light bill? That's the point I'm making. And because the $2,000 is raised, it means that everything is going to raise. So remember this day, the fact that when June 1st comes, that the minimum raises to $15,000, US dollar is going to bottom out at about $60 and do away with that $2,000. And a slice of bread is now going to be $15 to $16. So it's going to be one and the same. And then there's still going to be some people who are not working, and so the minimum wage don't even apply to them. But what the government has done is to put into perspective the value of not having money and the importance of not having money. So those who have it should be a little bit more stringent and a little bit more restrictive. And when people beg you, you must remind them that the minimum wage is just $2,000 go on it. And so if somebody asks you for money between now and June 1st, you should tell them to check it back June 1st before them can even successfully ask you for $2,000. And that's really what it is. And then we should really revisit this whole thing about NHT and who is paying it, since it's being wasted. But anyway, that's my thought. Mr. Rattigan is back, so I've done my part. 15K, that's $97 a week. No, 15K a week, so it can't be 97 a week. Oh, 97 US dollars a week. Yeah, you see all them things there? And when me come and find me just beg $100 and get that from everybody in the diaspora. Me no work. I beg. You're mad? $97. Big man for beg $97 out of order business.
All right.
Out of order business. I'm going to borrow from Aguilera and say, yo, we're for boycott government for that. $15,000, 97 US dollar. Brother, that can't even buy Adidas sneakers.
You can't buy the Chinese one.
No, because when I bring it come to Jamaica, JFC, if I go take it out of my suitcase.
No. Go downtown and buy the one from the Chinese.
No, because as soon as you buy it from the Chinese, them not gonna trouble the Chinese, but them not gonna trouble you. You have to always remember that.
Well, the Prime Minister buy
the fake shorts.
Yeah, no, I'm to him.
There are no laws that govern the Prime Minister. Let's be for real.
Okay.
I see you weren't listening to Mr. Lloyd.
No, I wasn't listening to that.
You really?
I wasn't listening to everything that Mr. Lloyd said, because after a while,
hold on. Mark this day, 5:36. Positive Vibe says, I said Trump will never win. You want to bet on that? When Trump win, you sir, will have you, sir, or ma'am. I never see it. See their positive vibe. When Trump win, you need to put $4,000 in the one Jamaica Legal Defense Fund. Don't forget I did say that.
No, this next topic here is the last topic. Well, not the last topic, but I'm going to open the phone lines later on. But what happens is that one, get through this topic. Now, this topic is a very interesting, controversial topic.
Do I have to plead Palestine right now? Because if you said the magic word, I'm going to have to turn off my camera. Because I've heard in some spaces that L.A. Lewis is performing Guzum and Obia.
Really?
And so if it is that a particular person you're going to speak on, I would humbly depart, because I don't have $500,000 to give to people with the minimum wage being a mere 2,000 increase.
Well, here's what I suggest.
All right, I'm listening.
Yeah, because I have to make sure you're protected. So we're going to have some guardrails, and one of the guardrails is that
I have mine. Oh, you said guard ring or you said guard ring? Oh, my apologies. I always get it confused. You know, say Rattis who kick me off, I'm sure.
I don't have mine.
Okay.
I'm waiting for mine to come from Japan.
Okay, you see, you should have ordered one from me because I have the link.
I have mine, but I have it upstairs. I have mine. Here's the thing. I don't want, like I said, I don't want you to leave. But I don't want you to participate if it's going to cause any problems. And I can tell you right now, here's Palestine. DPP. So I know. I can't hear you.
You're muted.
I said I'm going to keep my camera on, but I won't have my face in there because I know they changed the rules, and I don't want to make a standing order like what I hear Herb read earlier to defend to assist Vegas in his argument that was not grounded in law. And so I'm going to step away because I know they will say, I know a complaint will come that says, while on the Reasoning with Rattigan show, Isaac's face was jubilated and rejuvenated and KFC fied by the substance of the
All right.
conversation. So I'm going to defer.
I tell you what, I tell you what, either you turn off the camera or you disappear out of view then, because I don't want to.
The lion represents how I feel. So
Lion is smiling.
All right. Now, go get your friends and your neighbors and your relatives, because we're going to go through this DPP thing here. And I think we had spoken about, you know, in the introduction, we made mention that there are certain things that we're okay. All right. What we're gonna do is let me see, the DPP's future, right? Yeah. All right. Now, Kevin Gone left me know some of them on my own. So I have to, there's a document here that I have to find, and we're walk out of parliament. Okay. Yeah. Stay with me, folks. It's here. That's that. Yeah, the DPP, she's been acting in a very funny way. We're not sure what to make of her actions. But what we want to do is, we would like to start. I don't see that document now. Kevin left me. One. All right, I'll find it. Let's start with this. We started with this last week. This document. Here it is. And we're going to start again with it this week. For those of you who were not with us last week, we discussed the DPP and her role in the Vibes Cartel case. Now, she was not, her office prosecuted the case. I think the gentleman's first name is Jeremy, but I can't remember his surname right now. It escapes me. But she was popping in and out, checking on the proceedings. And she happened to be around when the judge, who's now retired, he had a meeting in his chambers because there was an allegation that one of the jurors was trying to bribe the other 10 jurors, because there were 11 of them. Because one lady was discharged because she went to visit her son who was in prison. And while visiting her son, it's alleged that one of the defendants approached her or approached her son. And so she went and she spoke to the judge. I guess she was fearful about what could happen to her son in prison. Probably fearful for her life as well. And so she was discharged from the trial. So they ended up with 11. One of the 11, according to the reports, he was going around trying to bribe the other jurors, telling them, Lego demand them, you know, and that he would pay 500,000 Jamaican dollars for that favor to be granted. He also ended up, the first instance where they had a problem with this trial, with the jury, was when the lady was discharged because her son ended up in the same prison with one of the defendants, and that became known. So she was discharged. There were 12, now it's down to 11. The The second incident had to do with the gentleman who was trying to bribe everyone. He ended up in one of the attorney's chambers, which he wasn't supposed to be there. And this was brought to the attention of the judge, and they decided to keep him on the jury. And the third, and this is a record of the third instance, where now they say, oh, you know, the same man who went into the attorney's chambers, he's now bribing people on the jury. So the judge brought everyone in, and here it is where it's highlighted, where he said that, you know, a report is made that that a member of the jury had attempted to persuade another member of the jury by offering a $500,000 to do a particular thing. And he said it's an obscene thing, and it is against the background where this is the third time I'm having something like this in this case. The third time in this case. And he explained the first one. I told you where the prison, and the second one where the guy ended up in the attorney's chambers. This is the third one. So now he's asking the DPP and the defense attorneys, what should he do? He said, I'm asking your assistance because I'm just a frail fellow. If I were the judge, I wouldn't be using that. I wouldn't be characterizing myself that way, but that's what he said. He's asking for assistance. So, cut to the chase. He said on line 11 right here, he said, what I intend to do is summon that juror now. That's the foreman, the woman who was in charge of the jury. She's the one who made the complaint. So they said, okay, bring her in now. And remember, all of this is taking place in the judge's chambers, not chambers. It's not taking place in open court. And he said, what I intend to do is summon that juror now. So they brought her in. And she started explaining to him that it wasn't a call, it was a conversation with him. And she said it wasn't the first contact. It was over a period of time with other jurors, and that the other jurors told her that this man was trying to bribe them. I don't know why she didn't mention it back then, but for reasons best known to her, she didn't. Then she actually met with him after he tried to bribe her, and she taped the conversation. And here in 17, she said, he said that I should convince everybody to release the men at the bar. Here again, he said, she said to him, you should just listen to the evidence. She's trying not to, to let him know that she's not willing to accept a bribe. And he said, no, we just need to Lego demand them. And then she went out for lunch and she approached him. And then he said, I approached him because I needed to know what was in it for him. And he said to me that if I let them go, he will give me 500,000 in the evening, tomorrow evening, whichever evening. Then the DPP said, and you notice the inflection in my voice because now we're getting to the meat of the matter. DPP said, you have that? You have all of that on tape? And she said, yes. And she said, then the DPP asked, how many persons he spoke with? The lady said, 11 of us. So he spoke to everybody, right? The judge then said, he asked her to leave. And then now he's in the room with only the attorneys, the DPP and the defense attorneys. And he said, can we possibly continue or we have to bring it to an end? That is the decision I have to make. The DPP said, can you give us 5 minutes? It's okay. Then listen to what the judge says, which is a problem. The judge said, what I would love to know, despite what your views are, in any event, could I brush it aside? Think about that. The judge got wind that this man, first of all, he was in a place where he shouldn't be. He allowed him to remain on the jury. And then now he's hearing that this man has reached out to every single member of the jury and offered them a bribe. And he's saying, can I brush this aside? Then the DPP suggested that he should just warn them about their oath, to listen to the evidence and to render a judgment based on the evidence, nothing else. The judge says, because this is how I reason it. If it were not so, a person could always taint the trial. And here is the key. Here is the key. The DPP says, quote, as far as the prosecution is concerned, we are prepared for the matter to proceed. Just that, your lordship, remind them of their oath and their charge, all of them. So she's saying, despite the fact that this guy's bribed everybody, I just want this case to go on. Keep him on the jury. We're just going to go on with this case. Just remind them that they have an oath to render a verdict based on evidence presented to the jury. That's significant. That's very significant. You are the DPP, the chief prosecutor, an officer of the court, and you're getting information about somebody committing a crime, sitting on your jury. And this is the advice that you're going to give a judge that's asking you, what should I do? You're telling him, no, keep him on the jury panel and let's just proceed. Just warn all of them. The judge says, Mr. Finson, that is one of the defense attorneys, Mr. Tom Tavares Finson, president of the Senate. Mr. Finson said, we are of the view, we don't see how you could proceed under these circumstances where you have a person who's making an allegation that someone is going around offer the jurors money, and she obviously have some tapings. And then he was interrupted by the DPP because he was saying her role is very serious. I don't see in those circumstances. And he didn't finish the sentence. The DPP says, remember, she has not really told us. She said that the chart that she has remember what the judge is saying. So in other words, you must be true to your oath, and it's only the evidence you must be guided by. In other words, out of the both of us, it is the prosecution who is most at a disadvantage. She's not worried about justice. Because if you're worried about justice, what you do, hold on a second, Herb. Yeah. If you're worried about justice, you say, what's the fair thing to do? What could be done in the interest of justice? And you can't say, well, if the prosecution is most at a disadvantage, if we should end the trial. She said right here, in other words, out of the both of us, it is the prosecution who's most at a disadvantage. Disadvantage for what? To render justice. And then the judge says, I'm going to be handing this case to the jury this evening. Right? And then he said, okay, gentlemen, I'm going to be proceeding to finality this afternoon. Now, what I must tell you is that this case had been going on for a while. I think it was one of the longest criminal trials in Jamaica. And it was at the very end that this came up. So the question was, okay, in the interest of justice, do we discharge the jury and start the case all over? In the interest of justice, should we do that? And the prosecution, the DPP, expressed the opinion that, no, we've come too far. Keep him on the jury and let's move forward. Knowing that the man committed a crime, or there was allegation that he committed a crime, and there was taped evidence, although they said that the tape was difficult to decipher. But she had a witness. Now, what the judge should have done? The judge should have said, all right, you know what? Let me poll all of the jurors except this one guy, right? And he could have called everyone in and said, hey, were you offered a bribe by this man? Could have simply done that. Another thing that the DPP could have done, she could have said, I believe there's probable cause, or say, I believe there's probable cause that a crime was committed. And therefore, as an officer of the court, I have an obligation to report it. And don't make him come back on the jury. Bring the police in. And that's what I was talking about last week about a misprision of a felony. But a dear friend of mine corrected me and gave me the legal nuances regarding misprision of a felony. Although I still think that to some degree, you know, at the time, the moment she heard that, her antennas should have gone up. She should have called the police. Now, the man was arrested, but he was arrested after the verdict was rendered. He was arrested after the verdict. That's a problem right there. What would I have done? What I would have done is I would have said, Judge, if I were the prosecutor, Judge, and hindsight is 2020, right? But looking at it, what I would have done, I would have said, Judge, you know what? You said you're a frail man. Let's just pretend that you're sick. All right. Interview all of these people and then suspend the trial for a few days. Let's just say you're sick and you're getting medical attention. And then the police will come in and then they'll follow this guy. The lady, the foreperson, she will say to him before he leaves that, listen, I'm willing to take the money. I want the money. If you give me the money tomorrow, then that's fine. And then you have physical surveillance, you have electronic surveillance on this guy. And then you figure out, okay, because you know where he lives, because you have to put that down. So you figure out, where is he going to get the money? Who's going to give him the money? That's what should have happened. You should have had physical and electronic surveillance of this man. And you get to the bottom of it. But instead, the DPP sat there and said, no, let's proceed. Keep him on the jury. And the man sat there. He was the only dissenting voice on the jury. And after the jury, after the jury verdict was made known, he was arrested. So, you know, the DPP, I don't know, it shows there was a lack of good judgment on her part, and one that should not escape the eyes of the General Legal Counsel. They didn't see it fit to look at ISAT's alleged transgression in a positive, in a light that's favorable to him. I don't think they should look at this one any differently. Now, people say, yeah, but if you file it, nothing's going to happen. And I say, if you don't file it, you're 100% sure that nothing is going to happen. You have to file it. That's how people know you're serious. When you keep in a persistent manner trying to seek justice. If we just say, okay, you know what, let's just let it go. It's a DPP, nothing is going to happen. You're right, nothing is going to happen. But once you register your complaint, there are several avenues available after that. So I say register. And the Jamaica Diaspora, the task force led by Dr. Francis, he will think he's in the preliminary stages right now of drafting a letter, I'm aware of that, to the GLC complaining about the behavior of the DPP and asking for them to look into the matter and, if necessary, discipline her. No, they can't fire her. They only, and we'll get to the firing piece. They can't fire her, but they can discipline her. We're going to be asking for that. So that's one piece right there. But there is more. All right. And here is part of that more. This is March 18th of this year, where she's trying to defend her position. And she's saying that it's a campaign of misinformation being spread by certain counsel, to bring her office into disrepute. No, they're bringing this lady into disrepute. And it's not misinformation. The transcript is there. The transcript is there. So, And I mean, this sums up the case right here. It says there was a need to isolate the other members of the jury from the source of contamination. In the board's view, allowing juror X, and when they say the board, they're talking about the Privy Council, allowing juror X to continue to serve on the jury is fatal to the safety of the convictions which followed. This was an infringement of the defendant's fundamental right to a fair hearing by an independent and impartial court in accordance with Section 16 of Chapter 3 of the Jamaican Constitution. And that's a quote by Lord Lloyd Jones. And he's saying that the tainted juror should not have been kept on the jury. He also mentioned, well, he said that there was no evidence that the defendants were involved with trying to engineer this thing to have, somebody go and bribe on their part. But they didn't do any investigation. The judge didn't do a simple query. And the police were not involved because the DPP did not get them involved, even though she became aware that this was going on, right? Now, here is her opinion. Here's what she did to defend herself. She said, I've been made to understand that they have been saying that they, meaning the defense attorneys, that I somehow breached the Constitution by indicating that we didn't have a problem with the matter going ahead after it was brought to the judge's attention regarding the tainted juror. She said there are 50-odd lawyers who operate on behalf of the DPP, but under the Constitution, the DPP is able to step into any case at any time in the interest of justice, and neither the prosecutor who was there before, the judge, nor defense counsel can prevent that. It is a constitutional power. She's absolutely correct on the second sentence. Not the first part where she said, it's been saying that I somehow breached the Constitution by indicating we didn't have a problem. She didn't have a problem with it. She said that to the judge. She said, just remind them of their oath and move on. But the part where she says the DPP under the Constitution can start a case, finish a case, before take a case from somebody else before judgment, she's right. All right. And then she tried to blame the judge. She said, an opinion was canvassed from everyone, but the judge, who is supreme in the law, was the one who made the decision, weighing all the different factors. There are no factors to weigh. She told the judge that we have no objection, and that if you decide to end this case, then we would be disadvantaged. That's what she said. Yeah, Jeremy Taylor, that's the name of the gentleman who prosecuted the case. So, long and short of it is, the case was quashed. So, men are no longer considered convicts. Now, here is something that a gentleman in the UK, a lawyer, this is his position. He's saying that we need to get rid of the DPP. He said that, look at the sentence. He said, it is always good when the judicial system corrects a fundamental procedural error so that fairness is applied. Just true. And he said, however, it is obvious to those who care to see that the position of the Director of Public Prosecutions, who played an instrumental role in securing an unsafe conviction in circumstances where a new trial should have been directed, is no longer tenable. So he's saying, because she played a role in securing that unsafe conviction in a position where a new trial should have been directed, her position as DPP is no longer tenable, meaning we need to get rid of her. And then right here says, he added, it is inconceivable that members of the public still have confidence in Miss Llewellyn, when as an officer of the court and a King's Counsel, she encouraged the judge to, in effect, ignore the Constitution. She should do what right-thinking people are saying. Jamaica now deserves a new DPP. Another person, another legal expert in England, he said, Juries are the bulwark of our societies. However, what we have observed in this case is jury misconduct in its highest form. The Privy Council's decision to quash the convictions simply highlights the lack of apathy of legal due process within the judicial system of Jamaica. See, no, she's having people criticize the system itself. She's having people criticize the system because of what she did. Right? I think there's something else here. Okay. Here is one. And some of you have seen this. This is a letter that came out a few days ago, a joint statement made by Honorable P.J. Patterson, KC, and Mr. Hugh Small. And what they're saying is this. They're casting aspersions, I believe, on everybody involved, because here's what they're saying. They're saying that there's a case, and the case is called John Hearn versus Michael Manley. Yeah, the Gleaner Company and John Hearn versus Michael Manley, right? And in that case, Manley was claiming damages for an article that the Gleaner published that was written by John Hearn. Now, during the course of the trial, they were able to show that the foreman of the jury was employed by the National Workers Union, and he was employed by the National Workers Union at the time when Manley held the executive position of island supervisor of the same union. So they're saying the foreman is affiliated with the union that the plaintiff, Mr. Manley, is an executive of. No evidence to implicate wrongdoing, just the fact of the relationship that I'm a member of a union that the plaintiff is a member of. And what did they say? They discharged the whole jury. They said, oh no, he discharged a foreman. He said he discharged a foreman of the jury on the grounds of apparent bias, but refused to discharge the entire jury. And then the Court of Appeal said that the entire jury must be discharged and a new trial must take place. Think about that, folks. Think about that. You have a case where the person who is in charge of the jury, the foreman, he works for a union that the plaintiff is an executive of. There is no evidence of collusion, of bribery, of anything. Just the existence of that relationship. And the court ruled you have to discharge the entire jury. Fine. No, it's a civil case, but it's fine. But the same principle applies. Now, in this case, in the Vibes Cartel case, you have a member of the jury who's going around bribing people. And he's allowed to stay on the jury. And the jury is allowed to conduct his business and issue a verdict. There's something. And so what these two gentlemen are saying, Mr. Patterson and Mr. Small, they're saying, we don't understand how come this case was not brought up by the DPP or the Privy Council, the Privy Council Court of Appeal. Nobody brought this case up. He said, it is regrettable that this case was not brought to the attention of Justice Campbell. The judges of the Jamaica Court of Appeal, Dennis Morrison, Patrick Brooks, and Franklin Williams, are cited in the Privy Council. I mean, it is a civil case, whereas the Vibes Cartel case is a criminal case. The burden of proof, I can speak for American law that it's less than, and because in the burden of proof in a criminal case is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, it's preponderance of the evidence, 51%. Right? So, but the principle is still the same, that if you start messing with the jury, you don't even have to mess with the jury. In this case, it was just the appearance of a relationship, and they just said, "No, we're not going to do it." And the DPP did not bring this in America, there would be something should be subjected to a whole bunch of consequences, because it would be assumed that she knew or should have known about this decision that would have caused the case to be terminated at that point and a new trial called for. Would have gotten rid of the jury, but she didn't do that. No, here is something I want to play, and I mean the DPP. It gets worse, people. It gets worse. If you haven't listened to this, listen carefully, and if you have listened to it, listen again, because I'm sure you're going to hear something you didn't hear the first time. Here we go.
Llewellyn's
the
shocking comments on
discussions,
Vibes Cartel Privy Council
the
appeal.
heat from the Vibes Cartel Privy Council ruling continue. And this morning, for the first time, the DPP was responding since the judgment came down last Thursday morning. And she was asked by Tona and Ricardo about the advice she gave to the judge in the trial after it was revealed that there was an attempt to bribe the jurors.
DPP, having been told that all of your jurors in 2014 had been offered a $500,000 bribe, why did you not advise the judge that it was probably best to dismiss the jury, which was now obviously tainted?
You see, you are now trying to get me to discuss the matter, and I told you that I didn't wish to.
No, but certainly this point, DPP, is important, because here the law lords are saying you advised the judge that you were prepared to proceed even though you knew that the entire panel, 11 jurors, the forewoman told you, had been offered bribes. Wouldn't that mean in your judgment, DPP, that the entire jury, as the law lords have now found, was contaminated and should have been terminated or discharged?
Well, first of all, I am not the judge.
True, but you gave advice that you were prepared to proceed, and what I'm trying to understand.
We were prepared to proceed.
But why were you prepared to proceed with a jury that was contaminated?
No. All the other factors, that some of which I cannot go into in terms of.
So you were thinking about cost. You were thinking about how long the matter had been going.
We were also thinking of security issues. There were a lot of other issues that we cannot go into the public domain. And what our information from the foreman was, what she was saying, was that all of the attempts had to do with acquittal. Clearly, if it had been the other way, we would have, clearly, given the overriding objective of any case, which is fairness to the accused. But what would have been perhaps planted in the mind of the jurors is, okay, you need to acquit. And remember that these persons, at least two of them, are very famous. So it would have been, as far as the prosecution, when we discussed it, we would have been those ones at a great disadvantage. This is not the first time.
But with the greatest respect, DPP, that's not persuasive, because what I want you to focus on is the fact that the process now had been corrupted and contaminated, and you advised the judge that you were comfortable proceeding with a contaminated and corrupt process.
This is not the first time that I have had to deal with jury tampering.
And be that as it may, in the exercise of your judgment, why did you not see it fit to bring to an end a matter that had been corrupted?
After 64 days of trial?
Isn't the interest of protecting the impartial trial greater than the length of time that had elapsed?
I agree with you on paper, but I have done other cases where there has been jury tampering to the great negative of the prosecution. I have seen cases, I've seen jury inquiries where the juror, having been questioned, it was quite clear that it was either an accused person or an accused person's relative that approached the juror. And the juror was able to indicate to the court that it did not make any difference. He would still be able to have an impartial situation in his mind. I have had the experience. I've prosecuted many cases. And when asked, I have indicated that we don't have any problem. So in other words, we are prepared to take our chances and just try to make sure that you have a very powerful address. But this, what happened in a couple of the cases I've dealt with, didn't happen during summation. It happened before we got to summation. So I have had the experience before of jury tampering. And I have been asked before, what is my view, being the prosecutor in the matter? And even after the inquiry, it's a judgment. It's quite clear that you don't know if the juror is telling you everything about the encounter with the relative of the accused, but you are willing to take the chance nonetheless. So it has happened. I mean, both myself and Mr. Taylor, who was the prosecutor, we didn't drop from the sky. It's not the first case that we are both having to deal with. And in our experience, we have had to deal with cases where you have issues arising.
With the benefit of hindsight, do you regret the submissions you made?
You are not going to get me there. You are not going to get me.
Well, quite an interesting 5 minutes of exchanges there. And the takeaway for me is the DPP seems to be relying on the fact that in her long prosecutorial career, she has made a judgment call, several judgment calls, in a number of instances of jury tampering. And I wonder, does that make it legally correct? It might be a call that has been wrong. Because surely, based on what we now have from the Privy Council, jury misconduct undermines the fundamental principle of the justice system of the accused being entitled to a fair trial. And the fact that you have been doing it several occasions before does not make it right. Those who have been in such matters, do they have cause, reason to wonder at minimum? It is, Madam DPP, quite a space we are in.
Quite a space we're in. Now, I'm going to bring Urban before I unpack some of the things suggested, because I think she has implicated herself, and this is serious business. Herb, please shed some light on this.
Well, I know we talked about this before, but every time I listen to it, I am stunned at the mere fact that she can openly admit, I've been here before and I've done the same things. So if this were, let's say, if this were yourself and you admitted to the FBI that you have seen tampered evidence in cases, and you never took action to inform the judge that you cannot proceed with that tainted evidence, fruit of a poison tree, right? If you did that, they would have your badge and you would be serving some jail time. So my question is, why is the judge, why is the DPP, why is Dog Paw's father-in-law not prosecuted because they all knowingly participated in a cover-up. And that cover-up is what costs millions of dollars to the taxpayers, taking these shenanigans all the way to London and coming away with an answer that the very Court of Appeals had a responsibility to have stopped it right there in Kingston. But instead of stopping it, they became a part of the roadshow. And I'm sure these white folks over in London is saying, what manner of people like this are these, that they could have the law on the books, they could know that things are not right, and have the nerve to think that they could bring this before us, and we would go along simply to get along with their shenanigans.
Bring up your camera, Herb. Bring up your camera. We can't see the rest of it.
Okay, yeah, because I've had to use my phone. Then somehow the power got knocked out earlier, and so I'm back.
Okay.
You can hear me though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So with all this shenanigans going on, and instead of her as an officer of the court, the chief officer of the court, putting a stop to it, she confers with the judge, Supreme Court judge, somebody who's supposed to know the law anyway, right? She don't have to inform him that it's wrong. I'm sure somewhere in law school or in the annals of law reviews, he must have read that this is wrong. She must have read that it was wrong. Dog Paw's father-in-law must have read that it is wrong, right? And they made this determination that they'll go along to get along. Why else would the judge call for summation and to give the case to the jury? Because he knew what was evident and that it couldn't go no further. Right? He didn't want this guy wandering around the halls trying to bribe people. She knew what was at stake. She knew it was over 2 months of trial. She didn't want to repeat it. So all of these things, if she says, oh, there's things that weren't taken into consideration. Well, the law is the law. I have a person who tells me that all the time. When I try to bring common sense and adjudication to certain matters, I'm being told the law is the law. You follow the law and you can't go wrong. And that's what she failed to do. That's what the judge failed to do. That's what Dog Paw's father-in-law failed to do. They never followed the law. They never reported it to the police. So does the police follow the law and bust them all on failure to follow a lawful article of law? Right? Police have a duty here. Somebody's got to send that message that makes it necessary that lawyers, whether you're on the prosecutor's side or whether you're on the defense side, that you follow the law. Judges, look at the judge in Kamina's case. He want to come and quote us somebody who's not even a member of the bar, Buju Banton. He's citing Buju Banton's music in his ruling. He's not following the law. There's several things that was written up in the appeal that showed that he just blatantly did what he wanted to do. And this is what these people have been doing. The GLC, are they going to follow the law? They didn't follow it when it came to the goodly former Speaker of the House and the issue she had down in Montego Bay, selling somebody's property and not giving the spoils to the family. So who's following the law? You know, it's like every man and woman for themselves. And you cannot have respect for the law until somebody lays the law down and forces both sides to toe the line. And this is the problem. Who's going to do it? The Prime Minister, he don't follow the law. His wife, Speaker of the House, she doesn't follow the law. Right? The leader of the opposition, he's bent the law a little bit in the past with his tax returns. Right? So who's following the law? You've got to follow the law or else nobody's going to have respect for it. That's the bottom line. And I'm sure that our fellow panelists will have a lot to say about this.
Well, let me just say that when I read the Privy Council's report, and I've read some other report, it appears as if the offending party, the juror who was going around bribing people, that right after the trial he was arrested. So with Tom Tavares Finson.
Just say Doc Barr's father-in-law. That's easier.
Drink the tea tonight. No, but I don't know. I based on what I've read, I wouldn't go as far as to say that he was in on it. He and the other, and I'll show you why.
But Ratty, let me ask you this before you answer that.
Sure.
Didn't he clearly state what the law says, and that what he wasn't going to do?
Who?
So why did he stop short? This is what I don't understand.
Let me pull up back the, where is it? Let me pull up the all right, here we go. All right, let me pull this up and show you why I'm hesitant to add any blame to him. All right,
Okay.
look. This is some, all right, here we go. When she said, make it bigger. Oops. All right, there we go. All right, right there, she said, as far as the prosecution is concerned, we are prepared for the matter to proceed. This is after the judge, and this is after the judge talk about, this is after the woman, the four, it's not a foreman, four-person of the jury, right? The lady who's in charge of the jury. This is after she came and explained to the judge and the defense attorneys and the DPP what happened. And she explained that I have it on tape and that he reached out to bribe 10 of us, right? She said, as far as the prosecution is concerned, we are prepared for the matter to proceed. Now, that's a big problem right there. You just got wind of the fact that a crime was committed. You have probable cause to arrest this man. And you said, no, you know what? Let's just move on with the trial. Then you allow him to take his seat with the jury. You allow him to deliberate. You allow them to pass judgment. And then you arrested him. My argument is that she should have stepped in as a prosecutor right there and said, you know what, Judge, I've heard enough. This trial is over. We have to start a new trial. I'm getting rid of this jury, send them home, it's over, and we're going to arrest this guy. She should have called the police there, right there, and arrested. But you allow him to sit there and go through the thing. I don't know why. But here's what Mr. Finson, Tom Tavares Finson said. And that's why I'm saying that not so sure he was in on it, because if you listen to this, after she said that, the judge said, Mr. Finson, and he said, we are of the view, we don't see how you could proceed under these circumstances where you have a person who's making an allegation that someone is going around offering the jurors money, and she obviously have some tapings. Her role is very serious. I don't see in those circumstances, boom, he's interrupted by, at least on the transcript, by the DPP who said, remember, she has not really told us. She said, what do you mean she has not really told us? She told you. Then she said that the charge that she has remember what the judge, she's all over the place. She has remember what the judge is saying. So in other words, is quote, you must be true to your oath, and it is the only evidence you must be guided by. End of quote. In other words, out of the both of us, it is the prosecution who is most at a disadvantage. She mentions nothing in there about justice. Nothing in there about justice at all. She's willing to have people's constitutional rights trampled and have them go to prison. This has nothing to do with innocence or guilt. This is purely procedural, purely following the rules. And we know a lot of people have gotten off from criminal charges because a prosecutor did not follow the rules, not because they didn't do it. And I'm not making one statement one way or the other saying they did or they didn't. I wasn't there. But I'm reading this now. And she said, we is moot as a disadvantage. That's nonsense. It should be fair to both parties, not to you or a disadvantage to you. No, this statement is nonsense. Then, when he said, I'm going to handle the case of jury, another defense attorney jumped in and said, the truth, my lord, as far as I'm concerned, I am very aware of the effect of proceeding in these circumstances. Make it smaller. And the reason for that is that if the report is made, that is to say, the report of the report, and as far as the jurors are concerned, then it may well have deleterious effect on how it is they view the evidence, and in particular, on them taking any steps which may be seen as being consistent with whatever it is that this gentleman was asking them to do. In other words, what you have is that a situation where there's a compensation, which I see that, and then the judge cuts him off. All of this is just gobbledygook to say, Judge, we disagree. There is a violation here of the Constitution, and we shouldn't proceed. That's all he's saying right here. So that's what I'm saying. I don't see where Mr. Tom Tavares Finson was involved with this. I'd have to see more evidence to say he's involved. Here it looks like he's defending his client and saying, no, we need to stop this trial right now. But let me explain something. Wait a minute.
But in lieu of the judge failing to stop the trial there and then,
right?
Was it incumbent on his part to say, DPP, look, this has gone far enough, right? And I'm going to make a report to the authorities, to the police.
He could have said that. He could have said that. You're right. He could have said that, but he didn't. But again, I don't know because he didn't. Because if you think about it, you'd have to lock up the judge.
Yes,
the judge
I said that.
Okay.
The judge is an accessory before, he's accessory after. Right?
Yeah, they didn't report it before the jury was, the verdict was announced or was reached and announced. And that's what and not only that, think about it. The moment the guy, this juror, found himself in the attorney's chambers where he wasn't supposed to be, the judge could have at that point, the DPP could have at that point said, listen, stop this whole thing.
Let's
start.
Yeah.
She didn't. But here are some things that she said, and that interview was very revealing. And there's something here that oh man, don't tell me I lost it. Where the hell is it? Okay, nope. There's something here that I have to show you guys. Is that it? No. Don't tell me. I want to unpack a bunch of things that she said, which, if you think about it, she shouldn't have said. She has opened herself.
I'm waiting for the GLC to order her to disclose all the cases where there was jury tampering and she failed to take action. That's what I want to hear. everything else is like, let's say, a bunch of noise. If the GLC were to do that, then they would make believers out of me that they are in fact a conscious review panel that consciously reviewed all cases before this. Like I mentioned before, the previous Speaker of the House, Dalrymple, and our esteemed defense attorney, right, who brought this case to the Privy Council. But barring that, it would seem to me that they are a joke, that they cannot adjudicate anything that is too controversial for them, and that they need to examine themselves on where they stand on the law.
Okay.
Right? Something has to give. You can't have compromise all around. This is not good. And like I said, we're embarrassed for them because the Privy Council are the ones who was the ultimate embarrassment.
Well, here are some things that came out of that interview that she had on nationwide radio. First of all, she tried to blame the judge. She said, "I'm not the judge, right?" But no, you're the one who gave the judge. You're the one who gave him this advice. And she said, there are other factors. There were security issues. She said a lot of other issues. I cannot go into it because we can't bring it into the public domain. But ask yourself the question. Folks, you saw the transcript. Where did she raise a security issue? Where did she raise other issues? Instead, she said, we are prepared to move forward. She did not mention anything about security issues or other issues in that meeting in the judges' chambers. She did not.
That's true.
Yeah. So when she said, there were other factors, and we said, okay, tell us about these other factors. She said security issues and a lot of other factors. What security issues? That security wasn't the word security. I don't think it came out of her mouth in that meeting. I don't think it came out of her mouth. I didn't see any other issues. Then she said, she's not the first time she's dealing with jury tampering. And that it all had to do with acquittal. And they would have been impacted because the guy was saying the juror was trying to bribe the rest of the jury pool to acquit. And I'm like, it doesn't matter whether we was saying acquit or convict. The fact that he was saying, I will pay you for your decision, that's bribery.
Yep. Absolutely.
That's an end of story. And she said she had experience before of jury tampering, and so they took the chance. No. And she also mentioned that it was after 64 days of trial, which she's giving you an indication of her mindset, saying that this trial has been going on for a while, and so I'm not going to go do this thing over again. First of all, she wasn't trying the case. It was Jeremy who was trying the case. Second thing is, if she can afford to go to have the taxpayers pay for her to go to London to sit as a backbencher, right? To discuss her mistake.
Yep.
Then why is it that after 64 days of trial, we couldn't just do the trial over? Why? If the trial is that important, because she's saying two other people are famous. If you're going to put priority on this case, why is it that you didn't do it then? And then you had the unlimited gall to say, hey, I made a mistake. I told the judge to do this. The judge did it. I didn't report it immediately, right? Because if I did, then the guy wouldn't have been on the jury panel. But I allowed the guy, I convinced the judge to go move forward so the guy would sit on the panel, the guy would make a decision, and then we arrest him. Nonsense. Right? Why would you want to do something like that? And she was saying it did not make any difference, and we were prepared to take a chance. Well, you mentioned something, and you're absolutely correct. You mentioned the fact that we now would like to see all of these cases that she referred to, where she said she worked on jury tampering cases. We
Yep.
want to see those cases, and I'm telling you, if I were the defendant, if I were representing the defendants in those cases, and they're behind bars, whether they're behind bars or not, I would be filing papers to have those cases reviewed to see what was said. I would be filing cases now to see what was said. We like you said, what they would do with the FBI or any agency here, they would pull
Right.
all of your decisions, all of the cases you
All the
tried, or
cases. Mhm.
did, all of them, whether you tried them or you rendered opinion or whatever, or you influenced somebody, they'd bring all of them and they'd look again, they'd look through them to see, okay, let's start from A and see where the mistakes were made, are not, maybe not even mistakes, but they were intentional. If they were intentional, well, let's look to see what she did with these cases. That's what they should be doing. Now, I want to show you folks something. We talked about sending a letter to the GLC, asking the GLC to look into her behavior, her conduct, and take appropriate action. Now, here is something else that we want to do. This is the Jamaican Constitution. And this section is entitled 96, Tenure of Office of Director of Public Prosecutions and Acting Director of Public Prosecutions. And we're going to go to number 3. Sorry, number 4. Look at what number 4 says. And if you can't see it, for those of you who cannot see it, I'll read it for you. This is the Jamaican Constitution. Section 96, subsection 4. You can go look it up yourself. It says, the DPP may be removed from office only for inability to discharge the functions of his office, whether arising from infirmity of body or mind, meaning that them crazy or them incapacitated, them can't move around and do stuff, or any other cause. See the last piece of that? I'll read it again. The director of the DPP may be removed from office only for inability to discharge the functions of the office, whether arising from infirmity of body or mind or any other cause, or from misbehavior, and shall not be so removed except in accordance with the provisions of this section. So we're saying she was unable, or she did not discharge the functions of her office when she told the judge, when she offered the suggestion to the judge that he should move forward with the case and keep the juror, the one who has tainted the whole jury, keep him on it and have him deliberate, have them make a decision. So she may be removed for that. Now, here's how she will be removed. The DPP shall be removed from office by the original brogad, the Governor General. The DPP shall be removed from office by the GG if the question of his removal from office has been referred to a tribunal appointed under subsection 6 of this section, and the tribunal has recommended to the GG that he ought to be removed from office for inability as aforesaid or for misbehavior. And 6 says, if the Prime Minister represents to the GG that the question of removing the DPP from office for inability or for misbehavior ought to be investigated, then the GG, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, shall appoint a tribunal. And then it goes to B, the tribunal shall inquire into the matter and report on the facts thereof to the GG and recommend to the GG whether the DPP ought to be removed from office for inability or for misbehavior. So what we're saying is that there's inability on her part to act in accordance with the rules. And I know, Angela, that people are saying, yeah, the GG in their pocket and he won't, and the Governor General, but and the PM. But here's the thing: we have to do something. We have to do something, because you see, what happens is this: if you're going to bring this now to show international corruption, let's say, and have the FBI or some other body investigate, the first question they're going to ask you is, Where's the complaint? And then you say, oh, we didn't complain because we didn't think they would do anything. So what I'm saying is put the pressure on them. Send this thing and say, listen, she should be removed from her office. We're asking you to appoint a tribunal, look into the matter, and whatever you decide, and that's fine. We're also saying, write to the GLC and let them know that what she did was conduct unbecoming of the DPP, and therefore she should be disciplined. That's what we should do. That's what we need to do. So we need it should be on two fronts: the GLC and the GG/PM. But we can't sit back and just say nothing not gonna happen. Because when we used to play football, you know, I was 100% sure. So I'm not scoring if I didn't take a shot at goal. I'm 100% sure that if I don't take a shot, I am not scoring. But when I take a shot, anything can happen. It could be the world's best goalkeeper. He can just have a bad day. So we have to try. We just can't sit back and just say, you know, them things are happening every day. And because if we do that, then for sure it will continue to happen every day. And it's only going to make it harder in the future to address this. We have to let them know that this is not routine business. We have to let them know that. So that's where we are with that. Herb, yeah, I want to open up the phone line because I didn't do it last week and I haven't done it so far today. And just get some views from our listeners and viewers, the ones who they're still with us. Yeah, you have anything you want to say?
Well, basically, you know, I mean, we're at a crossroads here, right? Because this woman has laid out cases against defense attorneys and others, right? Either administratively or criminally. And the fact that she can pick, choose, and refuse which cases she wants to lay out, that's not why she's appointed. She's clearly in violation of the rules. And what are we going to do? Are we going to just support her and stay quiet and hope that it all goes away quietly? I mean, the damage is done, right? From the king's standpoint, he appointed her, or his mom may have appointed her QC. Now he's king's counsel. He got to set the example for the rest of these king councils. He can't have them running roughshod over the law everywhere. You have about a dozen governor generals out there, and I'm sure in all the Commonwealth, you have a lot of KCs running around. So if you had to pick a case where you could set an example, both on the defense as well as the prosecutor's side, this case cries out for sanctions. You don't have to fire people, especially if their actions is not in compliance. But you do need to take some kind of action. So what kind of sanctions can you have against her? To me, her removal is the least of it. Right. You have to decide whether or not she's brought the entire prosecution office into disrepute. Right? Because she says this is not the first time. I've done it before.
Right. So we have to look and see what she did. Somebody mentioned here that you can't score a goal without taking a shot, such as a defender's goal. Well, P. Breezy, I've scored goals already where ricochet off a defender, but I took a shot.
Somebody got to shoot.
Yeah, I took a shot. It went wayward and it licked off of somebody and ricochet on the goal, but I took a shot. When I took that shot, I intended to score. Now, my foot lean. So it go sideways, but it lick somebody and going. But if I had just passed it to somebody, I can't score. You have to take a shot. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Thanks for being our first caller. Go ahead, please.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
So throughout this whole thing, I'm no legal brilliant scholar, but I've been asking myself, shouldn't the DPP, shouldn't every case that she has ever put her hands on be reviewed, considering the fact that she knew that the jury was tainted, yet she proceeded? I believe that if she was in this country, in America, every single case that she has ever put her hands on should be reviewed, because what she did was unconstitutional and it was illegal. She knew what she was doing was wrong. And not only should she be fired, she should be prosecuted. And every single case that woman touched should be reviewed. And let's see what happened. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, caller. Thank you. Let me just say that the caller is absolutely correct. They need to, somebody, some authority, they need to, whether it's, I don't know if it's Integrity Commission or GLC or the tribunal, but somebody needs to start looking into those cases, because she admitted, she said, yeah, I've been doing this for a long time, right? And we don't know what happened. We don't know if innocent people went to prison as a result of this. We don't know. We don't know what happened. So because we want to know, because she has alerted us to the fact that we should know, right? Then we need to look at all of these cases. I agree 100%. Yeah, the number is 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569.
Right. Let's remind them that this is a good time to make a contribution, because we're going after a lot of these people and we are hot on the trail right now. We need some reinforcement. We need some dollars to reinforce us.
Hold on 1 second. Herb just made an outstanding point, and a point that we should really, really pay attention to. And that is, we at the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, we're looking at least 3 corrupt politicians right now. And we are engaged with our strategic partners. We have done some work. They're doing some more work, and they're going to have to get paid. So we're asking you to make a contribution tonight. We have 2,057 devices attached. If everybody get, let me do the math. If everybody can get $20 right now, except the ones overseas, because I still haven't gotten that thing worked out. But if everybody, let me see something. 2063, right? 2063. If everybody get $20 right now, we have $41,000. That's enough. We can start the lawsuit, and we can actually get the background investigations completed. It won't be enough to finish the lawsuit, but it will be enough to start it and get the background investigations on these corrupt politicians completed. So please, the Zelle information, it's right here. It's just go to OJLDF. We're gonna have to do some assessments this coming week to try and fix things, see where the problem is, and then fix it. I promise you before, but I'm promising you that by this coming weekend, we're gonna get everything fixed. Caller, thanks for being patient. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Go ahead, please.
Good night, Sir Rattigan and Sir Herb. Thank you
Good
for
night.
your work that you guys are constantly doing. Man, oh man, you're like the poor people governors. And Sir Herb, I'm glad you're home back and healthy with your beautiful self. But Ratty Paula will need to go. She already admit that cases that she have done it before. That is telling you probably innocent young man, innocent people are in prison because I'm tired, or it's too much, it's 64 days. How dare you not follow the Constitution? Does England have to tell you that you guys were wrong?
What an embarrassment to Jamaica. And I know there is good judge and good lawyers in Jamaica. We have bright scholars in Jamaica. So for this damn lunatic Falaluin to make us look so small on the international stage, it's disgusting. But they need to lock her up and show her the key. What she have done is wrong. How dare you got a tampered jury? Everybody's tampered, it's tainted, and you still push forward. Well, we on the prosecution, so she's talking for all of them. We on the prosecution side is going to go forward. Huh? Come on now. And dog for father-in-law going to act like he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything.
There you go.
As you said, we have to start somewhere. We gotta file because we can't make it see. I don't know why Jamaican is not out there protesting. Put on all white t-shirt and go out there. That she needs to resign. She needs to resign. Other people's children, fathers, younger generation lock up in jail because of her choice to go forward with tainted stuff. She already talked on herself. How dare she can sit around and act like she's innocent? Her hand is tainted. She need to step down. Paula Lewin, you need to go. You not stay back to save Andrew. Andrew, they got prison to the whole of them, the 49 thieves. Them they got prison to. The whole of them corrupt. Mighty God, we tired. Thank you, Rattigan, for your hard work.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yes, good night to your panel.
Good night, sir.
Yes. Could you send that legal foundation to this number?
All right, hold on. Well,
yeah, man, because I could make a good thing, huh?
Yeah.
I'm not too good with the phone, you know, so.
Okay, no problem. I'll send you the information.
Yes, man, good.
All right, my
and
brother.
you know, you're doing a good thing here, man.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, and I'm just so sorry. Some of these the two first people that was on the phone with you.
Yes.
On your program.
Yes.
What Mr. Vegas, I believe, is not looking for the interest of Jamaica. He just like party. You know what I'm saying? And the other guy before is too ignorant. In not ready.
Yeah, the thing though is that what I say, by their deeds ye shall know them. So we let people talk, you know, and then people, and it's not for me to make a decision for everybody. I can only ask the questions and then make my comments. But everybody who's watching, you can make your own assessment, and you have apparently, you know, you make your own assessments about these folks. And then look, this is a program that's driven by support. So if you tell me, listen, we don't want these other people coming on, you know, and it's a case where you've listened to the person before and you said this person has nothing to offer, then I have to listen to you. It's a different case where you say, you know, I heard that person like 2 years ago and I was turned off and I don't want to hear him, and I've never heard the person. Then it's kind of difficult, because then I would say, you know what, I have to be objective, so I want to hear what the person has to say. But once we hear what the person has to say, then, you know, we act accordingly.
Yes.
Is this my internet or something wrong with your?
No, I think Ratty, your stuff is acting up.
Better than Starlink, and I'm saying that for ISAT. So caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
The Cayman Island.
Yes, Cayman Island. Talk to me now.
All right. Two concerns, but the first one is, how can we send you something in regard to the cases that you are pursuing? And yeah, we want you to send us a number or some way that we.
All right. Well, if you look on the screen, Look on the screen right now, right? If you look on the screen right now, you see the website. And oh, you're from overseas. I tell you what,
Yeah.
next week, Saturday, I promise you, I have a dear friend of mine who
We have a US account.
you have a US account. Okay, well then
Yeah.
you just go to ojldf.org and then you can do Zelle from there.
Repeat that again for me, please.
No, it's on the screen. Look at the screen. Oh, it's the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, ojldf.org.
Okay, found it.
Yeah, you see it's at the bottom of the screen right now.
Yeah, and the next thing that I want to ask you is there a possibility that the Prime Minister could hold accountable for the amount of people that died during COVID time because of his election that he held during COVID? That's
a good question. I don't know. I'll have to ask Isaac. Isaac, can you on that?
I mean, one must remember that he got the best ratings across the world for his handling of COVID. So I don't think that lawsuit would hold much weight.
You hear that? You hear that? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, you hear what Isaac said. He said because he was proclaimed by a whole bunch of organizations and individuals as being responsible in handling COVID, that it would be an uphill battle to try and file a lawsuit for the deaths that occurred.
All right. Well, we in full support of you, Rattigan, and we do everything that we possibly could do in order for these cases that you've been trying to pursue or you're pursuing.
Right.
Because we are real concerned Jamaican and we are law-abiding citizens and would like to come back home and live with life without looking over our shoulder or being fear to do any kind of investment.
Okay. I hear you, and lots of people feel that way, including myself. So we're gonna try and make Jamaica a better place for everyone, for the people living there and for the people who would like to return to Jamaica. So we thank you for your support and the encouragement, and we look forward to further engagement with you.
Thank you, man.
All right. Take care of yourself. Bless up. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm in Florida. Good night, Ratty.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Isaac and Herb. Look,
night.
It seems like you're gonna have a lot of work based on what we're hearing from the DPP.
Can you speak up a little bit louder?
Seems like Isaac. It seems like you're gonna have a lot of work. So a lot of work based on what we're hearing from the DPP. But here's what I'm asking, panel. If she's saying that she had done this many times before, then with tainted jury, then she essentially sent a bunch of people to prison who were innocent, right? So shouldn't she be prosecuted too, sending these people to prison?
Well,
shouldn't she be?
Well, I'll let Herb take a stab at that because he touched on that point. Herb, did you hear the question?
Yeah. Look,
Herb, I want to say something else. That's on a lighter note. Rattigan, you have this program, this great program every Saturday, and it runs for hours. Sometimes it runs close to when you get into your midnight stuff. We have another program. Dedicate 2 or 3 hours to some type of phone bank thing where you have people helping you and people calling in and they're giving their credit card number and you're taking their number and taking their contribution. Dedicate a couple of hours maybe every week to this type of stuff. Maybe you'll generate some more income.
You know what? That's a good idea.
That's excellent idea. Yeah.
I mentioned it last week because last week I said, look, I'm getting in some good. I'm getting good ideas from our family members out there in social media land. I'm getting very good ideas. The problem is that I will have to find people who will volunteer to do stuff like that. But that's a very good idea you just offered up, and I'm going to look into it. I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, I think you should do it because I think there's some people if they can just call and they'll give. You were saying $20 earlier. they'll just give up their credit card for a couple of dollars, and you can just put them on hold, and you get to them one at a time. Dedicate a couple of hours to that every week, so
All
you
right.
can get to do what you really want to do. But Herb, if you could just answer that question that Ratty was saying. By the way, thank you, gentlemen, and good night.
All right. Thanks.
No problem. Look, in every situation, I was in the intelligence community, and when you had what turned out to be a rat in your midst, somebody
Hey.
who was.
That's my name, bro.
Don't you dare talk bad
No
about
offense.
Ratty on his own show.
No offense, man, gentlemen. None. Yeah, when we found somebody in our midst, and no matter how good they were, or no matter how well put together the reports are, we had to go back through each and every report to figure out when did they leave the tracks and how badly they burnt us, right? So the bottom line is somebody has to examine this situation to figure out when did she start taking shortcuts, because this is what it amounts to. When you can't be bothered with certain things is when you have accumulated your power and you feel powerful enough. So this guy is guilty. I'm not going to start this case over. I'm just going to go ahead and make this jury continue. And then she does that and she gets caught this time. So the fact is, you might be right. How many times has she put possibly an innocent person in jail or in prison because she took a shortcut? So now you got to go back and examine the cases. Doesn't have to be the guilty cases. Could be some of these cases where the person walked as well, right? And if it's possible that you can relitigate those cases or give people time served or whatever, they may want compensation in case you have some aggressive defense attorneys that want them compensated for the time they serve. That all that comes into play. But the fact is, she has exposed the government to unnecessary litigation that she herself was responsible for maintaining the integrity of these cases, and she failed to do that. So her failure now means the government could be exposed. That's the bottom line. And it's unfortunate.
And folks, let me just say that the QR code is at the top right of the screen. So if you don't want to go to the website, you can just put your smartphone up there, and then that QR code will take you right into the website where you can see the directions for making a contribution. Joan, thank you very much. Aisat, you have anything you want to say about
What's
not
that?
the deep? You have anything you want to say about let me just, because I have to be careful with you. Save by the bell, save by the phone. Hold on one second. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reese, Miss Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I am calling from West Palm Beach, Florida, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. And you?
I am good.
Good. Turn down your device, please. I can hear the feedback.
Hold on, let me press pause button. You can't hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So this is my problem. Even Isaac, I have a question for you, because the other day I did a pay live and I try to ask you the question the whole time. I go around it, So I catch you tonight, a pepper seed. So here the question now. Because I do a research, I actually really need some help with this. How many cases have gotten to the Privy Council in the last 30 years? Criminal cases, not the regular little big shot NCB bank and all of them. No, criminal cases. I want to know how many of them cases they get to the Privy Council. Because my problem when I have with this, even if we remove her, right, and we put somebody else in her position, think about it. We're not gonna know when the injustice them happen.
Because the only reason we know because it get to the privy. Understand what I say? Like it not, we not gonna know nothing. Because them get to do these things because them know so we the public not gonna know where going. The only reason we know right now is because it get to the Privy Council. And so no way, because remember it go Jamaica Court of Appeal first, right? Them see everything where the privy see and them still deny the appeal. So no justice no out there, really, Because even if the injustice one you get to the Court of Appeals out there, them are gonna deny it. Even when them see the injustice, even when them see say your constitutional rights was violated, them still say denied. So we problem right now we need some camera in the Court of Appeals. Like how the Privy Council do for them thing live, we need our one for live. Yeah, that's my recommendation. Make our Court of Appeals, make that live. So the world can watch, So we can't do this because so we're not going to see what going now. Guess what? Only can get over with it. We move we put somebody else. Same story. The injustice happened. No one knows about it. Them now reach privy, so we're not going to know. Right? Moving are another main problem for me. Because we move she and put her. Somebody just like she. Same kind of story all over again. So Isaac, if you can answer this for me, please. In the last 30 years, I just want to know how many criminal cases got to the Privy Council. Because you see, that's our biggest problem. The cases are not getting there. They're not getting over there. So the really and truly, all the people are going to stay in a prison out there and all the rights violated and all type of communication acts and fundamental rights and privacy act and all type of something violated because them know say it now reach privy, so we now go see.
The best I can do for you is to answer post 2011 because the Charter of Fundamental Rights has been a significant change in terms of access to justice as well, based on how the Constitution is set up. But and it's 37 cases in the last 10 years. That's the best I can do for that. And I must tell you that Ratty them don't like when I say this, but I depart with you when you say that the courts don't work out here. A part of the justice system is when it gets to the Privy Council is the end of the road. Sometimes people don't go all the way, but generally speaking, the courts usually get it right, and if they don't, it's because of advocacy at whichever level, and also sometimes how the litigant. Listen, Edwards was a huge case. Jamaicans simply did not care. It was a police officer who spent 18 years in prison and his conviction was overturned. These things happen all the time, and that came straight out of the Privy Council. And I said last year I've had several cases that the convictions were overturned at the appellate level. A key one was Antonia Thomas, who went to prison for being black, dark skin, as in midnight black. I'm just raising this. I just have to raise this so people understand that it's a little bit more technical than that. And Herb, you are so right. We, and I'm saying this because the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund need to be the bedrock of the Innocence Project, because I think that we need to move in that direction, because there are persons languishing in prison because they simply don't have any money. And I think that there must be legislation to cause or allow a lot of these cases to be reviewed in light of a lot of things said in the last couple of days about gambling with constitutional rights, taking risk with constitutional rights, and whether or not there were verdicts that were brought in by properly constituted jurors is a significant thing, and it's going to take a lot of work, but we have to take it one step at a time. It's a very good question, but 30 years is a very long time, so I just start at the 10. 37, that's about 3 cases a year, and for the last 2 years, I've participated in about all 3 of the criminal cases that has been at the Privy Council.
Thank you, sir. Caller, welcome. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Leesburg, Florida. There, my brethren, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. This is Herbie T.
Herbie T.
Called to find out get my donation because you requested $20, and I did it.
Yeah, I know. I sent you a message. I sent you a message by WhatsApp.
All right. Well, me just call to make sure it go through because you know so much scam going on.
Right.
So
No,
I want
I'll
to make
check.
sure it go in
Don't
the
worry.
right direction.
No
So
worries,
that's
my
why I
brother.
call. All right, boss.
All right. Take care of yourself.
Yes.
All right, be
Let
well.
me know if you get it, you know.
I will.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye. Yeah. Caller. Our callers, family members, no need for calling. We have ISAT here. And as you know, I'm only on once a week. So I have me right as I know tonight, you know, and I'm not doing the midnight program. Although the radio station said not because you're not doing the midnight program mean you can bleach out yourself, you know. You still have to pace yourself. But the once a week thing, it give me a little bit more time to do some other things as well. And then to whenever I look at the issues that we're raising on a Saturday, I can devote some more time to it. Not that I don't devote enough time, but I can really devote some time to it. And I'm looking at the comments that people have made concerning the guests. And look, like I said, you know, people are going to have their opinions, and they're entitled to their opinions. Jeffrey, the number to call in is here we go. 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569.
Mr. Ratty, I'm gonna have to take my leave now, you know.
Yes, man. Do you think, my brother?
Yeah, man, but if the one Jamaica Legal Defense Fund would like me to sue Mr. Rattigan, we're going to have to file a joint motion to have access to funds to sue him for the type of guest that he's bringing on us actually. But Herb, I know you'll defend him vigorously and sign subsidiary legislation, but I just want to say I had fun nonetheless.
Yes. It's a pleasure, my brother.
Blessings.
You take care. Blessings.
Good night. Welcome to Reasons
Good
Rattigan.
night again, everyone. Good night, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Michelle from Elmont, New York.
Yes, ma'am.
Africa. I'm not gonna go back to earlier on this evening. I discussed about the hospital and everything.
Yes.
So I am
Hello?
about how should I start now? That's true what Mr. Herb contributed to that section about the flight insurance and everything. That's good. But remember now, not everyone is in a position to do that. And if someone who lives abroad can do it, they do it. But what about what happened to those poor people in Jamaica that are there lying down on the floor and have no other help, waiting on somebody to just give them little assistance, or they never traveled before, so they know nothing about all of that. And I have two cases where I remember when my mother was in the hospital, and that's a hospital in Manchester, and they couldn't even find a suction machine to suction her. And when I asked them for one, because she was from the mucus that was building up in her, and she was in her last hour or so. And when they finally brought the suction machine, it didn't work. And the second thing that happened, my husband went to Jamaica and he got sick out there, went to the hospital in Mandeville, one of those hospitals. And he went to the doctor first. The doctor sent him over to the hospital. They admitted him. So he was weak and everything, dehydrated and whatever. So when I called him, I said, what did the doctor say? He didn't know yet. So I said, okay, when the doctor comes back to the room, I want to speak to him, so call me. When he called me, he said, I spoke to the doctor. I said, what is the problem? Whatever, they don't know, but they're going to give him blood transfusion. You hear me?
Yeah.
I said to him, so you don't know what is wrong with him. You send the test off, but you're going to give him a blood transfusion. So I said, okay, give him back the phone. And I said to my husband, don't take any blood transfusion. I'm on my way. I'm in New York there. I'm on my way. And I took the next flight out, went to Jamaica. I get my friend from one of the hospital with some hookups, hydrate him, take him back to the airport. And I said, just keep her, because if you're sick, they're not going to take you on the plane. and giving ginger ale sip. And my doctor had already consulted with her up here, took her to the hospital, took him to the hospital, and they called her like 2 a.m. She answered, she said, admit him. When they come and finally check, he had dengue fever, and they couldn't find that in Jamaica, but they're going to give him a blood transfusion.
Oh, wow.
So the system is so dirty out there. And, you know, I'm sorry for those people, poor people. I'm not going to say elderly, poor people who cannot afford it. And they also talk about that man that was also talking about the policy in the community. It was like throwing me off, because that is like going back to like a dictatorship or something, you know? Because people, you have new family and they're not getting paid. So they trade. I don't even know how to say this. It is. I'm kind of lost track of what I was gonna say. But
just take your time, because you know, I understand what you're grasping at.
And so on, they friendship with the people. Then here you have the corruption start now, because they're not getting paid enough. So they start taking bribes and everything, and that's where the corruption starts. So the corruption is from the head straight down to everywhere. So that's my piece that I have to say tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah. She makes a lot of sense, Ratty. You know, look, you're not gonna be. We give $3.4 billion annually since 2020, right? So all I can say to people is this: if you can dedicate some of that money to some type of policy that from Sagicor or from one of those other insurance companies that will be able to help your relative out there in Jamaica, right? Because if when they have a policy, at least they get some benefits. They won't get all of it. They get some benefits, and you want to make sure that they have the benefit of buying medication at a reduced rate or getting medication off of that policy. And if they can be medicated to keep them healthy, then you don't have to worry about them being hospitalized. So when they don't get the medication, then they get hospitalized. Now you have two things to worry about: the hospitalization, if they can survive it, and the medication that they're getting. So I that's my suggestion, because I've been through that.
All right, caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from? Hello? Hello? Hello, caller. Good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Hello, good night, Mr. Rattigan and Mr. Herb. I'm calling from New York. I just heard Herb. Pardon me?
No, go ahead, please. We're listening.
Yeah, I was just listening to your program and I heard Herb was talking about Sagicor insurance and all these other insurance. I was just wondering if Herb realized how much scamming is going on in those institutions. You can't even trust those things either, because even when you open an insurance for your relative in Jamaica, by the time they need it, they're gonna give you all these things that they never told you before, and then you don't get anything. So that's like a waste. If they're not scamming your money, they're telling you that this point, that point that they never mentioned before. So when at the end of the day, you end up with nothing. So I know how that's gonna go. My grandmother was sick in hospital and she needed a blood test to get results to see what they were doing. And my mother had to take the test outside, which took 1 week to get the results. And by the time she got the results, her kidneys were gone so bad she died.
No, sorry to hear. Condolences.
Thank you so much. So I don't know. And there's a lab on the hospital, but when they did the labs, took the bloods off to take to the lab downstairs was closed. I don't know about hospital lab being closed, because I think it should be open 24 hours outside the hospital. So by the time she took it outside, they told her the results were gonna be in 1 week time. And by the results came back, they realized her kidneys were done and they were trying to give her a peritoneal dialysis. And by the time they were to instill these catheters in her, she died. So I'm like, really? So I'm just saying, these insurances that Herb want us to do in Jamaica is null and void. It's not gonna work either.
Okay. All
Have
right.
thank you so much for listening. Have a good night, and I'm sitting back listening to the rest of the program.
All right. Thank you so much. Take care. Carla, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good night, Mr. Rattigan. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, my dear friend. What's going on?
I'm good. I can see you and His Excellency doing a marathon this evening, but that's very good, man. The people of our country really need it.
Yeah.
You know something, Mr. Rattigan and Mr. Herb?
Yes,
I
sir.
hope people realize what happened in the parliament a couple of days ago. That the Prime Minister of Jamaica walked out on the Jamaican people. He has no regard for the Jamaican people, no respect for the Jamaican people. When he came back to give his presentation, he didn't even apologize and say anything about it. And I hope Jamaica and members of the diaspora can wake up and understand that Michael Andrew Holness has no regard and respect for the Jamaican people. And the time has come for us in this country to rally around a single cause and a single purpose. Rally around the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund. That's what we need to do. Rally around that. And I'm asking everybody on here, you have 1,975 people watching us, plus other devices. Give, donate as much as you can. It's for a worthy cause. It's not going to go into Rattigan's pocket, or Herb Nelson's pocket, or any of us pocket. It's to help the country of Jamaica. Do not let Jamaica become a Sri Lanka. Do not let Jamaica become a Haiti. Stand up for what we believe in. Stand up for Jamaica. Have a good night, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Much appreciated. Folks, I just want to, and Mr. Tavares raised a good point. We hired the Prime Minister, right? Because we voted for MPs, and the MPs in turn, they voted for him to be the Prime Minister. So by extension, he works for us. We hired him. He works for us. And he walked off the job. Now, let me ask you this. Hold on. Call a good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. 1 second, please. Now, let me ask you this. If you hired someone and the person walked off the job and gave face to talk, would you let them come back? And that's a question you have to think about with the election coming up. The man, he didn't walk out on the opposition. He walked out on us. He was supposed to sit, and this shows that he has no leadership skills, or very little, because one of the hallmarks of a leader is that you're supposed to be able to accept criticism. You can't be thin-skinned. Wife or no wife, you can't be thin-skinned. And not only that, remember now, he was listening to this on Tuesday, knowing that he was going to come back on Thursday. So you listen to what the leader of the opposition is saying, and then you come back Thursday and you counter. But for you to just get up and and here's another thing. That was bogus. That was fake. That walkout was fake. And I'll tell you why you know it's fake. The speech was circulated. The speech is circulated. It's just like when a leader give a speech and then give out the advance copy, so everybody know the speech. Everybody know what's going to be said. So he knew what was going to be said. He must have known what was going to be said. Right? This is information I've been given, that the speech was distributed. So if it's true that the speech was distributed, then what he did was bogus, because he knew what was going to be said. So for him to just, twist up his face and get vexed and walk out of the place, no. You're a leader, and you're not any leader. You're the leader of the country. You're the leader of 3 million people living in Jamaica, and 7 million and another 7, whatever the number is, outside of Jamaica, who call Jamaica home. And you walked out on us. So what I'm saying to them is that you should just continue walking. Don't look back. Just keep walking. Because there is no rehiring, there's a firing, and it's coming. There's no rehiring. It's that simple. Carlo, are you still there?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry about that. Please go ahead.
That's cool, man. Night, Mr. Urban, night, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
I think you should set up the super chat on the YouTube channel so it's easier.
Okay.
Most people can just click on it and do Apple Pay. Most people don't want to go through card information and
Super
2 minutes
chat,
or
okay.
3 minutes or whatever. So if you go inside your settings and thing, you can set up the super chat and it's easy. Then just click on it 2 times and it's easier for them to support the Jamaica One Legal Defense Funds.
Okay,
and
sir.
things will work.
Right, I know. Thank you for your advice, sir.
Yeah, man, but on a good though.
Yeah, man. I mean, never good, man. We're good like gold.
Oh. Just tell mother somebody I call her so she yell you. Yeah, my mother usually working, so.
Yeah?
I like to leave, man.
You love mommy for me there, yeah?
All right, cool.
All right, take care of yourself, brethren.
Yeah.
Yeah, Herb, the man walk out and the people will hire him. We hire him and we hire him for him go there and tell us we hire him for him go there and listen to the criticism. And then he would have a chance. He had a chance to come back on Thursday. And him walk out and him not apologize. And him don't make the man finish him speech. I mean, this is leadership at its worst.
It's all about him.
Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Connecticut.
Yes, please, Connecticut. Go ahead.
Yes. Good night. So, one, I've said before that the very core and the fabric of Jamaica has been broken. It has been broken down, deplorable, not just on Andrew's side, but all aspects of it, both the justice system and everything. At this point, I'm even wondering, do we ever need to have this is like a slap in the face for our ancestors who had fought to set us free, for us to have free, fair election and all of these things, because now we're looking at we can't govern our own selves, given what is happening in Parliament of late and before. You understand? So a lot of things now had brought to our attention. Yes, I agree with the American system, Justice Department, saying that the health care is very, very deplorable, and it's a crime. So if they want to say that, they were speaking about crime, yes, that's a crime, because when you don't fix the infrastructure of our hospitals so that we can get the necessary care that we need as a people, not just the tourist that comes there, but us as a people, and they see what you're doing to us, they're looking at what is it that you're not going to do to their people. So if you are doing this to us, your own Jamaican, it is fair to say that we don't need our people to go there either, because their life would also be in jeopardy, and that's a crime. So if Andrew want to say that, they're saying this about crime and this crime is down. No. Healthcare crisis in Jamaica is a crime, because many of us cannot find the medication. Many of us can't pay to get the treatment that we need. Many of us cannot get what the necessary drugs that we need to survive. We don't have MRI, we don't have CT scans, we have absolutely nothing in our hospitals. And when you look, Rat is playing Dandy Shandy, and the minister is dancing in a little cottage in the grill all by himself, having it fun, and yet still the Jamaica people are crying, dying on a regular and a daily basis. I have my own experience in Jamaica. While I was there, I had to run in 2020 to come and have my child here in America because of the same reason. A mother had lost her daughter and her only grandchild 2 months after she buried her husband. You understand me? And it was under the neglections of Dr. Harvey in Montego Bay at the Conor Hospital and the children's ward. This lady come in here with her daughter had asthma, and this doctor sent her to have her baby in the ward over there, knowing very well that this girl can't even breathe on her own because of the asthma attack. Yet they sent her over there. Everybody was coming over back. That girl wasn't coming back. Everybody's asking, where is Miss Cambridge? Because that's how we identify you when you go to the hospital. Who is this person? Cambridge you come from? Your name is Cambridge. And I cried for that mother when that mother come and said that her daughter, they called her early in the morning to tell her to come to the hospital. The lady cried. The lady said, I buried my husband 2 months ago. And now I had to come and bury my daughter. Not even my grandchild. They don't see it for me. You know how hard that was? I take myself out of the hospital and I brave myself and I went to the embassy. I said after 2007, when my brother was killed in the army here, and I said they give me the paper to come back to the visa. I didn't go. That was what prompted me to go back and get the visa, because I decided I won't be a statistic at the Connorshire Hospital like many of the mothers and the children that was dying there. My mother had went to the doctor there and they told her that she needed an operation. What are they operating on my back? Because my mother said she couldn't walk. I said, Mommy, don't let those people touch you with a long spoon. Just hold on for the other month that you'll be here to come visit me, because I was going to have my son here then. I said, when you come, I'll take you to the doctor here. Would you believe me that when my mother came here, I brought her to the St. Francis Hospital here. And when they checked her up, what you think what happened to my mother? My mother had a kidney infection. That was what causing her problem with the pain in the back and for her not able to walk. And when they had given her the medication, my mother never had to do surgery. I don't know what surgery they were talking about. I said to Mama, Mommy, see all your medical records that they gave here from the hospital, bring it back to the doctor, them down here and tell them, say, Miss said them don't know one goddamn shit with them, say them do them no doctor. I don't know where they get these people from, operating on people, giving medication, giving diagnosis when nothing of such is happening to these people. It is atrocious. And they cannot see that these are the things that the people are talking about. The state is in a deplorable condition. And every one of them got to go. I believe, in my honest opinion, we never need to be a free nation. We should be still ruling under somebody else and another government. Since we are not capable of taking care of our own, we need to go back to the British, or we make America or somebody take over. Jamaica is not capable of running Jamaica. Because this is, if you are capable of running our country, and this is what we do, then it doesn't help none of us. None of us is benefiting. Who is benefiting? The rich and the famous. And leave us, the poor man, down here to suffer. And they all look and say, it's all good. It's what you call it? Prosperity. If this is what prosperity looks like, I don't want to have none of it. Have a good night, Will Rattigan and company.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you now.
Thanks. Wow.
Yeah, she makes some really strong points there. They we have people who can lead. We have people who should be able to stand up and make the voice heard. But if what you're going to do is give some kid a $1,000 weapon to go after that person and pay them $100 to take that person out, then that doesn't make any sense. All of these things that we're doing that is destroying the fabric of the country, that is against the morality, the indecency, the integrity, all of these things is just destroying the place. And they can't see that. They want to organize themselves and say, oh, we're powerful. We are who we are. No, you're not. When you threaten the livelihood of the people in the country, then it's time for you to go. You gotta go.
Okay. Caller, good night. Welcome to Regions Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yes, Mr. Rattigan, calling from Florida. Good night to you. Good night to Herb.
Yes.
Night.
A couple of things. With regard to Mr. Aguilar and the conversation you had with him, personally, I think he has some good intentions. Some of his ideas were good. And I can understand the point where he's coming from. The main disagreement I have is regarding the boycott and encouraging people to not vote. I think that's not a viable protest strategy. It's not a viable strategy to get rid of government. And when you say encouraging people to not vote, the question is which people? Because I guarantee you, if we push the non-voting group up to 75 or 80 or even 85%, then that 15% of people who want the status quo, they are going to be in power because they're going to vote. Because I'm sure he can't convince the 1% to not vote. So they'll be running the country. So I think that's not a good strategy, and it's it's really ill-advised to come in the public airways and tell people to not vote. People need to exercise their right to vote, and you cannot make a valid argument that every single politician from one dispensation to the next, whether they're in either party, is corrupt. That's a fallacy also. You cannot say every single politician is corrupt. What he should encourage people to do is to participate in the process, at least form organizations and say, this is what we want you to do. This is what we're expecting you to do. And with the reform in the Constitution, they should put the impeachment and the recall process in place, that if things it reaches a point where things are not being done, you can recall a politician. But just to come in the public area and say people should not vote, I think that's really, really ill-advised.
Yeah.
Right? Because, I think there are a lot of things that we could work together with in the diaspora and with even Mr. Aguilar and other people in Jamaica. There are many things that we have in common. I think the goal is probably the same, is for the better of Jamaica, the better for Jamaica. So we have to find common ground, find things that we agree in, and discuss them in private, hash them out in the public, but then the common things that we agree on, get together in private groups, put them together as policies, and work on them together because we all want the same thing.
Okay.
That's my contribution. And just quickly about the healthcare system, it's the same thing. We need to form groups, have private meetings, and get together and discuss how we can get together. And through the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, expand from just legal defense to include other aspects of development in Jamaica. For example, the healthcare system, not necessarily contributing money to the government because they're taking off taxes from the people. They need to spend the money to benefit the people, because people are not supposed to stay here and use their private money to fund the hospital in Jamaica and to buy equipment for the hospital, because the money is there. They have these trillions of dollars, $1.3 trillion in the budget, and they collect taxes. They need to spend the money for the benefit of the people who they're taking that money from in taxes.
Okay.
So we need to use our resources here to encourage other people in Jamaica to demand what they're supposed to get.
Okay.
And that's through the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.
Thank you very much, sir. Much
Thank you.
appreciated. All right, and bye-bye. Yeah, you see, Herb, the idea that Lloyd, well, what Lloyd's position on the no vote thing, I just cannot support something like that. I cannot support something like that, because what you'll have like 10% of the people coming out with a mandate, and then the other 90% will just sit there and just say, okay, not realize that they're the cause of it because they didn't vote.
Right.
Yeah. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
To encourage other people.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how are
Hi.
you?
Hi,
Yes.
good evening, Mr. Rattigan. I'm Gladys, and the Prime Minister and his wife, they are not for the people, they are for themselves. They are totally for themselves. And all these people have a lot of great ideas. One great idea is vote them out. God bless you, sir. God bless Mr. Herb. And
Thank you.
just pop the good works.
All
And
right.
people, please donate. Donate.
Thank you very
We
much.
need the help. And Isaac, he needs to, yeah. Thank you, sir. God bless you. Keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Yes, caller. Oh, they hang up. Yeah, this idea that you don't vote and you're gonna start up with this community self-government and people self-government. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I just don't see where it's going with it. I agree with him about the corruption and all the other things, the education. We need to get all that going. But this idea about not voting doesn't sit well with me.
Self-government. Where's he going to get budgeting from? That's the big thing.
Good night. Welcome to Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Washington, DC.
Okay, yeah, down the road. Talk to me. What's going on?
Big up yourself, Sir Rattigan. Sir Rattigan,
Yes, sir.
I have a little input. I don't know if you want to take the suggestions still, because I know a lot of persons in Jamaica want it. A lot of here as well want to donate. So you see, if you want to put to the people that look here, I want to take $3 million this month towards the legal fund. Just put it in their heads, because I can tell Mr. Rattigan, you have no family member where their sons and their daughters are in that dirty prison down there, and them want to contribute, and a lot of people on the street, even $1 contribute, Mr. Rattigan. I'm telling you. So you need to get people on the grounds of Jamaica to educate the people that don't know this program or don't know about the legal fund then, because I can tell you a lot of them will contribute.
Okay.
The ghetto youths will contribute. You
All right.
understand what I say?
I do.
The acres, the farmers, all of them that are for the trials and tribulations of the government, they will contribute. I can tell you. You understand what I'm saying, Mr. Rattigan?
I do. I do.
So see if we can get some on the grounds of Jamaica,
Right.
who will give their service to this organization. You understand what I'm saying, Mr. Rattigan?
I do. I do.
Because I am going to contribute, I'm just waiting on the sale, as we say.
Right. The Lizelle is up, you can go right now. You if you look at the screen, right, you'll top right, you'll see the QR code. You can use that to enter on the website, or you can just go to ojldf.org, and then you're in, and then it tells you how you can make your contribution. But I have to do a better job at doing some stuff. I just have to do a better job, and I promise you I will.
And I have one more point before I go. Mr. Vegas, I don't know if Mr. Vegas is looking clout or what, but one thing my grandfather always teach me, if you want to learn, listen. All I have to say. Less talking, do more listening. You understand? Mr. Vegas step in a circle. Him can't manage. And I listen to him taking box and kick. Taking box and kick. For no damn reason, because he do it with the pastor, man. Then flap him. Come, why not just listen? I can tell you now, Mr. Rattigan. I will know about law now since I start listening to Isaac, I start listening to you, listen to Herb. Nobody can, if me go to Jamaica, Mr. Ratty. No judge, no lawyer, no police can't take me for idiot again,
Yeah.
I mean, I tell the people in Jamaica, say just listen to you guys, and no fun are going to reach out of that system. No fun are going to reach out of Jamaican system, because guess what? Learning the constitutional right.
It's funny you mentioned that, because next week, we have a guest who was on last week. But in addition to that, next week I'm going to go through the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, and I'm going to show people the loopholes. I'm going to show them the deficiencies, so that when them finish with next week's program, nobody can talk to them about the Integrity Commission, and no politician can talk to them about it. No police can talk to them. Not even the Integrity Commission can talk to them about it.
I want to tell you, say I know me believe in the ancestors, Guess who me see? I represent we are now. Me see Marcus Garvey, me see Nanny, me see Paul Bogle. Who else?
You have Sam Shaw.
Enough for them. Me see you, Isaac, Herb, Andre himself, and a lot more. And we just want to tell her thanks.
You're
Because
welcome.
the people of Jamaica, they need it. They need the help. Them keep the people educated so they can control. And we can tell them, enough of the people who listen to you, them not have an educational background. But by listening to you guys, we can tell us say, just the Jamaican government can't take them for fool no more.
All right, my brother.
Glad to hear from you. Glad to hear you say that.
I want to tell us that even the prison system, the man in that jail want to contribute.
Really? All right.
Even the one them with that jail want to contribute. And if all right, I bet you, me see you come by next week and tell me that truth. Watch.
All right. All right, my brethren.
More time, man.
Freedom ask, what suggestion would you provide to us so that we can reach more people on the ground? Do you have any suggestion?
All right, there's a lot. All right, Rattigan. There are much people on the thing because I try to look for so much. But say 1900 on the thing, I'm not sure. You see, if you form the organizations where you have in every parishes, you have at least 5 people in every other district doing their work. It's the same like how they do their census or whatever.
Right.
Do your census too. Educate the people. Go in the street, ask for donation. Ask for the keep up a pan. Ask for the $1, ask for the $5, 365 days in the year. I mean, no people will dedicate themselves. They will dedicate themselves. And worse, you have supporters of cartel, you have supporters of other people in prison, you have supporters of people get mistreated in the health facilities, you have support of people who not get no justice with whatever reason there is. Tell them what it is about. You understand me? I say, and
okay.
One of the things, Mr. Rattigan, you see all the bloggers where you go on them program, them come on your program, they must use a night to collect the donation for one night out of the week. Ask for the donation for the one team.
Okay.
And people get it. To send such Mr. Rattigan, put the people in on it.
All right, my brother.
People are not fool again. And if Jamaican people cannot hear such university information and give out and not take heed and not try to learn and absorb, be a sponge now. They always say babies are a sponge. It's okay to be a sponge now as an adult.
All right.
We're grateful, Mr. Rattigan.
All right. Thanks a lot.
You don't know step on and come. Because one more thing before me go.
All right.
Check out 5 years before now. If the politician them never used to easy and kick the people them asses in Jamaica, you know, see them uncomfortable now. You know, see them go through sleepless nights. You know, see them all start get old. You know, see how them look now.
You're right. You're right.
The pressure is on them. Mr. Rattigan, I see them until 3 months to see you start. Some of them start resigning, you know.
Well,
at 6 months, don't put you at 6 months. Some of them will start resign and left the country because guess what? Pressure, but enough of them now go and go to prison.
All right, my brother.
The 6 are going to resign by the next 6 months. Watch it.
All right. We'll talk more about that.
Yeah, you take care.
All right, bye-bye.
Blessings, brother.
Yeah, you know what, Herb? Bitter Gal, you need to call me, you know, Bitter Gal. There, call me. The super chat, folks. Kevin spoke about the super chat, I think a couple weeks ago, and he said it's not a viable option because YouTube them take what 30% out of it, something like that. So he said it's not worth it. It might be easier, but it's more expensive.
It's a big cut.
Yes, some people mentioned that one of the reasons why so many people dying needlessly in Jamaica is probably because of organ harvesting. I wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah.
I can't rule that out. You know what I mean? Because that's a real problem all over the world. Where they allow people so they can just harvest, you know. So your
What
orders.
we have to do is appeal to the doctors with a conscience. We probably should have a program say doctors with a conscience to speak out on some of the
Right.
unspeakable things that's happening to patients in Jamaica, things that they observe, right?
Right.
And
Yes,
and
right.
and let them
Again,
speak up.
to the last caller
Hold
about
on one second, caller. Herb's finishing up his point. Hold on one second. Go ahead, Herb.
Yeah, if those doctors speak up and uh we send shockwaves through the system so that other doctors pay attention and other doctors become believers in the work we're doing, then we can in fact own up to these problems and bring these problems to the fore so that we have more eyes on, we have more people aware, and we have people talking up what's wrong with the system. Right?
Right.
We shouldn't be spending millions of dollars in Cornwall and Montego Bay, millions of dollars in Kingston. Talk about them going to rebuild KPH and rebuild all of this other parts of UWI down there. And you end up with the same damn thing. It doesn't make any sense. So
Right.
we need young doctors to speak up and tell us exactly what's going on. Nurses as well, especially nurses, because they see it all, I'm sure.
Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, so I was saying that in respect to the last caller, we're talking about donation. Is it a thing where you could have like, you know, like how Salvation Army has their boxes here, that you have those donation printed and says one Jamaica legal defense funds on it, and then, you know, in every state that we have here, even in Jamaica, some designated location that, you know, you can drop off your donation, you know, you just put it into the box and whatever it is, and then that's one of the ways I think too that can go far in getting whatever we need. This is not just for the diaspora. This is for Jamaica on a whole. It's help everybody. And once it's beneficial to Jamaica, then it's beneficial to us here as well. Everybody can be a participant. Everybody can be, we never know when we're going to need the services. And therefore, it is best for us to invest in it now. So whenever we need it later, then we can be a beneficiary or recipient of this program.
Okay. No problem. Hello? Oh, she's gone.
She gone, all right.
Yeah. Where is it? I just saw something in the chat that's 1,400 likes, 2,000 devices. Come on, people. And thanks. Easy Jerk World. The Easy Jerk World. Yeah. I could like up the program, people. We only have 1,400 likes and we have 2,000 devices. Next week, what I'd like to do is put, and maybe starting next week going forward, is to start a segment where we take ideas from people. And not just ideas about fundraising, but ideas about who should come on the program, some of the topics you'd like to hear discuss. Because again, this is a family-oriented initiative. It's not just me and Herb and Isat and whomever just decide, you know, it shouldn't be that way, but we all talk about. We want to hear from you. What is important to you? What would you like us to discuss as well? Not saying that we're going to discuss everything that you are that you know that's of interest to you, but at least we'd get some idea. And if we have enough people talking about a particular issue, then we'll be persuaded to do that. So next week I'm going to start taking ideas from you as to what we should be discuss or what we should discuss, and also some ideas regarding the funding for the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And yes, people, it's One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, not One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund. Keep that in mind. Herb, we are run up on the time. Bittergal, I'm not hear from you, you know. I'm not going up the line now, Bittergal. Look like we might have to call you offline. So, I'll turn off the line now because we are come up on 11 o'clock. That's almost 8 hours, and then we just have a little chit chat before we finish up. Turn it off. So Herb, any parting remarks for the folks? Oh, by the way, before you say anything, let me just say, and let me just repeat it because I'm not sure how many of the 2,000 devices still tuned in heard this, that there's an influential politician whose spouse was arrested for cocaine trafficking in Florida, sentenced to prison, and then deported to Jamaica. And people have come to me with this story over the last 2 years. And then just this week, somebody provided me with the criminal history of this individual. And they called me back a few days later and said, you know, this person has a spouse, another spouse, and that the marriage is valid, still valid. So that's interesting news. Don't know where we're going with that. I know where I'm not going with it. I'm not gonna do anything further, but I know that there are people working on it and they're looking into police records, court records, immigration records, and other records. So you know, that is going to be interesting. See what happens. Invite Ralston Hyman. I tried calling him. Actually, I called him, left a message. I haven't heard back from him. So, you know, Dr. Andre Houghton. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I'll definitely call him. I also was gonna call Dr. Dawes, but I didn't want. You know, some people would make it like they politicize the death of my friend Jerk Chicken Mikey, and I didn't want him to come on because even though he would come on, and I think he was going to give an objective perspective on the state of the hospitals in Jamaica and the medical sector, just didn't want him on today for that very reason, that people would start, perceive it as being a political maneuver. So I just left it at that. But I'll probably have him on next week. Yeah, you know what, Nordy? Minister Tufton is not going to come. I can tell you that. He's not going to come. Dr. Dawes will come, but Minister Tufton is not going. So, here's Herb. Yeah, Herb, go ahead. We could just close out.
Yeah, well, look, it's been a good show, and I like a lot of the suggestions that is coming in from our audience. I think if we are to have a star of the night, it's the audience. They have really rose up tonight and are coming through with great suggestions. And I like that. It means that their head is in the show, even more so than mine. But the bottom line is we're going to have to make our show better, make our audience better, and in turn make overall our production better so that we can succeed as a foundation, right? The foundation is not that we're struggling, just that things are slow. And we have to go into overdrive because believe me, in this final year of governance, for these people, they are gone into overdrive already. They're ahead of us. And it's so that we can't even keep up with them. But we need to do something. We need to do some things that are dramatic, that will allow us to put the brakes on these people and to have them change their careers because that's what's needed. They need to get out of the politics business because look how many millionaires you have since 7 years ago when these people entered politics, right? You hear this one, he was broke and then he's now worth 20 million US dollars. Or another one didn't have no money and he's worth 12 million US dollars. How are they getting this affluence? This is what the Integrity Commission is supposed to be looking into. Unexplained affluence. We need to help them find these people. And if this money is coming out of your pocket, meaning that the diaspora or the people in Jamaica, the underserved communities, the poor people, if it's coming out of your pocket, let's find out who these people are. And let's put a stop to it. And I thank you. And folks, look, y'all been good and you have a great weekend, the remainder of it.
Yeah, in concluding, let me just say thank you to all of you for your support, for your encouragement, for your criticism. I appreciate it. because we can only get better. And the day that we at the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, the day that we feel we don't have to listen to criticism, that's the day we go out of business, because no organization is perfect. And we are a people-oriented organization. We don't sell products. We don't sell widgets, right? What we do, we sell ideas and we inspire people to make change for our people. And so everyone is involved in this process. It's a process where we have to move forward hand in hand with a united purpose. And we've heard it. Well, we heard it today as well, saying, oh, well, the diaspora is fractured. You have people over this, so you have people over. It is true, it's fractured. But it's fractured because of what? Because of government intervention. This Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, right? And we're trying to put them out of business. When I say put them out of business, in the sense that we're not going to support them. We're not supporting them. They have a conference coming up. And I didn't even mention that tonight, that we're going to have a conference as well. We'll talk about that next week. We'll have a conference the same time they're having their conference. And you don't have to pay. You don't have to fly down and spend up on money for airline ticket, hotel accommodations, food, transportation, and registration fee. You don't have to pay any of that. You listen to our conference, because what we're gonna do is it's gonna mimic their conference. When I say mimic, whatever, because their conference is a daytime conference. Our conference is gonna be a nighttime conference. And so what we will do is we will let them talk. And then at nighttime, we will address what they've said, but keep this in mind. We're going to come up with solutions. We're not just going to criticize them. We're going to criticize where criticism should be laid. If they come up with some good ideas or they're doing some good things, we're going to recognize that. But when they come up with the nonsense, as we believe that most of it will be, because I can go back and show you people who attended the conference, for the last several years, every single one of them come back and say it's nonsense. It's a bag of talk. It's a feel-good session. Nothing gets done. So we're going to come up with our solutions to the problems. We're going to identify them. And they are part of the problem. So we'll talk more about that next week. We'll talk more about the protest May 10th. We should have some updates for you. Actually, we're going to have, we definitely will have some updates for you. So just want to thank all of you for sticking through this thing with us. Can you bring Raga Shante? I'll call him. Yeah, I know Raga. I'll call Raga and see if Raga will come next week. So again, next week we're going to have a segment where we're going to take ideas from you as to donations, as to speakers, as to topics. We're also going to talk about the conference that we're planning, our diaspora conference. So, and we're telling people, don't go to that conference. Stay home and tune into our conference. It's going to be much better, right? And trying to think, there was something else I wanted to say. Reggae Global Radio. We're off for the next 4 weeks or so, but still tune in if you're up, because they play great reggae music. And I'll see you next week, same time, same place. Herb, thank you very much for being here.
See you tomorrow.
Guests and Isaac, big up yourself. I know you're watching. I'll take it easy with the chicken then. All right. Take care, everybody.